1-2, 1-2. Well, you're only here for... One match Ravindra 150 sees Durham dominate day one. Third place fourth at the Sayat Unique Riverside this week, as both Worcestershire and Durham will look to join Middlesex and Nottinghamshire on three figures in an attempt to pull away from a tightly contested midfield pack in Division 2, albeit with some big names missing from both lineups. And Durham decided to start the day in the middle. The partnership of Michael Jones and New Zealand's Rachin Ravindra got off to a decent start, but with the score on 32, Morris made the breakthrough. Jones outcaught behind for 21. Borthwick took them to 50, more by luck than judgment. The edge fell safely for a single. He started to find his feet, the captain rattling along at a decent rate now. Boundaries started to flow more freely from his blade. The partnership was up to 50 when Ravindra smacked Barnard through the leg side, all the way to the boundary, and it was unbroken when Borthwick guided Gibbon beyond the slip cordon for two to bring up the 100. At lunch, Ravindra was up to 45, and the score 105 for 1. Durham on top after the first session. The Kiwi had only signed for this one game and made sure it would be a telling contribution for Durham, up to 50 after the break, as he turned Morris down to fine leg for his 10th four. Borthwick soon followed. Soft hands saw the edge fall safe and trundle all the way to the third man boundary, another 50 for the skipper. The shot that took them to 150 was the best of Borthwick's innings so far. The pose held as Durham started to frustrate the pairs. Durham are celebrating 30 years of first-class cricket and ticked off a record that had stood since that first season. Ravindra and Borthwick stand worth 150 with a single from the captain, a new best for the second wicket for Durham. They weren't about to rest on their laurels though. Yet another fall from Ravindra took Durham to 200 and chalked up their first bonus point of the match. The New Zealand all-rounder wasn't done there though. Barnard punched down the ground off the back foot, a 17th four, up to 100 from 142 deliveries. What a way to make an impact in your first and only game. They soon cruised past 250. Ravindra with another boundary. Impressive bat speed on the pull to Pennington. Borthwick wanted to join his partner on 100, but fell agonisingly short. Out LBW for 96 to Baker. The captain couldn't believe what he'd just done. Bedingham joined Ravindra in the middle and stuck with him through to tea. The score 269 for 2. A solitary four was all Bedingham could muster, out caught behind of the bowling of Gibbon. That brought debutant Jonathan Bushnell to the crease, and he acquitted himself well early in his innings and watched on as Ravindra ticked towards 150. He brought the 300 up for Durham, 2 runs off Baker taking them to another bonus point, and the Kiwi to a couple away from his next landmark total. Ravindra made it look easy. 150 scored off 220 balls with a single off D'Oliveira, bat raised for the third time in the day. They were steaming their way through the innings. Bushnell looked in no way put off by the magnitude of the occasion. He shared a 50 partnership off 103 balls when he steered Morris into the leg side for a single. When the rain started to fall, he was up to 46, and Durham were just 5 away from 350. The weather abated, the Durham pair allowed to continue, and the pair still unable to prize them apart. Bushnell's debut made all the more memorable, up to 50 with a 4 off Morris, 350 on the board in the process. It wouldn't be long before they'd shared 100 runs, Ravindra with 2 to get them there, the score closing in on 400 as the day wore towards the close. Both men would finish the day unbeaten. Ravindra on 178, Bushnell 61. The score 375 for 3. Durham had dominated the first day at the Sayat Unique Riverside. Barring a complete turnaround in fortunes, the end of the innings looks to be in the hands of the Durham captain Scott Borthwick. They're well set for a mammoth total before an almost certain declaration. The pairs need to find some inspiration, and fast, or it could be a long few days in the northeast.
Yeah, it's it was I guess good to go out there and bat a whole day. I think that the lads were pretty supportive, and they've been sort of a supportive group, being able to come in for the game and really sort of express myself. But the lads have sort of welcomed me quite well for me to be able to do that.
And another young lad making a debut with you, Jonathan Bushnell, getting a half century at the close there. You've put on a partnership of more than 100.
Yeah, I was very pleased for him. He went about his work very sort of calming and had that sort of presence about him, which was awesome for a guy on debut. I think for returning over to the way he was batting, hopefully he can push on tomorrow, and hopefully we can keep building that partnership like we did today.
What were your thoughts when you were coming out this morning? Durham had won the toss. Was it your plan just to try and see if you could get to lunch, or did you think you might be able to make it a tea, or did you think I'm going to bat all day?
I think I was lucky it worked out that way. I think you just try to take it ball by ball. Obviously, I tried to do it in like sort of half an hour blocks or little 5-run sort of blocks with me and Bortho were sort of going through that. So I think it's just new ball, obviously, with the Duke ball is going to do a little bit, so just trying to be patient, take every sort of ball by ball.
Big partnership for the second wicket. Durham's highest against Worcestershire in first class cricket beats a partnership actually set 30 years ago, so in their first season in the county championship. Scott was on 96 and was on the verge of his first century of the season. Awful to see him get out LBW just when it looked like he was going to get the 3 figures.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. Scotty batted incredibly and he thoroughly deserved that century, but I guess that's the way the game goes, and obviously both will be disappointed, but I think he should be very pleased the way he batted, and I think the lads really saw his sort of experience, and he just batted like an absolute genius out there.
What's the track playing like? Because it doesn't seem there's that much speed in the track, and certainly not much bounce for the quicker bowlers. It seems like a fairly even paced track.
Yeah, it wasn't, I guess, compared to the wickets we play on back home, it wasn't as quick and not as much bounce, which I guess presents its own challenge, and I think over the next 3 days we'll sort of see maybe it going a bit lower and guys sort of bowling stump to stump, and us batters need to play with a straight bat, but I guess we'll see what happens.
Have you played any cricket in England other than this? Have you been over here before?
No, I was here last year for the same sort of test tour, obviously the Black Caps, and I've only played like a warm-up game or 2 here, so this is my first a proper game, I guess you'd say. And
I gather you were in Dublin when Durham got on the phone and asked you to come back over, is that right?
Yeah, I was seeing a couple of mates up there. They were playing sort of club cricket, so it was nice to catch up with them. They're from Wellington as well, so then got the call and I was like, oh, this is perfect, awesome. I think it's always been a dream to play in the county champo, and I think this opportunity coming with Durham's awesome with a great bunch of lads. When
you didn't make the test setup, was it your plan to go off on a tour of Europe or something like that? What was your immediate thoughts?
Yeah, I thought I was over here for those warm-ups anyways, and as soon as I got released it was kind of like, well, I'd love to play some cricket, and then if the opportunity presents itself, obviously, and then if not, in my downtime, kind of experience the world a little bit and see what's out there, because I guess I've never really been to this part of the world apart from a COVID bubble last year. So it's been awesome to be able to get away from the game slightly, but always as soon as the opportunity sort of came up, I was raring to go.
I would imagine there'll be a few clubs on the phone to your agent now, and you might have a few offers for next year, or maybe even later this season somewhere.
Nah, I don't know. Honestly, we've still got a way to go in this 4-day match. I think I'm not too worried about all that stuff in the future. I guess if I hopefully do my job tomorrow, and that should take care of itself.
Just go for me. Obviously, it's your career best score, but you didn't really give a chance there until Just go for me.
So that was Rachin Ravindra, who I spoke to yesterday. Nice lad, and certainly enjoying his day with Durham as well. Where's this cable going here? I've got it jammed under a plug. Right, I'm passing the cable to Frank now because he did an interview yesterday as well, and he'll.
I just need to get an adapter.
All right. Well, anyway, we'll bring you. It was Charlie. Was it Charlie Morris you spoke to? He's just gone off to get an adapter. He'll be back in a moment or two. If you want to get in touch with us, it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter or weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk on email. And it'd be nice to hear from you. Players still outside doing some warming up exercises. Some news from a Durham point of view as well today. Neil Killeen has been added to the one-day England coaching setup. He's one of the top bowling coaches in the country. I think he's got a level 4 certificate. He's worked with the England Academy in the past at Loughborough and whatnot, and with the Lions and things, and went to a World Cup as a Netherlands coach a few years ago. So he will be heading off to Holland tomorrow with the one-day squad, which includes Durham's Bride and Cars, and will be joining up and being part of Matthew Mott's new setup for the ODI series, which begins on Friday in Amstelveen.
I haven't got the adapter I need to play this because I've got a funny phone which requires it. But what I'll try, let's see how it sounds if I just play it down my mic. I chatted to Charlie Morris, one of the more senior members of the Worcestershire bowling attack, after yesterday's play, and just sort of basically put it to him. It was a tough day for the Worcestershire lads. Charlie Morris after the first day here at Chester Street. Charlie, I think that's what you guys call a day in the dirt, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a long day, but we did our best to stick to task, and fair play to Durham. Their batters, they played very well. Certainly get some rest tonight, some sleep, and some recovery done.
Well, as it was pointed out recently, you've had 10 years in the game. I know you've obviously had quite a few days like that. How hard is it just to keep going?
Yeah, it's tough. There wasn't a lot of assistance with the ball all day. It didn't really swung a little bit this evening when the lights came on, but generally even the wicket itself, there wasn't a lot of sea movement. So on days like that, it is hard work. You have to, your margins for error are that much less, and you've just got to try and stick to task. But you're right, it's not the first time it's happened, it won't be the last, but we just got to keep bashing away, and we did our best to stick to task today.
I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly how I observed it. I thought when the second ball was about 10 overs old, just started to get a little bit of lateral movement.
Yeah.
Hadn't really done anything all day, had it?
No, not really. And obviously no spin being day one as well. It's just been a pretty decent wicket, like a nice pace, not like a really quick wicket, certainly not slow. I just think a really decent pitch. The new ball this evening, as soon as the lacquer came off, it started to do a little bit more, and that's generally what you find with the Dukes. You need a few overs and then they start going, or offering a little bit of swing, if the conditions are right. And Barney bowled a couple of lovely balls there. Just shame it didn't quite manage to get the wicket.
I called you jokingly before the senior bowler, but I suppose in this pace unit you are in terms of longevity. Is it you that's sort of getting the guys together in the dressing room in between sessions and saying, come on, this is what we've got to do in the next few overs or whatever?
Certainly we kind of all get together. I mean, we've got obviously Alan as our bowling coach, Richardson, we're lucky. We've got guys that are really thinking on their feet, and we all come together as a collective and work it out. And we, certainly at lunch discussed the plans as a group, because I think that's really important, that everyone's involved. We've got all the guys are fielding as well. Need to know what's happening. So I don't need to do too much shepherding amongst the group. We try as best we can to come together and do it, and everyone to throw ideas around.
Just finally on that, it's a tough long day, and you can look at a scorecard, can't you, and think, crikey, the bowlers must have had a nightmare. But actually, all of the damage was shared around, really. Nobody's really gone for big runs. It was just one of those days where the batters were on top and you just had to take your medicine.
Yeah, absolutely. They played really well. There's always things we can do better, and I'm not going to sit here and say we've had the perfect day with the ball, and it's just how that. There's always stuff that we can do better, and we strive to do, and you can always try and hit your areas that much more consistently. But generally speaking, considering how much it didn't generally do throughout the day, in terms of assistance with lateral movement off the pitch and in the air, then it's one of those days, and you've just kind of got to suck it up as a seam bowler and do your best and keep going, and hopefully at some point you get your awards, and we can get a couple of wickets early tomorrow and make inroads. That'd be great. That's going to be our plan. That's great. Thank you very much.
There you go, Charlie Morris, the Worcestershire seamer there. And I love that, because in a way what he's just saying is that some days as a bowler in this game, you've just got to take your medicine. You've just got to accept that you've had a tough day. The opposition have played well. There wasn't a lot in the pitch. It was a good toss for Durham to win, as it turned out, and no complaints, just saying, as he quite clearly made the point at the start of that interview, not the first time that he's had a day like that, and it won't be the last. But that said, he's out there at the moment with the Worcestershire group gathering just outside the pavilion, and I think the hope will be very much that they can at least make early inroads. Particularly it would be ideal if they could remove Ravindra, who was there all day yesterday, and obviously Bushnell, who made such an excellent start. Really impressed with Jonathan Bushnell. And further to that interview, actually, after I'd stopped the tape, just chatting a little bit more informally to Charlie Morris, I know he was very impressed with Jonathan Bushnell as well.
Anyway, for whom the bell tolls and all that malarkey, the bell has just been rung, and the players will be heading out in a moment. So you can listen to us on the BBC app and the website. Crystal clear surround sound and all that malarkey. Or indeed, we are live on the Durham YouTube channel as well. Where's that coming from?
Just checking we're going out, which Good. We are. Yeah.
So we're rocking and rolling, and just as the players are about to come out, the sun is shining as well. So Rachin Ravindra, one of 11 Durham players now to have got a century on his first-class debut for the club. And then the question was asked, how many players have got a century on their first class debut? So
Ever?
yeah, without the need for the word ever.
Yeah, of course you don't like that, do you?
Yes. There's
what?
quite a lot, isn't it? Apparently, there's a few hundred on the list, but
You're not going to go through
he's still
it.
a long way from it now. But it'd be lovely to think at some point this morning Jonathan Bushnell could add another 39 runs and get there. Unless, of course, you are a Worcestershire supporter, then it wouldn't be lovely.
And Ravindra, presumably, is going to be looking for his first ever double.
His first double 100.
Or as I heard Phil Tufnell call it on Test Match Special as I was driving up here on Saturday, a domek. He said the players used to call it a domek.
A domek?
And they said, why a domek? And he said, because there used to be a sherry called Domek Double Century, apparently.
Right.
So in the Middlesex dressing room back in the day, it was called a domek. So will Ravindra get his first domek this morning?
Now the highest total, I didn't see this match, but the highest total for a century in your first game for Durham in first class cricket was Mike Hussey, 253 against Leicestershire at Grace Road in 2005. He came over as the Durham skipper that year, helped to get them promoted, but had to leave before the season finished. Durham played Yorkshire at Scarborough in the August, and he found out during that game that he had to leave because he'd been called up by the Australian A team. And the final day of that match in Scarborough, I remember it well because I think they finished early because of rain, and I was driving back across the North York Moors listening to Test Match Special. It was the day Gary Pratt ran Ricky Ponting out at Trent Bridge. Yeah. John Lewis got 210 not out against Oxford University, so there's been 2 double hundreds on debut. So Rashin Ravindra, he's only 22, isn't he? Very well spoken, very good with his observations and his thoughts. And the first ball of the day is bowled to him from Morris in the sunshine here in Chester Street from the Lumley end. It's defended off towards point. The news will be on BBC Radio Newcastle in a moment or two. Just listening to Madonna at the moment, and then I'll be doing an update for them. Then we'll be into the full swing of day 2 here in Chesley Street. It's meant to get really hot later this week before possibly thunderstorms on Friday, and it cools down for the weekend. 375 4-3. Morris in. And Ravindra plays this up to mid-off, no run there. So the partnership from these two is 104 runs. And they'd been together by the time the close of play came last night for 183 deliveries. So that's now 185. Had some rain yesterday. Briefly around about 5 o'clock it rained, and then it got quite heavy at about 5:45. They went off with 9.5 overs left in the day. Morris in, defended by the batsman. And the next thing that happened was they then came back out at 6:15 and finished those 9.3 overs. So the day's play didn't actually finish till about 5 to 7. Didn't lose any overs as a result of that weather, because they have a half hour built into the day for delays. Looking at this list of hundreds and first matches for Durham, 3 of them were in 1992 when they became a first class county. It's the 30th anniversary this year as Morris bowls to Ravindra. It's played nicely out through deep mid wicket, and Jake Libby's not going to cut that off as it goes towards the front of the castle stand on the riverside of the ground. River Weir runs just behind that stand between us and Lumley Castle on the hill. Wends its way around all the land the castle sits on, because Chester Street Golf Club's up there as well, and it drifts down to the riverside on the other side of the main road. Morrison again, and this is another flick out towards deep mid wicket, but Libby will cut this one off. 1 run for Ravindra. So he moves on to 183. have been 321 centuries for Durham now, including this one. They scored 4 in the game at Worcester this year. Sean Dixon got 2 in that match. David Bedingham and Ben Stokes centuries as well. Bushnell flicks this one away from Morris, down towards long leg, 4-1. First run of the day. Durham batsmen have passed 250 runs 5 times. 2 of those innings were from Martin Love, who holds the record for the best knock for the club, which was 273 against Hampshire here in 2003. David Bedingham made 257 against Derbyshire in 2021, second highest score for the club. There have been 26 double hundreds. Cameron Steele made 224 at Leicester in 2017 in a game which ended in a draw. The first player born in America to score a double hundred in first-class cricket.
Not required, apparently.
You're not required?
Not required in the
They'll
news.
They'll be coming to me in a minute.
Most annoying.
Who have we got bowling here then? Dylan Pennington into the attack from the Finkel end. Coming in to bowl to Bushnell, right arm over. That's left alone, it's wide of off stump. It's probably about 6th stump, that one, I would say. Counting across from leg. Alright, update for Radio Newcastle. Well, Durham resuming this morning here on their first innings total of 375 for 3. That included 178 from Rachin Ravindra, their debutant, who's been signed for this one game. And another debutant is on strike at the moment, Jonathan Bushnell, who comes from Durham City. He's on at 62, so they've put on more than 100 in their partnership and going along very strongly indeed. Some other news from Durham today. Neil Killeen, the bowling coach here, has been called up by England and will go off to the Netherlands tomorrow as part of the coaching setup for England's one-day tour against the Netherlands, which begins on Friday. If you want to listen to the action here, it's on the BBC website and the sports app. Pennington in. And that's played to Azhar Ali at mid-on, no run there. And that's the end of the news bulletin as well. So. Right.
I'll let you finish this over, Martin, and then I'll come in with Charlie Morris. But at least you were required. I sat there listening to the news, and then they said
nothing.
This is what's happening at Durham, and I thought, here we go, and that was it.
That's a sinking feeling, isn't it? when you're there,
you feel useless, useless, purposeless.
Pennington in, turned by Bushnell off the legs, down towards the square leg boundary. Libby comes around and cuts it off in front of the Castle stand. Yeah, that's a snub, isn't it? Really. I mean, there's no other way to.
No, absolutely. Can't hide from the fact.
Ant Waterson's tweeted regards Neil Killeen, so he's going to be part of the new one-day coach Matthew Mott's setup. And Ant says Durham producing the best cricketers, coaches and umpires. So in umpiring, I presume he means Goffey.
And backslappers.
Well, we were discussing the other day, actually, I think when I was having a chat the other night when I was at Whitburn Cricket Club, and I was talking to Phil Mustard, who'd been umpiring Whitburn against Newcastle in the North East Premier League on Saturday. Dougie Hudson, former Gateshead Fell player, was there as well. He's linked with Newcastle Cricket Club now as Pennington bowls. Played away by Ravindra to Ali at mid-off, no run there. And just generally talking about umpiring, because Phil Mustard, the former Durham wicketkeeper batsman, he's going through the processes of trying to get into the county championship setup, so about a year or so away, hopefully. And just saying how good Michael Goff is. And
brilliant, yeah.
Very rarely gets anything wrong, and the amount of times people review and he's still right.
Fantastic.
Pennington, last ball of this over. Bowls to Ravindra. Oh, that's gone through him. That's a good ball. Just moved on him late. And he played, and that swerved quite a long way. That swung, didn't it?
Well, it was interesting. One of the best things that came out of that interview that I did with Charlie Morris last night was that, if you remember last night, Marty, we just sensed, didn't we, that after about 10 overs with the second new ball, we started to see some movement after the ball had passed the stumps quite often, but a little bit of lateral movement. We hadn't seen anything all day. And I suggested that to Charlie, and he said that's exactly right. Maybe it was the lights, maybe the effect of that, but the lacquer had come off the ball. The first ball didn't do anything. But the extent to which, we were surprised by that then when Ravindra played and missed, it really tells its own tale. The ball passed the bat so infrequently yesterday. There were hardly any appeals for LBW. As Morris begins a new over from the Lumley end and bowls to Bushnell, who gets an outside edge to this one. He gets a run down to third man. But that tells the story of the day yesterday. Little lateral movement. And most of the bowlers, when you look at the stats, most of the Worcestershire bowlers, regardless of their type, went for between sort of late threes, 4.5 and over. The punishment was shared around. It's just one of those days for a county cricketer, a bowling attack, flattish pitch, fairly easy pace, really good batting as well, of course. As Morris bowls to Ravindra, taking on the pad as he tries to swivel, sort of pull this one down to long leg, runs out on the offside and there's no run. So I'm not in any way attempting to detract from the quality of the performances of Borthwick, Beddingham and Bushnell, but there wasn't a lot happening for the bowlers. They did miss a couple of very, very tough chances, and just one of those days. Just got to get on with it. Hoping they can make inroads this morning. Morris attempting to do just that, comes in now and he does get past the bat. Second time Ravindra's played and missed this morning. That one angled across the left-hander, bounced a little bit, and taken by Roderick on the rise. Bounced a bit more, didn't it, than most things did yesterday. Notice they had the light roller on this morning, not the heavy. And it'll be interesting to see if Rachin Ravindra's prediction to you, Marty, that the pitch might get a little bit lower as it goes on, is proved to be true. Morris is in, bowls, and he's forward, pushing up to mid-off. He can't claim to be drawing on local knowledge, though. That's one thing, can he? Because it's the first time he's ever been here.
Yes.
He hasn't done badly. It'd be interesting to see what Ash thinks when he comes in. Ash Thorpe, who's going to be with us later, the ex-Durham player, because our feeling yesterday was how much Ravindra just fitted the part of a top order New Zealand batsman at the moment. They seem to be producing these batsmen who they're not too flamboyant. They don't a bit like Will Young last year. They're not flashing it all over the place, just occupying the crease, picking off the bad ball like that. Beautiful shot from Ravindra, overpitched on leg stump from Morris and just clipped, just with maximum efficiency and minimum fuss through mid-wicket. Beautiful timing, and Ravindra moves on to 187, so he's only 13 short now of that first ever double century in first class cricket.
First.
Yeah. And he's played beautifully. 283 balls. Played and missed a couple of times this morning, but other than that, he'd say he's begun where he left off. Morris, last ball of the over, comes in, bowls, and actually, well, that is a full shot. Turned him round a little bit of lateral movement away from the left-hander, thick outside edge, runs out in front of square, on the offside for a single, keeps the strike. Ravindra, 188 now to him. Bushnell is 64, and they've come in and carried on where they left off last night, adding 13 runs so far in the 3 overs that we've had, and fairly untroubled in doing so, despite the fact that a couple of balls have gone past the bat. The Worcestershire bowlers refreshed a little bit after a long day yesterday, attempting to get early wickets.
We have Ash with us for a couple of hours, so we'll get him on in a few minutes as Ravindra faces this first delivery of the start of a new over from Pennington. It's flicked off down towards fine leg for one. Be interested to have his thoughts on Jonathan Bushnell as well, having seen him come through the the academy and whatnot. Ash now part of the Parkview academy setup, so they've got football teams based here who are now the Huddersfield Town academy side, but they've also got a new cricketing academy setup as well. So Bushnell on strike on 64 from 109 balls, and that's defended on off stump, playing out into the cover area. Yeah, you were talking about flamboyance and lack of flamboyance with New Zealand cricketers. Just go about their work, unlike these Aussies. It's all flamboyant with these Aussies, isn't it? Mind you, you've lived here more than you lived in Australia now, haven't you?
I was going to say that. When does an Aussie become a Brit? That's what we've got to ask, isn't it?
Never. How many years have
Never,
you
said.
been here? Never. Give over. 389 for 3 as Pennington bowls, played off by Bushnell towards point. How many years have you been here now, Ash? 97. Since 97? That's 25 years, isn't it? Yeah.
Silver Jubilee.
Yeah. That'd be an open top bus. Yeah. Long weekend going up. Yeah, Will Young got 100 against Worcestershire last year, and he wasn't meant to play in that game, was he?
Oh, don't rub it in.
He should have left. He should have left, but there was a delay, I think, in Cameron Bancroft coming back, so he played an extra match for Durham. Pennington in, played up to Azhar Ali at mid-on, no run there.
But in all seriousness, about talking about the flamboyance and everything else, the Kiwis, have worked their way up to the top of the Test rankings, didn't they? Mm-hmm. And if you looked at their top 5 or 6, you look at the likes of, well, Ross Taylor obviously when he was in there was a linchpin, but the likes of Devon and Devon Conway and Kane Williamson and the men who've got the runs for them.
Oof, that looks like it hurt. That's whacked Bushnell right in the box, I think.
Will Young, who's come in, and obviously Daryl Mitchell now. They're just none of them are. They're not players who come out and attract your attention for their flamboyance and their easy stroke play. They're not big hitters. They're just workmen, aren't they? They're just complete professionals who just play exactly like Ravindra's done here. He's made 189 runs. I can remember some lovely shots like that last one there and 1 or 2 drives yesterday, but generally it's just been maximum efficiency and fair play. Brilliant. That's the way to play.
Last ball of the over and driven back to Pennington by Bushnell. He dives down and stops it, so that's 100 overs gone, and Durham are 389 for 3. So there's 10 more overs for bonus points. They need another 11 runs to get the next batting point on the board, the final batting point, which would be the 5th. They need another 3 wickets, Worcestershire, if they're to get another bowling point. They've got to do that in the next 10 overs. All right, I'll step aside. We'll bring Ash in, and then he can have a chat with Frank, and then when Frank needs to go and do his half past, I'll jump back in again.
Perfect. Thanks, Marty. Ash Thorpe coming in, ex-Durham player who's heavily involved in coaching and still playing league cricket up here in the northeast.
Oh, trying.
Yeah, good to see you again, Ash. Here comes Charlie Morris from the Lumley end. He bowls and Ravindra is forward, pushing up to mid-off. But just picking up on that point that I was making, Ash, and I know you were watching a bit yesterday and listening in as well.
Yeah.
But as a coach, and and I'm still a coach as well, you can't. It's easier to show young cricketers this kind of batting and say that's what you should aspire to than it is to show them, say, some videos of Kevin Peterson and say play like that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They keep it very simple, don't they? And that's what I've been really impressed with Ravindra.
Yeah, he's played very, very well. Waits now as Morris is into him. He bowls and just punching this up to mid-on. He's played really well in the V. Hasn't been worried by hitting the fielders. It hasn't attempted to open the face or close the face or work it wide as he might have done if it had been a white ball game. So he's just kept it simple, occupied the crease, and what we kept saying yesterday, and listeners yesterday will have heard us say it on countless occasions, is that almost, well, I'd say about 80%, 85% of the balls bowled to him that have not been right, that have been wayward, he put away.
Yeah.
He just waited for it and made sure he capitalised. Waits again now as Morris is in, bowls to him, and there's what a beautiful shot, absolutely beautiful, as good as anything that we've seen from him. On the up, just short of a length, not a really bad delivery, bit of room, and just leaned into it, high right elbow, being left-handed, punched it on the up past extra cover, timed it beautifully, raced away over the outfield, and that was a cracking shot. 193 he goes to, and 393 for 3 Durham. That was a beautiful shot in any game, Ash, wasn't it?
Yeah, gorgeous. Considering he'd been beaten outside the off stump a couple of times there, you would expect him to be maybe a little bit tentative early starting in this second morning, but that was gorgeous and epitomised what we've just been talking about there. Kept still, one simple stride into the ball and timed it beautifully through extra cover for 4, which has now seen second slip come out and a sweeper go out on the offside.
Yeah. Well, there's a certain amount of damage limitation. They've got to try and take wickets, of course. They've got to try and break this partnership, but I think they already know that they're going to be looking at something really big. So they've got to try and keep the Durham batters out there for as long as they can in this first innings, as well as anything else. Is Morris in, and that's a good delivery. Slightly more into that from Morris, just hit the pitch a bit harder, little bit shorter, and Ravindra, who, if he'd have been pumped and full of adrenaline after that shot before, might have been tempted to go for it and get a nick, but he showed excellent judgment, and that's a skill in itself, isn't it? I mean, you just played a really good shot, not to think, oh, I've got to go for everything now.
He looks lovely and relaxed
so well
though, doesn't
yesterday.
he?
Yeah,
so relaxed and calm and just.
Yeah, and he came across like that in his interview with Marty last night. Very personable young man, and pretty chilled about everything. You'd think.
It was a pretty good day for him.
It wasn't bad. Morris is in, bowls, and that's a lovely drive again. He won't get 4 this time because, as Ash said, they've changed the field and they've got a man out there now, Josh Baker. So it's only 1, but it was an equally attractive shot from the left-hander. He's monopolised the strike this morning, and he's gone on to 194. And in the 20 minutes we've had this morning, the bat's been passed 2 or 3 times, but other than that, there hasn't been a huge amount of encouragement for the Worcestershire.
Seems a little bit more movement than yesterday, from what I've seen.
Yeah, in the last few overs, as I say, with this ball, just a little bit. But it is just a case of plugging away and trying to stick to your principles. Still got 2 slips in there. Morris in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Bushnell, taken by Roderick. End of the over. I'll put this one to you, Ash. Interesting one, because in this situation here, you've got 2 men at the crease, 194, 64 not out, big partnership. Not much doing in terms of the pitch and so on. A couple of weeks ago at New Road, when Worcestershire played Leicestershire, we had this situation in reverse. Worcestershire were batting, Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes were both past 100, and we saw Callum Parkinson in his first game as Leicestershire captain, fiddling, I would call it. 1 slip, but he was at 5th slip. Then 3 men out on the boundary, ball bounces for 3 overs, that didn't work. Then put 2 men in, 1 on the drive on the offside, 1 on the drive on the off, and that didn't work. I'll just break off as Pennington comes in again and bowls. Clipped away for a single on the leg side by Ravindra, and then somebody nicked one and it went through first slip and down for 4. And I made the point, and again, you know, I'm not claiming to be the pearl, the sort of guru and full of wisdom, but they'd practiced slip catching for half an hour before the start, and they went out, didn't have any slips. And I thought what I would have liked to see is what I'm seeing now, really, which is 2 slips, still trying to bowl off stump or just outside. And, you know, conventional methods are called conventional methods because they've worked for a long time, really. Pennington in again, bowls, and Bushnell is forward to mid-on. And I think, you know, 90% of the time we'd think like that, wouldn't we?
I think it's a huge mindset thing. For me, if I was Pennington now running in and touching in and there's no slip, then what am I trying to do here? I know that Durham are obviously off to a fantastic start, 395 for 3. But I'm still wanting to take wickets. This is a relatively new ball, and this is probably the window where we can, from a Worcester point of view, break through here. So give me a couple of slips and let me try and hit the top of off and keep it simple.
Yeah, exactly. And he comes in now trying to do that. And he's turned on the leg side by Bushnell for a single. Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, if you're running in with no slip and you bowl an absolute beauty out of nowhere and take the outside edge and there's nobody there, it's just immensely frustrating. I think you've got to think outside the box. I'm not having a go. I can remember being at Trent Bridge on a flat one a couple of years ago, and Andy Pitt came up in the commentary box and said, "This is what we're trying to do, and we think we might get him here." And I'm all for that, but the reason that the top catchers in history have been in the slips is because that's where most chances go to, isn't it?
Yeah, and the bowlers are relatively fresh.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a long day in the dirt for them yesterday, but now's the time to try and get that breakthrough.
Pennington in, and Ravindra square drives on the offside, picks up a single. Good over from Pennington so far. He's been picked off for some singles, but nothing more than that. Ravindra goes to 196, 397 for 3, and Durham's progress this morning is pretty much as untroubled as it was yesterday. Tell us about Jonathan Bushnell then, Ash. You know him quite well. It made a really good impression on me yesterday. Came in and timed it so well right from the start.
He's a natural ball striker, and I would compare him to somebody like a Jack Burnham who's recently been released by Durham. A young lad, a little bit carefree, and he's just so relaxed. Johnny, he always looks like he's about to I don't know, cut your shoelaces or something like that. He's a great character.
Pennington in, and he's forward to this, pushes up to mid-off. He caught the eye yesterday for me, particularly, Ash, and interestingly, talking to Charlie Morris afterwards as well, for the same reason, he was impressed with that sort of back foot punch just in front of square on the offside. Hits it late, finds the gap, but timing
on the top of the bounce, superb, plays that really well.
Really well.
A real strength of his. And then he's quite comfortable playing across the crease as well. He hits lots of balls on the leg side that are quite straight.
Pennington into him, and he
like
bowls.
That.
Yeah, just turning that from about off stump for a single. Knew there was a gap there. Azarelli moving to his right and mid wicket. Decent over from Pennington, I must say. Bushnell keeps a strike. 398 for 3. Ravindra 196. I wonder if you want to come back in, Marty, so you can be doing the commentary if he gets his first Domek. You ever heard it called a Domek, Ash?
No.
Double century sherry Domek.
Okay, no.
I heard Phil Tufnell say it on Test Match Special the other day.
That's probably why I haven't
showing
heard
his
of it.
age. and my age is why I have heard of it. 398 for 3 here.
But yeah, I mean, Johnny is a great character. He's dealt with a bit of tragedy in his life, losing his father when he was about 13 years of age, and has made his family really proud this week.
And he square drives this one from Morris to Libby at backward point. And Ash, you keep going, and
no worries, mate.
I'll pull out so Marty can come in.
But yeah, a good young character come through the system with another one of John Window's conveyor belt. So I mean, huge congratulations. And I sent John a message the other day, and he's very shy about it all, but he's done a fantastic job for Durham over the years in producing what everybody looks at as fast bowlers, and we're always kind of looking for the next batsman to come through the academy, and Bushy started off his career very well so far.
Well, he's just left that. Am I on mic there?
You are, mate.
Yep. He's just left that first delivery there, outside the off stump. 398 for 3, so Durham are 2 away from that final batting point.
Yeah, great opportunity for him here, batting with an international player on debut and somebody who looks quite relaxed and quite similar to Bushy as well. So he's eased into his work nicely, and currently 66 not out on debut.
Bowler comes in, defended on off stump, ball rolls up to mid-on. Product of Durham School, wasn't he? So
he is, yeah. At Durham School, started off his club cricket at Durham City and moved to Sacriston, where he really blossomed. Been part of the academy and the pathway system forever since I can remember him coming through as at times a little bit of a handful, but a great kid. Love seeing him around the ground.
I think he's linked to Hartlepool in the North Yorkshire South Durham this year. Defends this one on off stump again, rolls out to the offside.
Yeah, I think he was pushed in that direction. So Sacriston, along with Washington, were relegated out of the Premier League last year, and I think they were told that the young guys. So there's another young lad called Ross Whitfield, part of the academy. They were pushed to go and play Premier League cricket, and Bushy's ended up at Hartlepool.
Where's Harry Crawshaw? Was he at Hartlepool as well?
Yes, he's a Wolverston lad originally,
Yeah.
but he played a little bit at Hartlepool as well. Yeah.
2 runs needed for this final batting point as the bowler comes in. That's driven by Bushnell, stopped at mid-off by D'Oliveira, diving across to his left. Nice looking shot actually for no runs. So far Morris in this over has bowled 5 dot balls. And then when Ravindra is back on strike, he's on 196. He's already on his highest score because his previous best was 141 for New Zealand A against West Indies A. He's had a couple of centuries in first-class cricket for Wellington as well. As they're about to bowl this final delivery of this over, they've dropped a fielder out to deep mid-wicket for Bushnell. Morris bowls and it's defended. This time runs up to mid-on, end of the over. So still 398 for 3. It's a maiden.
That's really impressed me about Bushnell so far in this innings, how patient he's been. So yesterday he started off quite quickly and then slowed down quite a lot with the spin and then accelerated again, and he's been able to adapt to that without looking really flustered at all from what I've seen. Like I said, that's got to help with somebody like Ravindra at the other end, who just looks like he's basically playing on a Sunday afternoon against somebody's third 11 at the moment. He looks so casual and in control, and that isn't a dig at Worcester's bowlers at all. It's just more about the character that he is.
Ravindra taking his guard again here. It's quite gloomy at the minute. I'm wondering if we might see the floodlights on soon.
As I was coming around, the sun just started to break out and it got quite warm there.
And then it went in again.
It sure is gloomy and overcast.
Here's Pennington then bowling to Ravindra. Right arm round from the Finkel end. This is defended and it runs up to...
Not sure there's any rain forecast today, is there?
I don't think so. Mid-on, the ball's gone to D'Oliveira. I haven't looked, but I'm not sure. Let's have a quick look.
It doesn't look like there's any rain in the clouds. They're quite high.
Yeah, there's
and
nothing on the app at all.
Not building up over the health club as it normally does when we can see it actually coming here.
In comes the bowler, and this is steered up to D'Oliveira once more at mid-on.
Just sitting in, aren't they, Worcester, trying to be patient, trying to bowl a little bit full and attack the stumps, looking for that breakthrough. Excellent partnership between these two so far.
Well, they put on 127 runs, 228 balls. He's faced 294 for his 196 so far. 34s he's hit. Round the wicket comes the bowler, and that's back to the bowler Pennington.
Just keeping it nice and simple. Both parties just settling into the new day. Half an hour in and Worcester yet to make a breakthrough. Durham sitting 2 runs away from, there's a maximum batting points, isn't it? 400? Yeah.
Pennington bowls. Turned out through mid-wicket.
3 there, maybe.
Yeah. D'Oliveira is chasing it. It's going to be 3 runs for Rachin Ravindra. He comes back to the danger end and gets there just. Now 400 in 103.4 overs.
So the running between the wickets has been excellent from Durham as well. From what I watched yesterday, Scott Borthwick probably led that with Ravindra, and now these two have carried that on in 2 excellent partnerships. But that's 401 for 3 now, bringing that up in the 103rd over. Sorry, the 104th over. But going along nicely here.
Bushnell on strike, defended off Pennington.
This is where Worcester have just got to keep a bit of heart here and look to carry on. Their bowlers are working really hard, trying to hit that line and length, trying and desperately get a breakthrough. But when you look up at that scoreboard and it's 401 for 3 and you've got 2 batters in who've, what was it, put on 130, it's tough going out there. Johnny Bushnell on debut, taking full opportunity of his chance here, getting a game.
Pennington balls. Oh, steered back past him just. Was that in the air all the way?
I think it
or
was
not?
a chance. Yeah, I think he's hit that back to him, and he's.
Oh yes, it's a false shot, and
thrown out
Pennington
the left juke.
Yeah, Pennington couldn't get his hand across to it. That was a chance on 66.
We'll call that a half chance. I think that's a real tough one, that in your follow through, and Burnham's timed that quite nicely, and Pennington's thrown the left mid out there and put it down. But they're the kind of things that you just, on days like this, you just need to stick. But when the scoreboard's on 400 for 3, that they tend to hit the turf. A little chance there from Bushnell on 66.
Ed Barnard coming into the attack from the Lumley end. Do you know his auntie and uncle who've got links with Burnham Field Cricket Club?
Sweeney's, I think they are.
Yeah.
Mr. Sweeney. I saw his name on the gate as I came in. Ed must have left him a ticket to come and watch today.
They had a star-studded lineup at Burnham Field a few weeks ago. The Colleens, Gareth Breeze.
There's only Callum Thorpe didn't come out of retirement.
Yeah.
And he's steadfastly saying never, ever again.
Is he?
Yeah.
So Ed Barnard bowling to Rachin Ravindra, who's on 199. And the first ball is played up to mid-off. It's a dot ball. Penny for the thought. Did you ever get to 199?
Never. 189 was my highest.
22 years old.
Some good stock, isn't there, coming out of New Zealand at the moment, at the top of the order. Most of them have played up here as well.
Yeah. Bowler in again, and that's driven.
Oh, well fielded.
And a good diving stop in the covers by who's that there? Tom Taylor Cornell.
It's hit hard, that.
Yes, he looks like he's in a little bit of pain there, doesn't he? He's just shaking his hand.
It's not what you need after 105 overs in the dirt, one getting nailed at you like that. He's done well. Keeps Ravindra on 199.
Barnard none for 67. This is his 20th over. So that's left. It's gone through to the keeper.
It's a good leave, that. That's one of those there. There's now a gap at cover point left, and there's a big gap down to third man. And on 199, are you tempted just to try and go against everything that you've done for the last 7 hours of batting and try and open the face and just get a single? It was a good leave and a good ball from Barnard, just angling across the left-hander.
Barnard in again.
There we
and
go.
There we go, 200. Excellent work. He comes back for 2. And the third Durham player to get a double 100 on debut. Excellent work from Rachin Ravindra. It's coming 300 balls and 34s.
Yeah, it's a super knock, that, from the left-hander from New Zealand. Really impressive, just his temperament and his technique. He's looked right at home from ball 1 and brings up a well-deserved double century. We were talking about him on Friday night, weren't we? And we were like, who kind of is this guy and where's he come from? And I remember watching a bit of him and remembering him being a lovely, languid left-handed batter who's just nice to watch, and that's exactly what he's been.
In comes Barnard, pulled by the batsman this time. A shortish ball out through mid-wicket. Libby will cut it off on the Castle boundary. He gets 2 runs.
And it's interesting because there's a couple of trains of thought here that obviously Ravindra's come in for 1 game, and I heard a lot of rumblings on why have they brought in an overseas player for 1 game and why not give it to one of the younger lads to have an opportunity. And I can definitely see both sides of the argument, but there's 200 runs on the board that are telling everybody that they've made the right decision right now.
This is a leave, and that is the end of the over. 405 for 3.
It's a super knock. It's an absolute super knock. And there's a nice little crowd here at the Riverside today. I had a wander around to the club shop and the ticket office this morning, and there was a nice little atmosphere building around the ground, and And maybe with the hope of obviously Ravindra getting to his double century, and now all eyes on Johnny Bushnell. Can he go on and get a century on debut? He's still 34 away. As Pennington's going to bowl right arm over the wicket to him from the Finkel end. He comes in now. Bushnell, a little bit of nip back, and he leaves that one to the oohs and ahs of the Worcester fielders. Maybe just trying to build a bit of atmosphere. On an overcast morning. Never really got out yesterday either, did it?
No.
It was kind of gloomy towards the end. And probably the best part of the day was when they returned to the ground after the rain break. Actually got out quite nice and sunny, but looks like we're in for more of that today with a healthy sky of clouds. As Pennington again runs in, and Bushnell edges this one to second slip, and he is caught nicely. Just trying to see who that was. It's an excellent catch. It's what tends to happen as the day goes on over here at the Riverside, is you get closer and closer, and that was a very healthy edge. And Cornell takes the catch to his left, and again it's one that he should have caught, but it's gone quickly. There's no easy catches at slip, and that's Bushnell gone for 66 from 129 balls on debut with 9 fours. And Pennington with a much needed breakthrough for Worcester as Durham are 405 for 4.
So he didn't make another run after that chance he gave to Pennington at the end of the last over.
Just
But
got a bit stuck this morning, didn't he?
Great debut then, 134 added with Ravindra, 105.2 overs. But plenty of promise there as well.
Absolutely, there's a lot to come from Johnny. And that belief now that he'll grab out of that first appearance here in the county championship will hopefully build him for years to come. And Ned Eckersley is the new batsman coming out to the crease, who has been relieved of his wicket-keeping duties in the T20, but joins double centurion Ravindra out there, who's on 203. And Durham in a very healthy position of 405 for 4. But a much-deserved wicket for Pennington. I think they've bowled well this morning. I think they've really tried to take that wicket. And like we're saying with Frank there, imagine that if Pennington's running the ball and got that lovely outside edge and there was no slips in place, then the atmosphere would have turned very sour for the pairs, that is for sure. And Jamie sounds very happy over there in the members' pavilion with a wicket. Two slips still in place as Pennington charges in from the Finkel end to Eckersley to face his first ball, and he beats the outside edge. That'll just give a little bit of pep to the step for the Worcester fielders. They'll look to the old sayings of one brings two, and all that kind of rubbish gets spouted out around the ground.
Was it second slip or third slip?
Second slip, yeah. Took it nicely on, just on his left-hand side. And fair play to Pennington, still charging in his 21st over. He has 1 for 86. As he runs away from us here in the Finkel end, and Eckersley pushes this one down into the offside for no run. Got the best seat in the house here as well, by the way, haven't we?
Yeah, I tell you what,
right
as well,
in front of us.
if you look at the 3 players who've now made double hundreds on their first class debut for Durham, he's the first to do it here.
Okay.
Because John Lewis got 210 at the Parks against Oxford University, and Mike Hussey did it at Leicester, and he made 253.
Pennington runs in, and Eckersley guides this away down to third man and gets off the mark. 406 for 4. John Lewis, yeah, good. He was my captain at the time when I was here, and played a lot with Mike Hussey at junior level in Western Australia. So two good men, 2 good players. Mike Hussey, exceptional late starter in international cricket, but when you talk about taking your chance, man, did he take his. As Pennington now. Round the wicket to double centurion Ravindra. And he punches this one out into the covers for no run very confidently. And that ends a successful over for Pennington. He has 1 for 67 from 21. Durham on 406 for 4. Having just secured maximum batting points. Worcester will be now trying to break through a couple of times before the 110 over mark hits, just to try and scramble another point for themselves. It was well deserved that from Pennington. He's bashed away at that length just outside off stump and bought the end of Bushnell. He went for an excellent 66 on debut. See Barnard continue from the lovely end as he runs towards us now. And a little bit of shape and bounce there from Barnard as that carries through around shoulder height.
A little bit of, yeah.
Through to Roderick keeping. What's happened with Cox? I missed that at the start of yesterday. No.
Just preference, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Big fan of Cox. I think he's an excellent player. Barnard in again, and this one's nice and straight. Eckersley just pushes this one back to the bowler. So has that been the case all season, Frank? Is Roderick
No,
just for this game?
But Cox played against Durham a few weeks ago.
I thought that. Yeah. So still 2 slips in place for the new batsman Eckersley. We've got a man, a very square mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off extra cover and a point. We have a third man and a fine leg also in place as Barnard runs towards us. And a little bit of shape and an outside edge that's in no danger from Eckersley, who gets that down to third man. And he moves on to 2. Durham on to 407 for 4. So I'm sure we're going to see a slightly different feel here now for the double centurion here. 1 slip in place. Must be a great feeling, that, just in total control of everything in the world that we'd be feeling right now. This is nice, yeah. I just pop up to Durham for a week and whack a double 100 and yeah.
Yeah, he said he was on holiday with friends in Dublin when Durham rang. I think he had to go via Paris to get a visa to then come back here.
Incredible. It's funny how things work out.
Yeah.
It's Barnard again. Still over the wicket to the left-hander, and this one's allowed through to the keeper.
Well, Andrew Tye was on holiday in Middlesbrough.
Yeah, it's crazy,
and he's
isn't it?
been signed on an emergency contract in the T20. They've brought Nathan Souter up from Middlesex on an emergency loan deal, and Ollie Robinson's come up from Kent on a loan deal for the T20 as well. So
capped yesterday, I saw from Kent.
Huh?
Yeah, back down in the championship game, he was capped, yeah. Barnard again running towards us. And Ravindra drives that strongly down to mid-off, but a good bit of fielding. Pennington. No run. But yeah, Durham down to the bare bones. Obviously Beddingham was injured for the last championship game with a back injury. Not sure he's 100% recovered from that. His form hasn't suggested that so far since.
this is Cornell's debut as well, isn't it? So 3 debutants involved in a partnership and a catch there. So
get that stat in there. It's Barnard again, and Ravindra on the up slashes this one down to third man. It's probably the first shot I've seen him not be totally in control of, but shows the level of comfort that he's in at the moment. He gets 1 more. Durham move on to 408 for 4. Ravindra 204 not out on his Durham debut. Eckersley on 2. Just see Mike Jones wandering around for a hit. I did see Beddingham going across earlier for a hit as well. I had a quick chat with Alan Walker as I walked into the ground today, and as a coach, these are your dream days. You can just sit back and watch your boys bat and build a big total. And everything that you seem to have done has worked. The 2 guys that have come in have paid off, and Pennington round the wicket to Ravindra, and this one's just tucked away down the leg side for a single. He moves on to 205. Yeah, you bring in somebody on an emergency game and he scores a double hundred. You bring your debutant on and he makes a really, really confident 66, which is hopefully going to pump up his tyres for the rest of the season. And you only lose, what, 3 wickets on the first day?
Yeah.
The only disappointing thing, I guess, will be Scotty Borthwick not getting into his century being at LBW yesterday. As Pennington runs in and Eckersley drives that confidently to mid-off, but it's no run.
There's that is the 27th double hundred for Durham as well. So the last one was last year against Derbyshire when Beddingham got 257, I think it was, yeah. And Cameron Steele's 224 at Leicester in 2017, the 6th highest total for Durham.
Has Martin Love still got the highest score?
Yeah.
As Pennington runs into ball. And this one's allowed through to the keeper.
And at 21 and 328 days, Cameron Steele became the youngest Durham double centurion, beating Gordon Mutchell's record of 23 years and 168 days at Kent in 2006. So that means that Rashin Ravindra's double hundred makes him the 2nd youngest then, because he's 22.
Wow, 22 years old. Looks a really good prospect for New Zealand cricket for years to come. As Pennington runs into ball, and this one's straight, and Eckersley punches this strongly to mid-on, but again hits the fielder for no run. Yeah, when you look at Will Young and Latham, and you've got Conway who's able to open the batting, probably the most flamboyant out of all of those, and then you throw Ravindra into the mix as well. They've got that, and Kane Williamson at the top of the order, and Darryl Mitchell's burst onto the scene. We've got a very, very solid batting lineup at the moment. There's Pennington, right arm over the wicket to Eckersley, and this one's a little bit wider, and it's pushed out into point again for no run.
England are now only 26 behind, 527 for 7, so there's been a couple of wickets today.
Is Root still in?
Let's have a look.
Struggling for form at the moment.
Matty Potts is in and Ben Foulkes has got 56. Potts has yet to get off the mark.
I was going to say, has he got a run yet?
Stuart Broad was the last man for 9. And Root was out for 176.
Sack him.
It was his fastest century yesterday as well.
Pennington comes in and Eckersley again drives this one, but again straight to the fielder for no run. That ends the over. Durham 409 for 4.
Right, Rashin Ravindra is 27 years and 207 days. 22 years.
22.
Yeah. 207 days. Cameron Steele was 21, 328 days.
There you go. I bet Worcester feel like they've been in the field for every one of those years right now. There's 108 overs ticks by. I guess it hasn't been too hot for them, which is one saving grace. As Barnard comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra, and he edges this one down to 3rd man. Just for the single. Good ball from Barnard, angling across the left-hander. Again, one slip in place. You're not going to have 3 slips in a gully to somebody on 200 with the score on 410 for 4. That was a nice delivery, that from Barnard. Asks a lot of questions, doesn't he? Ball's quite straight at the stumps. Getting a bit of nibble off the seam. 2 slips in place for Eckersley. As he comes in now. Bowls to Eckersley, and this one is a no ball and pushed down to 3rd man for a single. That'll add 3 to the total. 413 for 4. Moves Eckersley onto 3.
So Gordon Mutchell was the other player on that list of young double hundreds. So he was 23 years and 168 days at Kent in 2006.
Oh, another
Thick
drive,
edge.
this one from Ravindra. Gets down to 3rd man, pushing across him and maybe looking to just expand a little bit now, Ravindra. Or maybe the concentration is starting to waver, which you would expect. He's been there from the start yesterday. He's on 207 now. And Durham move on to 414 for 4.
I tell you where I was the week that Gordon Mutchell got his double 100 at Kent. I was in the Czech Republic with my wife, celebrating her 30th birthday.
You've got some memory.
And I just happened to check the scorecard, and because I think Phil must have got some runs in that game as well.
As Eckersley punches this one into the offside. Can you see that there was some lights flashing in behind the sight screen there?
Car lights.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was like somebody had set their alarm and the lights had just gone.
What was the, where's...
The Czech Republic.
Yeah.
He's a good man, Gordon Mutchell. I heard you talking about him yesterday. He's still at Durham School.
Yeah.
Went there. John Windows, another product of Durham School.
Yeah.
Done so much for the club. As Barnard comes in, an excellent line and length, and Eckersley just pushes it into the offside for no run.
Gordon Mutchell made 209 against Kent in 219. So that was the 19th, 20th, 21st and 22nd of April. So our birthday's on the 21st. So, well, he got there on day one, so it was just before her birthday by the looks of things.
How inconsiderate.
Yeah, we had a few days in Prague, and then we got the bus down to a place called Karlovy Vary.
As Barnard comes in, and again, nice line and length and pushing the offside for no run.
And that's where they filmed some of the scenes for the remake of Casino Royale.
Okay.
So it's a beautiful spa town in the hills to the south of the Czech Republic, not far from the German border with Cottbus.
I've been to Prague, but probably for very different reasons.
Yeah.
On a stag do for somebody you know quite well, Steve Woolston's son.
Oh yeah.
It was an interesting few days. As Barnard comes into ball, and this one is nice delivery again from Barnard, who'll probably feel unlucky in that over. He's probably drawn a couple of false shots out of the Durham batsman there, but that one's another single down to third man and ends the over.
Was that football coach son, or lived down in Massam area?
Yes, yeah, down at Ripon. He played cricket for Massam, yeah. Yeah, it was an excellent weekend. We'll just leave it there, I think.
Yeah. Well, we went to this spa in Karlovy Vary and had all these treatments and everything, and as we were leaving, there was me and my wife and our friends, Dean and Steph, and the lady said, now please bear in mind you will be dehydrated, so drink plenty of fluids. And we said yeah, and we went straight to the pub across the road and ordered some beers. And that evening I just slithered off the bar stool I was sitting on in the nightclub in the hotel. You know, like a piece of paper comes off a table and floats across the floor. That was like me. Had to be carried back to the room. I didn't feel very well the next day for some strange reason.
The dehydration.
Yeah,
must have been something I ate.
I blame that Star of Pram and stuff. It's stronger over there.
Is. Very, very.
Going to see Gibbon into the attack for the first time this morning here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. And we're coming up to 12 o'clock, so we'll be updating the news in about 6 or 7 minutes' time. Elizabeth Cruikshank has emailed. She's in a breezy Hamilton near Glasgow. As Gibbon comes in, left arm over from the Finkel end. That's turned away by Eckersley down towards long leg for one run. She says, good morning all. Fully endorse the earlier discussion regarding the approach and application from the Durham debutants. An absolute joy to watch. From a dull, cool and breezy Hamilton, as always, enjoying the commentary and the chat.
Fantastic.
If you're approaching Glasgow on the motorway, you come up past Hamilton, you see Hamilton Racecourse, and there's a big theme park there as well. And then I think Motherwell's just nearby too. I once ran out of fuel there on the way to the Arran ferry. That cost me a lot of money. Gibbon comes in again and bowls, and overpitched and absolutely thumped back past him for 4, back down to our end of the ground. Well, that was
a lot of bottom hand in that, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Flicked back past the stumps at the bowler's end. Just get the feeling Ravindra is putting the foot down here a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a few more expansive shots in the last over.
420 for 4 now. Yeah, we set off late, as we always seem to, and we had some relatives who lived in the Isle of Arran, and we could only ever go and see them in the winter because they owned a hotel, and during the winter season the hotel was closed, so we could go and stay there, and it was always stormy or there was something always going on. Skibbon comes in and bowls, and that's the same shot again. Wham! 4 more. Both balls over pitched. The first one was sent just to the left of the stumps at the bowler's end, and that one just to the right. Anyway, we were going up the motorway, and I could see the petrol gauge going down, and it was this gale force wind, headwind. And as we pulled off the motorway, I knew there was a supermarket petrol station not far away, and I thought we'd make it there, and the car just died on this climb. And that wasn't too far from Hamilton, actually, and I had to jog along the motorway to get some fuel. Skibbon comes in and bowls again. This one's gone off towards square leg for 1. So I got to the petrol station, bought a petrol can, filled up, and there was a taxi there, so he took me back to the car, but we had to go all the way past the
next
car
junction,
all the way down to the next junction of the motorway and come back, which is about 4 miles or something like that. Got the car moving again, got to the petrol station, filled up, and as we pulled into the harbour at Ardrossan, the ferry was just backing out.
No.
And thankfully it wasn't the last ferry of the day, and we'd rung them to say looked like we might miss it. And so they'd reserved a spot for us on the later ferry that afternoon. But, and this is where it cost me a lot of money, ball from Gibbon here to Eckersley, played back to him. It was Mother's Day, and there was an Italian restaurant on Ardrossan Harbour. They managed to squeeze us in, but it was a set menu, and that cost me about 70 quid. Well,
it's an expensive day.
It was East Kilbride where I broke down, so we turned off the motorway just around the Hamilton area, and East Kilbride, I think, was an Asda that I had to run to there. Gibbon comes in and bowls, defended this time by Exley. In fact, the first night we got there was a Sunday night, so it was early March, and it had been after the second of the big freezes we'd had, you know, the 2 bad winters we had. And a lot of the north of the island of Arran was still under snow. And the first night we were there, we had to stay in a hotel and up in the north, and half the roads were still closed around there. We got there. I remember at last orders, the guy ringing the bell, and my wife had gone upstairs with the little one. Well, the little one. We only had the one then. And the guy said, "Do you want another drink?" And I said, "Oh, I think I'll go up to bed." And he said, "Right, well, I'll be back in the morning." And he said, "You're the only ones here tonight." And I said, "Well, who's looking after us?" He said, "Well, you'll be all right." I said, "There's no actual staff in the hotel." "No." "But there's only you here."
Perfect. As Barnard comes in, and this one's left alone by Ravindra.
And anyway, in the middle of the night, I could hear somebody walking around down the corridor outside our hotel room, so I was a bit worried, but I didn't venture out to see who it was. But
locked all the doors. Rearranged the furniture against them.
So we had a few days in Arran, and we went across to the Crieff Hydro. I think it was the week of the Cheltenham Festival, actually. All the lakes and all the lochs around the southern lowlands and Loch Lomond and that area, any of the smaller lochs, they were all still frozen solid.
Ravindra is hit on the pad. This is pitched outside leg stump. It's a plead, I think, more than an appeal.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's pitched miles outside leg.
That looked a good shout to me. He had his back to us as he played it, but looking at the video, that looks a good shout. And I think Ed Barnard there just thought it was going to be given, and was rather taken aback when he looked back to the umpire, Mark Newell, and it wasn't. Oh. Thought we'd lost output there, but
no, all good. So Ravindra survives that appeal. 425 for 4. There's Barnard. An aggrieved Barnard comes in, and a similar delivery is pushed back towards him, and he collects. Just an important period here for Worcester that don't let Durham get away too quickly now. They've restricted the scoring quite nicely. I don't know, Gibbon just came on his over, leaked a couple of boundaries.
How many runs have they added today? What was it? 375? 50.
50 in an hour. As Barnard comes in again to Ravindra, and this one's punched down to mid-off for no run. Trying to brighten up, isn't it? The clouds seem to have lifted a little bit. It is a sky full of them still. But the gloom seems to have lifted. As Barnard runs in towards us in our commentary position, and this one's square driven on the up by Ravindra, who runs hard looking for two, but there's only the single there. I think that's Baker out there on the boundary, does the fielding. 426 for 4. Not used to saying such high numbers.
No, well, it's
Durham.
normally because it's a T20, that's why. 131.
Frank's getting upset away to our right.
Is he? Have they forgotten you again, Frank? That's 2 snubs in an hour, you know.
Don't take it personally, man.
No.
I might have looked at the scorecard and didn't want to speak to you. Eckersley now on strike. As Barnard comes in, and this beats him on the inside.
What a ball.
That's definitely nipped off the seam.
Yeah.
Nice take from Roderick.
It's gone over the stumps, I think, isn't it?
Sure has.
Oh,
sure has.
Taken down the leg side eventually.
Beats the inside edge. A bit of zip and...
How old's the ball? 30 overs.
Bit of frustration in that from Barnard. I think that's the quickest ball I've seen him bowl. That was flown through to the keeper. And you might be able to hear Frank in the background about to give somebody an earful. As the score moves on to 426 for 4.
Our news desk will be thrown to me in a sec.
Have you got that through your headphones?
Yeah. Can you hear it as well?
No, nothing. Good.
Hey, you can't hear anything?
No.
Can you hear that now?
Can now, yeah.
Right. 426 for 4.
So Gibbon left arm over the wicket into Ravindra, and this one's down the leg side, and there's an appeal and he's out. Must have got a little scratch on that one and a strangle down the leg side. Ends Ravindra's innings on 217. It's caught behind by Roderick off the bowling of Gibbon. Super innings, 32 fours in a 446-minute stay.
Yes, and the applause you can hear is for the Durham debutant Rachin Ravindra, who has just been dismissed, caught behind off Ben Gibbons bowling down the leg side for 217. The third Durham player to get a double hundred on debut, but the first to actually do it in a home game. He looks rather disappointed with himself, but he's batted ever so well. 318 balls he's faced in all, and he's also in that innings hit 32 fours. A little bit earlier on, he also put on a partnership of 134 for the fourth wicket with another debutant, Jonathan Bushnell, who was out for 66. So Durham now 426 for 5, and you can hear the commentary on the BBC Cricket website and the Sports app. Standing ovation for him. So off he goes, and let me tell you where he stands in the ranks of Durham scores. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's 11th highest innings.
It was a lovely knock, wasn't it, on debut? So much control. And in the end, that looked like the only way that he was going to go, either run out or he's been strangled down the leg side. And Gibbon will take it, that is for sure. His second wicket. He now has 2 for 92. And I am going to move aside as Frank has chastised somebody down south, and I'll move aside and allow him to come back in and join Marty.
Right, we'll unplug and switch things around, and then right. You're not. You're not. You're not connected, man. Let me just do this, Paul. Hang on. Here's the bowler. Oh, and Travaskis is a new batsman playing at one that leaves him outside the line of off stump. Right, I'm going to switch headphones. You need to plug in there. Not only is he not getting on air at home, he's not getting on air here either because he didn't plug himself in.
But I was in that rare, privileged broadcast position of momentarily being able to say whatever I liked. Here's Gibbon again into Travaskis, who's forward, pushing back up the pitch. You'd hope that from a Worcestershire point of view they'll be thinking now that they can just try and get a little bit of control for half an hour or so, with Eckersley only having come to the... Well, he's faced 20 balls, but he hasn't really got going, and Travaskis is new to the crease, and they got rid of the 2 men that were there overnight. Yeah, I was a little bit cross because you pull yourself away from other duties and you get ready and you sit there and you're listening to the news through your headphones and they say cricket, and then they just give the score of half an hour ago and don't come to you. It's rather frustrating. Here's Gibbon again into Travaskis, drops this down on the onside. So just to go over the stats of that brilliant innings from Ravindra. 217 he made off 318 balls with 32 fours, and I said it a lot of times yesterday, but I will just say it once again. One of the features of the innings for me that made it unusual, really, as Gibbon bowls to Travaskis, who's forward again, defending up back to the bowler, was the absolute evenness of tempo throughout the innings. He almost, if there was if he'd had an attachment measuring his pulse rate, I suspect it would have stayed pretty even all the way through. And also just the rate at which he scored. He just remained sort of calm and measured just all the way through. Really, really top class. Gibbon bowls and Travaskis plays at this and edges it, and Roderick takes another good catch low to his left this time, diving down in front of first slip. So 2 in and over for Gibbon, and well, I wouldn't call it a collapse, but in terms of Worcestershire's progress, it's a turnaround, and they've picked up 3 wickets this morning, 2 in and over, and Travaskis goes without scoring. It's 426 for 6.
Yeah, he didn't need to play at that, really, did it? It swung away from him a little bit, but he was fishing a long way outside the off stump. Andrew says the curse of Nelson strikes again because Ravindra's excellent innings ended after 111.1 overs.
Stretching it a bit.
Yeah. My observations about Nelson is the fact he was in a war zone on a battleship.
Yeah,
probably limited his life chances that day, I would say. Is this Ben Rain coming out now?
So, when Travaskis gets home tonight, I say, how did you get on? He said, oh, we did all right, we got 500. How many did you get? Yeah, funny game. But there we go. Gibbon will be pleased, as you say, because the previous over, Ravindra had thumped him down the ground twice, and he must have been thinking, it's only his sort of first-class games for Ben Gibbon. He must have been thinking, crikey, this is tough. But he's picked up a couple, and he's got 3 for 92 now, so he's the leading wicket taker in the innings. The other bowling figures, just while the batsmen change over: Morris 21 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 77. Gibbon 20 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 92. Pennington 22 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 88. Barnard no wicket for 80, about to start his 24th over. Baker 18 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 58, and D'Oliveira 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 22.
Played away this time by Eckersley, out to pass point for 1. Are we actually past the point of... Yeah, we have. We've gone past the point of no return for... it was a couple of hours ago, wasn't it? For Nelson. Yes. So those 2 wickets fell, unfortunately, an over and a bit... 7 balls after they needed them, really, and 2 overs after they needed them for the second bowling point. In comes a bowler, Barnard, played away by Ben Rain. safely on the leg side. So there you go then. All those statistics. Second youngest double centurion for Durham, the first one to get a double 100 on debut at home.
When the lights were on for an hour of the innings.
Yeah, on a Monday. 427 for 6. Barnard right arm over to Rain. Rain taps that away past square leg and we'll get a single.
Barnard. Barnard, he just thinks he's the unluckiest bowler in the world at the moment. He's gone past the bat. It was probably the best bowler yesterday, consistently, and he hasn't picked up a wicket, and he sees Ben Gibbon strangle the double centurion down the leg side, and we're not even sure if he hit it. Although, to be fair, the umpire was pretty certain, wasn't he? And I think sometimes when the batsman turns away very deliberately like that, it's because he wants to make it look as though he's having absolutely nothing to do with it.
Advantage New Zealand. Durham, England all out. New Zealand lead by a massive 14 runs. Barnard again to Eckersley, played off towards mid-wicket. So, got to be back in the Kiwis now then with 14 runs in front. What day is it there? 4? Yeah.
The only thing you'd say is that England they had got into a position, hadn't they, where you thought they might get themselves 150 ahead or so, and if they had, they might have really been in a position to push on. But it looks like a draw, surely.
In comes Barnard, and a nice little cut shot there from Eckersley, but he didn't get any runs. It went a backward point. D'Oliveira. Somerset were all out yesterday for 180 against Surrey in Taunton. Surrey today are 128 for 1. Yorkshire are 390 for 7 in Southampton against Hampshire. That's their first innings there. And just looking through that scorecard to see who's got the runs there. 131 for George Hill, another product of Sedbergh School. 76 for Harry Brook, another product of Sedbergh School. As the bowler comes in here, Eckersley plays that off towards point. And Revis, who's also playing for Yorkshire there, he's another product of Sedbergh School. Spatey's doing his bit for the world of cricket, isn't he? That schoolmaster there, the former Durham wicketkeeper batsman. Warwickshire are, what are they? They were all out for 292 in Birmingham against Lancashire, who are 38 for 1. And as far as that Warwickshire innings is concerned, the runs generally came from Sam Hain, who made 130 in that one. Gloucestershire 438. They've just been dismissed by Kent in Canterbury in Division 1.
Gibbon to continue from the Finkel end, having just taken 2 wickets in his last over. Comes in now to the left-handed Ben Rain. He's in, and Rain is turning this away on the onside. He's off the mark, picks up 1, won't come back for 2 as D'Oliveira does the fielding at mid-on. 429 for 6. Gibbon, I mentioned yesterday, played in that county select 11 that played against the New Zealanders down at Chelmsford the other week, and in that game he got Tom Latham out twice, stand-in New Zealand captain.
Former Durham man.
Probably wishes he could just bowl at Kiwis. Probably. Do you think it's because he played for Durham that Gibbon got him out twice?
No,
Kiwis who play for Durham.
Yeah, there's tons of them now.
Just narrow it down even more.
Henry Nicol was here for a period, wasn't he? And then Latham.
There are quite a few Kiwis who've been fairly peripatetic, aren't there?
Yeah.
Like Martin Guptill's played for Derbyshire and Worcestershire and been around a bit. His Gibbon bowls full of length, and Eckersley drives into the ground. Bowler does his own fielding.
I'm just a village lad, and that's a big word, peripatetic, so you're going to have to explain that one to me.
Yeah, they move around a bit.
Move around, nomadic. Peripatetic.
They're peripatetic music teachers in schools, don't they? They teach in lots of different schools around the area.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's alright.
Gibbon's going around the wicket to Ned Eckersley. Coming in away from us from the Finkel end, bowls, and Eckersley working it on the onside. So Oliveira feels when remorselessly, ceaselessly, shamelessly plugging the book that I've written this winter with Daryl Mitchell, the Worcestershire Daryl Mitchell, that is, not the Kiwi.
The real one.
Don't get your Daryl Mitchells mixed up, people. But he did an interview with Kevin Howells on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra about the book, and Kevin said to Daryl, I'll just pick up on it because it fits in with what you've just said. Gibbon goes round the wicket again. Eckersley is edged and caught behind. Gareth Roderick's picking him up. That's his 4th one. Fairly straightforward, moving away to his right. Gibbon takes the wicket, and Eckersley's gone for 6. Gibbon's got his 4th. So good news for Ben Gibbon, and I suppose it's just another indication of how, if you keep at it, you keep toiling, as Ash will know, after a day in the dirt yesterday, the boys are just getting their reward today. Ben Gibbon coming in, round the wicket, nothing special about it, decent delivery just outside off stump, a tentative push at it from Ned Eckersley, and he's caught behind, and Gibbon's got 4 for 93, and he's in with a chance of his first ever 5 for. But just going back to that, so in this interview with Daryl Mitchell, he said, Kevin said, so did you write it all yourself, Daryl? And he said, Frank helped me with the big words. So there we are. Available if you want it.
Chris Sharp's tweeted to say he doesn't think that Frank's aware of Everwatch.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I said to Chris that you were.
Although I think there's a certain irony in the fact that you're the champion of Everwatch and you're forever bringing out. That's the 19th time, and
I've never used the word ever though.
No, but you just
never ever. Never ever.
There you
never,
go.
Ever.
You're just hiding it.
Which song was that?
Anyway, there we go. 429 for 7. Gibbon 4 for 93. And you know, when you've taken a bit of stick and you pick up 3 like that, and your figures change, I think that's a good lesson to all young bowlers on why you've got to be persevering and why you've got to keep your head up and stick at it and not let it get to you. He must have felt pretty down when he came on this morning, got punched down the ground successive, was it twice in 3 balls, was it, Ravindra? But then he gets a little strangle and then 2 more conventional nicks, and he's picked up a 4 for, and Gareth Roderick's picked up 5 catches in this innings. 429 for 7. The new batsman is Paul Coughlin, and he's taking strike against Gibbon, and suddenly Worcestershire are thinking we might bowl them out for under 500 here, and that would just give them a little boost in the dressing room, wouldn't it? Gibbon is in again, round the wicket to bowl to Coughlin. Bowls, and he drives nicely up to mid-off. Pennington is the fielder, and there's no run. One ball left in this over.
This is only Coughlin's 2nd game in the championship this year. I'm wondering if he played in the first one at where was he? Yeah, he played at Glamorgan in the opening game, then he suffered a hip injury or something like that. Has been playing recently in the T20.
Gibbon again moves in, left arm round, he's in, bowls. Coughlin steers this one behind square on the offside, fielded in the gully by Barnard. End of another successful over for Ben Gibbon. 21 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 93, and the score at the end of that over 429 for 7. So Worcestershire taking 4 wickets this morning. Remember, it's 375 for 3 overnight, and certainly the pairs with a little bit more of a spring in their step in the last 20 minutes or so. And Ben Gibbon getting a ripple as he comes down to fine leg. That's nice. 3rd man comes down to the boundary and get to. There might be a few Worcestershire supporters there, but mainly home fans. But giving him a little bit of applause.
Barnard, right arm over from the Lumley end to Rain. Rain defends, and the ball runs up to Coughlin, who almost stands on it at the Dunn striker's end.
Deserves a wicket, Barnard, doesn't he? For me, he does anyway. But often, you know, it's the fact that one person's bowling particularly well that gets wickets for the guys at the other end, isn't it? Because maybe batsmen a little bit more inclined to play a shot at bowlers from the other end.
None for 82 so far. I'll make that 86. It's a lovely drive from Ben Rain, it was a half volley outside of off stump, and he's dispatched it to the north end of the ground for 4. Quite a nice looking day now. The sun's made a bit of an appearance, the clouds breaking up.
Nice day to play, isn't it, today? Not too warm, but warm enough for you just to have your little sleeveless on or something like that. The wind's dropped a bit.
It's a
Very pleasant.
few t-shirts and bits of flesh now on show in the Northwest Terrace. People in shorts as well. We can't open the windows this week. We're stuck in our room, aren't we, Frank?
Yeah, we got told off yesterday.
Yeah.
For opening the window.
It was only open a little bit. Barnard to Rain. Rain plays this one up to mid-on.
Was it, I think?
Well, it was Scott who started waving, but it was him and Ravindra who were batting, and the window in front of where you are now was open by about a foot. And we were like, well, how come it suddenly dawned on them after an hour and a half of being out there? And I mentioned this morning over breakfast with the girls, and they said, well, maybe had the sun not moved round. I said, well, we don't get the sun in front of us until about 8 o'clock at night. So...
Some batsmen are fussier than others, aren't they?
Barnard in, that's gone through to the keeper, left alone outside the off stump.
Some batsmen are, I think they pay little attention, don't they? They focus maybe just a little bit more on the ball and the bowler's hand and whatever. Some batsmen very disturbed by even the slightest movement. Even that wind rippling that sheet, Marty, that you were talking about yesterday, could be off-putting, couldn't it?
Yeah. Ash has just pointed out Ashton Turner is going for a net by the looks of things. Dislocated his shoulder a couple of weeks ago at Northampton. Barnard bowls to Rain. That's a good lead from Rain. Angles across the stumps and through to the keeper. Stayed quite low, that one. So some batsmen are fussier than others.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And some batsmen's mothers are fussier than other batsmen's mothers, as Morrissey once sang.
But it's true, isn't it? Some I've played with some batters who almost don't pay no attention, really. Just hit it, just get on with it. And then others, just the slightest.
We had the Mexican
movement.
standoff with Darwood Milan last year when we weren't allowed to close the windows because of COVID protocol. Last ball of this 115th over. Durham 433 for 7. Rain leaves that one. Bit of bounce into the keeper's glove there.
Good over again, really, apart from that half volley. But he's still wicketless. Barnard 25 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 86. Men out this morning. Bushnell, who played really well for his 66, didn't really get going this morning and was caught by Cornwall at second slip off Pennington. And then that partnership, 134 incidentally for the 4th wicket. And then 3 in a row for Gibbon. Ravindra strangled down the leg side for 217, and then Travaskis, Naught and Eckersley 6 both caught by the wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick, who's picked up 5 catches. Here's Gibbon from the Finkel end round the wicket, bowl to the right-handed Coughlin, who pushes out on the onside, and Azhar Ali comes in from mid-on.
His best figures before now were against Durham early this year, 2 for 94, so he's well beyond that now, isn't he? 4 for 86 now.
Yeah. He's kept going well. A few different spells. The young man from Cheshire, wearing number 21, Ben Gibbon. Working on a building site, I think, last year. Comes round the wicket and bowls, and that's a flashing drive from Coughlin. Misses it. Taken by the keeper.
You know what? We could be described as peripatetic, couldn't we?
Yeah, definitely.
Travelling from place to place, in particular working or based in various places for relatively short periods of time.
There you go. There you go, absolutely.
There was also...
Every day's a school day, Marty, isn't it?
Well, there was also a peripatetic school of philosophy in ancient Greece.
I can't pretend to have known that.
Something to do with Aristotle, apparently.
Gibbon round the wicket. In again, bowls to Coughlin, who drives nicely, and he's off the mark. Lovely shot, past mid-off. Pennington labouring after it a bit, and it reaches the rope comfortably. So good shot from Coughlin. It wasn't a half volley, it's on the up. Timed it well. Nice way to get off the mark. And the sun breaks through as powerfully as it has all day. and the score goes on to 437 for 7. I'll nip off in a couple of minutes for my next update. I better not be late, having expressed my disappointment at the studio. In comes Gibbon again, and another run for Coghlan here, just turning it on the leg side behind square. Picks up 1, goes to 5. 438 for 7.
Sun's out.
Sun's out strongly, isn't it? Beautiful day now. Still a fair bit of cloud around, but I think the weather forecast better today, isn't it? Percentage chances of rain are
there is
very low.
A bit of cloud this afternoon, it suggests.
But I think we're going to get through okay today. As Gibbon turns at this Finkel end down below us and comes in to bowl to the left-handed Rain. He bowls, and Rain is driving back down the pitch for 4, and Gibbon slips over in his follow-through. He obviously, I think he slipped in delivery almost, lost control of that one completely. Full half volley and punched down the ground. He's brought up his 100, Gibbon. Not that he'll be too pleased about that.
He was
4 for 102.
He was trying to stop the ball with the instep of his left foot, sort of slide tackling in towards it as it was coming past him.
He just got in a real mess, didn't he? The whole thing looked wrong. Right, I'll leave you, Marty. Just snip off one ball left.
Thanks for popping in. See you in a few minutes. I'll keep an ear out to see how it goes. Gibbon again then, left arm over this time to Rain, and Rain plays this up to mid-on, and it is fielded there by Dylan Pennington. Bright sunshine here in Chesley Street. If you want to get in touch, give us a shout. It's weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk on email, or @MartyCricket on Twitter. End of the over, 442 for 7. Bit of spin from Josh Baker to come. You what? Yes, just said that. Oh, sounds like he's made contact. Coghlan is on strike on 5, and Baker, the spinner, is going to come around the wicket to him. Left arm round. Coghlan forward, defends. The ball runs up to mid-off. 19. Last week Baker. He's from the Redditch area. Slow left arm spin. And he was the one who got Scott Borthwick yesterday, LBW on 96. After Borthwick had put on 230 for the second wicket with Ravindra. This is in the air from Coghlan, and cut off in the covers by Cornell, but it was a bump ball. Leicestershire 440 all out after adding 100 runs this morning at Grace Road against Notts. This is played away through the covers by Coghlan for 1. Gloucestershire made 438 at Canterbury. Kent are now 8 without a loss. Middlesex are playing in Chesterfield against Derbyshire. Middlesex made 251. Derbyshire now 98 for 2. And in Cardiff, Sussex 341 for 8 in their first innings against Glamorgan. They're in the 115th over there. We are in the 117th over here. So Leicestershire made 427. I think it was. In fact, that's what did I just read before that? There were 440. There were. Bit of a delay before Baker's ready to bowl. Left arm over to the left-handed Rain. Rain turns the ball off towards long leg for 1 run. I've got a tweet here that I've got to read to you.
Okay.
Rich says, I don't think you're very pathetic. I'm listening until lunch, then I'm off to have my hearing tested.
Thank you. Brilliant, Rich. Very pathetic.
Yeah.
There we go. There are some that would agree.
Baker round the wicket now to Coughlin. Plays that up to mid-off to D'Oliveira, no run.
Oh,
You made contact that time then, did you?
I feel wanted again.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Valued.
444 for 7, Durham. Ball goes off towards mid-wicket. Nice, towards the covers, sorry. End of the over.
Yeah, it looks better, doesn't it, somehow? It's still a massive score, but it looks better when it's 7. When you think it was 405 for 3 about, what, 40 minutes? No, an hour ago. But that's what we were saying all through yesterday and last night as well in discussions with various people. You just got to stick at it. Have these days. And Charlie Morris said to me, it won't be. It's not the first time, and it won't be the last. And I think he's absolutely right. Well, here's Ben Gibbon hoping to pick up a 5th wicket over the wicket from the finger end, ball to the left-handed Rain, who tucks that through mid-wicket and immediately sets off looking for 2. He's in fact going to get 3 because it's reached, well, it's got to about 4 or 5 yards inside the rope at deep mid-wicket. So Rain moves on to 14, 447 for 7.
Here's a stat for you. Both teams scoring 500 plus in the first innings of a test match in England. That's the 3rd time it's happened since 2002. England made 515 against India at the Oval. India made 508. In Leeds in 2006, England made 515 again. Pakistan 538. And then this week, New Zealand 553. England 539.
And yeah, the thing that's striking about that is that one of them was Leeds, because you wouldn't expect that. You'd pick the Oval, wouldn't you? Maybe Trent Bridge.
It's happened twice at Leeds because it happened in 1951 as well.
Here's Gibbon in again. Ball's angled across the right-handed Coughlin. He's pushing at it. Nipped a bit, that one, off the pitch. Taken by Roderick. And Rain survives.
Once in Manchester, Australia 656 for 8 declared. England 611 in 1964. I bet that was a thriller. Twice at the Oval, 1974 and 2002. Pakistan in 74, 607 declared. England 545. I bet they all ended in draws.
Yep.
They would have done, wouldn't they?
Gibbon in again. Balls. Coughlin cuts.
Shot.
4 runs, short and wide, banged away behind square to the boundary. 450 is up, 451 for 7. It's taken 117 and a half overs, 477 minutes, and applause around the ground for it. Gibbon disappointed, I suppose, as a young bowler in his first season in county cricket. He's learning that the margins for error are quite small, and you've got to cut out the bad balls, but you can only do that by learning and keeping at it, practicing and improving day by day. You can't do it overnight. He comes in again now and bowls, and that's a better delivery, steered off the front foot behind square on the offside, fielded by the diving Libby at backward point. 451 for 7 it remains.
That list of big innings there, that was from the Association of Cricket Statisticians. Another stat today, Jimmy Anderson has just got Tom Latham, and he has become his 650th test match wicket. John Hughes on the hashtag BBC Cricket feed has this observation about that, which I'll read you in a sec.
Gibbon again. Bowls and punched away off the back foot by Coughlin for a single. Fielded out on the cover boundary by Taylor Cornell. And they take 1. Coughlin goes to 11, 452 for 7.
John says, I'm becoming the first fast bowler to take 300 test wickets. Fred Truman famously said anybody else who achieved that milestone would be very tired. Jimmy Anderson has just gone 350 wickets past it and still looks incredibly fresh, he says.
Yeah, he is phenomenal in terms of his athleticism and fitness, isn't he, for a man of his age. Gibbon in to the left-handed Rain, who pushes him away on the leg side for 1. Thinks about 2, but decides against it as Pennington comes round from mid-off to field, end of the over. Gibbon, 23 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 111. And it's 453 for 7. The men out today, if you're just joining us, Bushnell 66, Ravindra 217, Travaskis without scoring, and Eckersley for 6.
Have you been to the Canal Basin in Skipton?
No.
No. There's a fantastic statue of Fred Truman in full flow there, right in the centre of the town, next to Pennine boats. Nipped in there in February.
Well, he didn't get that prediction right, did he, about the development of fast bowling? But it is just a different world, isn't it, now?
There's a lot more test matches as well, isn't there? Here's Baker, left arm over to Rain. First ball goes short on the leg side. I've mentioned it before in commentary, but the story that always amazes me was the wedding involving Raquel Welch.
Yeah.
And the wedding photographs, they had it at the Abbey near Skipton. Down the track comes Rain, plays the ball up to D'Oliveira at mid on, no run there. Was it Raquel's son and Fred's daughter or something like that? They got married.
There was some connection, wasn't there?
Yeah. Defended by Rain. The Devonshire Arms, I think, is the Rebecca Truman married Damon Welch, that was it. In comes the bowler, and a little paddle around the corner from Rain, down towards fine leg. He'll get 2 runs here. If you, the Duke and Duchess of Devonshire own a lot of land and properties around the UK, and if you go to any of the villages where they have, so it's Bolton Abbey where the castle is, and they have the Devonshire Arms there. My wife used to work in there, and if you go, for instance, to near Chesterfield, that big house.
Well, there are several, aren't there?
Yeah, they've got the huge place, Chatsworth.
Chatsworth, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Devonshires, and a lot of the pubs in the little villages around there are named after the family. Rain is on 17, 4-5-5 for 7 Durham. Lays this short to mid-wicket.
John Curtis just saying to me, how many test wickets would Truman have had with central contracts? How many would Anderson have had without central contracts? That's what I mean about a different era. Can't really compare it, can you? He had a lovely action, Truman, didn't he? Really pure.
This is pushed away by Rain off towards the point area for 1. He had that, what was the show he had on Yorkshire TV? Sport,
yeah.
was it?
Yeah. Indoor League, was
Indoor
it?
League,
Yeah.
that's it, yeah.
Al City.
That's City, lad.
Yeah. I saw him play, Truman. I was lucky enough to catch a few games at the end of his career. And just a character, just somebody, you know, one of those charismatic figures that people enjoyed watching. But when I've watched footage of his in his pomp, and he had a really good action, didn't he? Very technically good. In fact, I would go as far as to say that if you compare his action with Anderson's in terms of technique and textbook, probably it's a purer action. I mean, Anderson's always had that head down at the point of delivery, and I know they tried to change him, but I don't think you'd ever coach anybody to actually reproduce Anderson's action exactly as it is. It's just worked perfectly for him. Gibbon over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Rain, who tries to tuck this away down the leg side, misses it, taken by Roderick. 456 for 7. But yeah, well, those were the days when 300 test wickets was considered extraordinary, wasn't it? And I remember when Richard Hadley got 400, you know, people thought that was never going to be equalled. And there's Jimmy Anderson, 650, amazing. Gibbon again, bowls. This one's pushed defensively back to him. Good spell so far from Gibbon. Few deliveries have been wayward. As I said, he's a youngster learning his trade, but he's picked up 3 wickets this morning. 456 for 7 Durham now. And he's kept going well. I think that's been a virtue of this Worcestershire effort. Even yesterday, I thought the bowlers kept their heads up, kept at it pretty well in the circumstances. And that's not clutching at straws, genuine observation. Is Gibbon again in, bowls, and Rain is working this one, trying to work it on the leg side, taken on the pad. Might have got a nick on it. Half an appeal from behind the stumps, nothing more. So where are we? 16 minutes away from lunch. It's been fairly sedate this morning. What have we had? 75, 81 runs added for the loss of 4 wickets. The 2 big contributors, or 2 of the 3 big contributors to this score, the first 2 to go. Gibbon bowls inside edge from Rain as he looks to drive this. Hammers into his pads, runs out on the offside. Bushnell the first to go. 61 not out overnight, only added 5 overnight this morning, and that was in quite a long time, 10 overs, but didn't have much of the strike, didn't really regain the fluency that he had yesterday when he impressed us all so much on debut. And he went today caught at second slip by Taylor Cornwell off Dylan Pennington for 66. Gibbon again bowls, and Rain is forward, pushing out on the offside to Azhar Ali at mid-off. And then quite soon after that we had this little burst of 3 wickets, all caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Ben Gibbon. Ravindra, the double centurion, strangled down the leg side for 217, 318 balls and 32 fours in that. And then shortly afterwards Travaskis and Eckersley both going to outside edges. This one clipped up to mid-on by Rain, end of another over from Gibbon, tidy one, and at the end of it, it was a maiden. His figures 24 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 111. Azhar Ali leaves the field, presumably for a bit of a comfort break. Adam Finch, 12th man, comes on for Worcestershire, and Josh Baker prepares to bowl again from the Lumley end with the score on 456 for 7.
You just quickly do this one because I'm just going to update online. So
very quickly, Josh Baker, because he'll whiz through it, I'm sure. Just a reminder, you can get in touch with us here on Twitter if you'd like to. I'm at Frank Watson 58, and Marty is at Marty Cricket, and there's also Weir Cricket at Hotmail, is it? Yahoo.co.uk. Weir, as in the river, cricket at yahoo.co.uk. First one from Baker is taken on the pad, Coughlin, as he tries to hit it away on the leg side. Baker again, round the wicket to the right-hander. Tall left arm spinner comes in, bowls down the leg side this one, and an attempted sweep by Coughlin is missed, pursued down to the boundary by Barnard, but it's gone all the way for 4 leg byes. Must have just flicked the pad, an error in line, to be fair, from Baker, who looks a bit disconsolate as he walks back, and the flick off the pad enough to evade the wicket-keeper, and it goes down to the boundary almost exactly behind the stumps, right down below us, and the total goes on to 460 for 7. Baker so far 1 for 63. He's in his 21st over. He's in now and he bowls a bit quicker and flatter, and he beats Coughlin, who goes back and looks to flat bat it out through the covers, misses it, taken by Roderick. One slip in place, a kind of in-out field in the offside. As Baker bowls, goes leg side again and is swept for 4. He's annoyed with himself, Baker, because got his line wrong there. No man behind square on the leg side, or at least Morris maybe just on square, and Coughlin swept it round good 20 yards behind square, down towards the pavilion, over the ropes. 4 more. 464 for 7. Colin goes to 15. And Baker, for the second time in the over, annoyed with himself, I think. Just seeks to regain a bit of composure. Comes in and bowls a very nicely flighted delivery on off stump, pushed out on the offside. Haynes, the fielder, in the covers. Good crowd in today. Mostly at this end of the ground, I think. Big ground, so always difficult to gauge how many spectators are in a ground of this size. Baker in again, bowls, and forward comes Coughlin, pushing into the covers. Cornell does the fielding end of the over from Baker. 21 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 67. His figures: Gibbon 24 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 111. Rest of the bowling figures: Morris 21 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 77. Pennington 22 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 88. Barnard 25 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 86. And Oliveira 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 22, who is about to come into the attack again now at the Finkel end. I think Barnard is entitled to feel a little bit hard done to with those figures. He's certainly bowled a number of really good deliveries that have gone past the bat, both last night and this morning, but hasn't picked up any tangible reward. Oliveira is going to be bowling to the left-handed Rain with slip, backward point, sweeper on the offside boundary, short extra, mid-off. Comes in now and bowls. Rain is forward, pushing back up the pitch, and then on the leg side he's got 2 men out on the boundary, one about 10 yards behind square, one at mid-wicket, and a man on the drive at a straightish mid-wicket and mid-on. Comes in again now and bowls to Rain, who turns this with the spin into the mid-wicket area, fielded by Cornell. No run, 4-6, 4 for 7. 10 minutes to go to lunch, so I think Worcestershire will probably try and whip through 3 or 4 overs. The over rate is level at the moment as Oliveira bowls. This one is slanted across the left-hander. Gets the length a little bit wrong, and Rain is able to get inside it and just push it out, punch it out, square on the offside for a single. Goes to 19 off 29 deliveries. Coughlin 15 off 21 deliveries, and normal service has been resumed. Everything's gone a little bit calmer again now after that little burst of wickets around about an hour ago. Oliveira bowls fullish to Coughlin, who clips that rather uncertainly up to mid-on with the toe of the bat, and settles again in his crease as Oliveira comes in. 2 balls left in the over. Bowls nicely flighted leg break, pushed out on the onside. Umpire James Middlebrook standing at this end tells him there's just 1 left, and field spreads a little bit, puts long on and long off back, and bowls, and it's a little bit short in the end and punched off the back foot to short extra, where Cornell fields. End of the over. Coughlin has 15, Rain has 19, and well, just about 9 minutes to go till lunch. Durham are 465 for 7.
Which avenue did you go down for lunch?
I went down the beef.
Did you?
Avenue.
Yeah.
Had the vegetarian option yesterday.
Yeah.
Thought I'd be a bit more carnivorous today.
Yeah,
What about
I think
you?
I've gone down the beef avenue as well.
Yeah.
I think wasn't there a Thai green curry? Was that
There
the
was.
veggie option?
There was, yeah. There was a Thai green curry.
That spoke to me briefly.
Yeah, and me. Sounds like we went through a similar mental battle before making our choices.
Baker bowling here to Rain, who drives out through the covers. He should get 2 runs here. Ball is cut off on the far side of the ground. Is that Jack Haynes out there?
Charlie Morris.
Charlie Morris. I don't think, other than just now, that I've mentioned Jack Haynes fielding at all.
He's at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket.
Right.
Number 17.
Baker in again to Rain, who got 2 there. This one's played up to D'Oliveira. Dot ball at mid-on. Well, my update for Radio Newcastle at 1 o'clock is actually 1:15. So we have a 15-minute news show. Rain plays this to short mid-wicket.
No, that's Taylor Cornell actually. So where is Jack Haynes? He's out. Is he out? He's out on the boundary. Yeah, he's out on the cover boundary. On the deep mid-wicket boundary for the left-hander. By the stand that had no seats.
Barker bowls played up to mid-off this time by Rain, no run. There's a few people in there again today. Baker bowls, Rain taps it back to him along the floor. Anyone in dark coloured clothing in that stand's not obvious because the seats are dark blue. I think there were 24 people in there yesterday. I counted at one point. Baker bowls, Rain cuts. That's out towards the point boundary as Morris comes round to field. Those dark grey socks on. His baggy cap. The score moves on to 469 for 7. Rain has 23. Coghlan now on strike on 15.
Gets through his overs so quickly, Josh Baker, doesn't he? Whizzed through that one. So what have we got? 5 minutes to go to, and we'll get 2 more overs, won't we? With D'Oliveira bowling one of them and Baker bowling the other one. And I suppose you'd say honours would be fairly even for the session, I guess. It's D'Oliveira bowls, and that's nicely flighted and pushed out on the offside by Coghlan.
There's 30 people in there today.
30?
Yeah.
How many yesterday?
24.
The growing popularity of county cricket. D'Oliveira drops this one just short outside the off stump, a little bit shorter than the previous one, and Coghlan has time to go back and just hit it through the gap at cover for a single. Goes on to 16. And D'Oliveira to the left-handed Rain, who clips that one with the spin away in the same direction for a single too. 471 for 7. In fact, they came back for 2. As fielders on that leg side boundary had a long way to come in. Saw him hit it, I just thought that's a single. But that's good running at this stage. Alert cricket from the Durham pair. D'Oliveira bowls again to Rain, who gets a single this time as he just squeezes this one up to mid-on. Libby comes in from a deep mid-on position. He wasn't on the boundary, he was about 15 yards in, just came in and collected it. D'Oliveira now to the right-handed Coghlan, bowls, and Coghlan is forward pushing out on the offside, fielded by Cornell. So 1 ball left in the over, and then I think we'll have 1 more over before lunch. D'Oliveira is in, it bowls, and this one's clipped away off his toes down to deep backward square for a single, and that is the end of the over. 474 for 7. Coghlan has 17. Rain has 26. D'Oliveira 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 28. And Baker to bowl what I imagine will be the last over before lunch. Although, given the speed with which he whips through his overs, we might get 2. I shouldn't think he'll be rushing. I think they might say, just take your time, Josh, old mate.
Here he comes, bowls, and played back to him by Coghlan, who's gone for a quick single because he couldn't take the ball there, the bowler. It just slithered through his hands, and good running from Coghlan. Andy Nash, was he formerly was he a director at Somerset, on the board at Surrey for a while?
Not sure.
I know a lot of the London cricket commentators regularly retweet him and quote him and stuff like that. I think he worked at Surrey and was at Somerset for a period. It's defended by Rain. He tweeted a little bit earlier, it's very early days, but the initial signs are the reset which was needed in English red ball cricket. was actually to change the ECB leadership team and remove the burden of captaincy from Joe Root, rather than look to turn the 18 first-class counties inside out. This was played by Rain up towards mid-off, no run there.
Well, that's one view, isn't it? Yeah, maybe.
But I know Ben Stokes doesn't like this phrase, red ball reset, does he?
Doesn't he? No.
Baker to Rain. Rain lobs him up into the air and way over the top of D'Oliveira and up the top end of the ground for 4 runs. Comes to rest in the penultimate section of the Castle stand, and a 50 partnership from these two, Coghlan and Rain, has come in 66 balls. Gone about their work sort of quietly, really.
Yeah.
Can hear the killers.
They've played well, haven't they? They've played well.
Rain has 30, Coghlan 18. Rain is on strike and plays this one safely up towards mid-on. Taylor Cornell collecting the ball there. That finds Cornell again. Oh, he doesn't actually get his hand on it. Oh, he misses it, and then D'Oliveira comes around to try and field it. Bounces out of his hands. It's a single to Rain, who has kept strike at the end of the over.
And we're going to have one more, which I think I'm going to have to leave you to describe, Marty.
I think they started before 11 o'clock, didn't they? So it says 12:58 on the clock. Rain and Coghlan are having a chat here.
Yeah, he'll whip through this D'Oliveira probably, won't he? And they'll still finish just after 1. I'll do the first couple of balls. He's into the left-handed Rain, drives this back up the pitch, takes a little kick in front of D'Oliveira as he attempts to field it, and he shakes his thumb rather ruefully. Probably grateful it didn't flick off his hand and go up and hit him in the face. Bounced up quite nastily. He's in again, bowls this nicely flighted, clipped away on the onside. D'Oliveira, spectacular tumble away to his left, but he was way away from the ball, and they pick up a single which takes Rain on to 32, 481 for 7. And I better nip away, Marty, and leave it to you.
D'Oliveira, right arm over. Coghlan looks like he's going to go for a quick single, and then at the point where he's ready to set off, shouts no, and sort of double checks himself there as the ball goes to Libby at mid-off. 481 for 7. It is 1 o'clock now. That's played back to the bowler by Coghlan along the floor. Ricocheted off. D'Oliveira, I think, might have hit his foot. He was looking all over to see where the ball had gone to. It actually ended up behind him. 2 balls left. D'Oliveira balls. Coghlan again plays the ball back up towards the bowler's end. Just slightly wide of him this time, up to Libby at mid-off. Last ball in of the morning session. And we'll be back with you in 40 minutes' time to continue the commentary. D'Oliveira balls, a little bit of drift on that one, played out into the covers by Coghlan. It's a misfield and it's spinning all over the place there as Cornell tries to get hold of it at the second or third attempt. So that's lunch, 481 for 7. Coghlan has 18 from 33 balls. And Rain has 32 from 44 balls. We've had 126 overs, of which 45 are with the new ball. And this partnership is worth, at the moment, 52 from 74 balls. Bowling figures: Baker 1 for 77 from 23 overs, 3 maidens from him, and D'Oliveira none for 29 from 11 overs, 3 maidens for him. Pick of the bowlers so far then is Ben Gibbon with a career best 4 for 111, 24 overs he's bowled, 4 of them maidens. Morris 1 for 77 from 21, 3 maidens there. Pennington 1 for 88 from 22, 1 maiden there. Barnard none for 86, 25 overs he's bowled, 4 maidens. Other than a report that I'll be doing on BBC Radio Newcastle in a few minutes' time, that's it then from Chester Street for now.
Hi, Ben Stokes here. I just want to welcome you to Seat Unique Riverside.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Welcome back to Chesley Street for the start of the afternoon session here on day 2 of Durham against Worcestershire. Durham resuming on 481.47. Martin Emerson with you from BBC Radio Newcastle, and Frank Watson here as well from BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. We had Ash Thorpe with us a little bit earlier on, but I think he's gone off to do some coaching now with some of the academy lads.
He's left his stuff though. So
his stuff's still here, is it? Right. He'll be back a bit later then, probably. What's going to happen now then?
Charlie Morris is going to bowl from the Lumley end. I don't know. I would imagine they'll just play, won't they, for an hour or so. Just there's no need to do anything daft. Just push it around for an hour or so, see where you are, and then you know, if you pass 500 and these two are still there, 550, try and make it so you only have to bat once. But they will want to get Worcestershire in for a couple of hours tonight, I would have thought.
Morris it is then, his 22nd over, 1-4-77 so far, bowling to Rain. It's left alone. I don't like listicles like 5 things we learnt about this or 10 things we learnt about that, but NetWeather have just tweeted 10 things about this week's hot UK weather.
Yeah, right, okay.
31 plus Celsius being mentioned in the south. That's 11 degrees of wasted heat, isn't it, really? 20's plenty.
It is in your world.
Yeah.
Marty world.
Marty world, yes. I just get hot and bothered easy. It's no fun burning. Morris in and played by Rain up to mid-off.
30's plenty. 30 is plenty. 25's plenty.
Yeah. I think the hottest I've been in is 46. Hopefully not up here. Remember when England played Ireland in that test match at Lord's and the whole country was wilting, and I was in between games, so we had a few days down in Thirsk and the kids were just listless and it was so humid. So I went in the car one afternoon and I said to the kids, come on, we'll go for a drive, I'll stick the aircon on, they wouldn't come with me. Morris bowls to Rain, defended, goes back to the bowler. So what I did was I drove up Sutton Bank and up round Ampleforth to Coxwold. I had the aircon on, listening to the test match, and it was lovely. And I got to the pub at Coxwold, which is where David Lloyd used to drink. And the schools festival was on at Ampleforth College, the cricket festival. Have you coached there? Have you been to that one?
I've been to Ampleforth, not to that festival, but yeah. My friend is a friend of mine who, ex-Warwickshire player Robin Dyer, is acting head at the moment.
Right. 481 for 7 still. Morris bowls to Rain. This is pushed off towards the covers. So I presume Bumble was down at Lord's that day because he wasn't in the pub, but there were a few of the locals in there, and it was just after England had won the World Cup, and Durham were actually playing Worcestershire here in the county championship the day that England won the World Cup at Lord's when they beat New Zealand. So I had a copy of the Cricketer magazine, so I walked in the bar, sat down with my magazine, and everybody spotted it, and everyone in there was linked to the cricket tournament up the road. So
right. Well, there won't be many people going for a drive next week.
No. No. Well, that's left alone by Rain outside the off stump. They'll not be able to afford to. Never mind turn the aircon on.
And they'll blame the heatwave on Brexit, I suppose.
Yeah.
But no, they won't. It's not. That won't be a solution next week. We'll go and drive around in the car. We used to drive the kids around in the car to get them to go to sleep.
Yeah. Here's one for you from NetWeather, right? Today, June the 13th, isn't a date for heat. It's the only date of the meteorological summer in June, July or August which hasn't recorded at least 30 degrees somewhere in the UK.
Ever?
Ooh.
Sorry.
Yeah, past the off stump and through the keeper. That's according to Alex Deacon from the Met Office. Records go back to 1875. So far this year, the UK temperatures have only had one day peak at 27.5 centigrade mid-May. I think we were in London that week. So what's going to happen is air's coming up from Africa, apparently. It'll have a different dialect.
Yeah. Maiden over from Morris. Josh Baker's going to have a go at this Finkel end now. He bowled from the Lumley end before lunch. Coming straight into the attack. I think he'll have a bit of bowling to do in this afternoon session. 22 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 77 are Morris's figures.
I have to say, Frank, I'm not liking those colours. Friday's red everywhere.
No, it's not good, is it?
That's 31 degrees across the south. Thursday, around about where you live, 24 degrees. Here, around about 21. That'll do me.
24, I can go with that.
Yeah.
23 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 77, Baker, so far. Coming in now from the figure left around Wickles. He's a little bit down the leg side to Coughlin and takes him on the pad, runs out on the leg side and is fielded by Roderick coming round from behind the stumps. So 4 wickets going down in the morning session. If you weren't with us, 106 runs added. Baker in again, bowls. Better line this time, outside off stump, but driven by Coughlin. Wide of the diving fielder at short extra cover, Jack Haynes. They take a single. 482 for 7. Coughlin goes to 32 off 50 balls. He's been quite fluent, really. Rain 19 off 35. Also fairly comfortable on what we think is a pretty easy paced surface. Baker coming over the wicket to the left-handed Rain, so slight change in the field. He's got 1 slip in. Comes in now and bowls, and Rain is clipping that one on the onside. Straight to mid on this time, and there's no run. 482 for 7. Men out this morning. 66, Bushnell made before he was caught at second slip by Cornell off Pennington. First man to go. Baker again is in and bowls to Rain, who drives down the ground for 1. And then after that, Ravindra, the big wicket, excuse me, 217 the Kiwi had made when he was out. Caught down the leg side by Roderick off the bowling of Gibbon, who followed up with 2 more wickets fairly quickly in the same over. No, not quite in the same over. 1 in the same over, 1 in the following over. Baker round the wicket now to the right-handed Coughlin, who drives on the offside, no run. Travaskis out for 0, Exley for 6, both caught behind by Roderick, who's got 5 catches now in the innings, and at that point 429 for 7, but good partnership between these two. 54 added so far for the 8th wicket as Baker comes in again and bowls. Nice flight on this one, a little bit of dip on it as well, just clipped by Coughlin up to mid wicket, where it's fielded by Cornell. The end of the over from Baker. 24 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 79 his figures, and it's 483 for 7.
So then, back to the weather. Hot air is coming up from the Sahara. It's moving up across Spain, where there's already been 43 degrees centigrade recorded over the weekend, and it's heading our way, so it might suck some Saharan dust with it as well, and it will surge up from Iberia through France and reach the UK over the next few days. So it'll start to get warmish tomorrow around London, 24 degrees there, 20 and 21 across the home counties, as Morris comes in here, and that stays low on Rain and goes through to the keeper, who doesn't actually take it cleanly, just misses the off stump. So here tomorrow it'll be about 18 degrees, and then it starts to warm up by Wednesday. Down south 27ish, up here 20ish, and then Thursday it gets to about 22, 23 here, and at 29 around the London area, and I think possibly into the 30s come Friday, and here by Friday 24, 25, but then thunderstorms are likely. Morris from the Lumley end bowls, cut by Rain. Oh, it's gone past backward point and off towards the wide third man boundary for 2. Libby it was who watched it go through his fingers there. And then it says there could be a shake-up in the weather by Friday night with thunderstorms and rain, certainly further north. The sun very powerful as well. UV index of 7 and 8 down south, 5 up here. Morris in defended by Rain on off stump, bounces back to the bowler. So anyway, that'll be our 3 days of summer this year.
Well,
Wednesday, Thursday and part of Friday.
You're not complaining, presumably, because it's too hot for you, so you don't want more than 3 days of summer.
Me and my
you
wife
just want to live in a permanent springtime.
Yeah. Me and my wife were on holiday in Cuba, and we hid under a parasol one day, and we went for a walk along the beach at dusk and got burnt at dusk. How can you get burnt at dusk? Morris 2, Rain. Rain pushes the ball off towards point, no run there. I think we could both get moonburn.
What would your ideal weather be then, Marty?
I mean, it's about 18 degrees, I suppose. Bit of light drizzle.
That's funny you should say that. Exactly the words. Because I had a boy in my house at Repton who came from Sheffield and just hated the sun, hated any kind of heat at all. And I remember sitting having lunch with him one day, just break off as Morris bowls.
Played up to mid-off, no run there for Rain.
And one of his friends said, "Go on, tell him." I said, "What? Tell me what?" He said, "Go on, tell him, Will." He said, "Tell him what your favourite weather is." And I said, "Go on then, what's your favourite weather?" And he did. Those are the very words he just mumbled. I said, "What did you say?" And he said, "A light drizzle." I said, "Pardon?" He said, a light drizzle. And it's always been a joke in my whole family ever since. What's your favourite weather? A light drizzle. There you go, that would be it. In Marty world, it would be 18 degrees and a light drizzle.
Well,
which could play havoc with the cricket.
Morrison again bowls, left by Rain. Quite tight to the stumps that time. That's the end of the over. I mean, September used to be my favourite time of year, but all the seasons are sort of changing now. It can get quite wet and windy these days, but certainly September at school always seemed to be perfect weather, and you can guarantee, you know, the years I used to play cricket, as soon as the cricket season finished at the end of August,
always get a good month.
Really nice weather, and you could be playing cricket for another month.
Yeah, I can remember starting term in September so many times in my teaching career and taking rugby or football and saying we really should be playing cricket still. But it has all got a bit topsy-turvy. Anyway, Baker here under cloudy skies, but it's bright enough. He's round the wicket. He's coming into the right-handed Coughlin, who just stands up tall, really. It's that on top of the bounce and gets a single out into the covers. Pretty untroubled for these two, it must be said. Other than perhaps when Barnard was bowling and he got one or two to just bounce a bit, didn't he, Barnard? Definitely, for me, the least fortunate of the Worcestershire bowlers. No wicket for 86 off 25, and I think both yesterday and today's bowl quite a bit better than that. 486 for 7. Field changes over for Baker bowling to the left-handed Rain over the wicket. One slip. Cover about 5-10 yards in off the boundary, just being moved a little bit straighter. He comes in now and bowls, and Rain plays a very, very nice reverse sweep. Expertly played. He didn't actually go down with his back leg, but just kind of switched his hands round as they do and rolled the bat over the top of it as a real classic one-day shot played in red ball conditions, and having looked at the field he knew exactly what he was doing, executed it perfectly, and that's 4 runs. And I always feel real sympathy, not just for Josh Baker as a young bowler, but for bowlers these days, that you're bowling at batsmen in a situation that 10 years ago would be completely different. Baker bowls and Rain is pushing out on the onside, and by that what I mean is it's like playing golf against somebody who's just got more clubs in his bag now than he used to have, because they would never have played that shot 20 years ago, even 10 probably, and he just played it and didn't just, it's not risky anymore, they play it so well that it's not a risky shot at all, just pushes this one out on the onside. 39 Rain off 61 balls, striking at 63. Ideal from these two. Just regrouped a little bit after those wickets that went down this morning, and now just stepping on the gas a little. Baker over the wicket to Rain again, just tucks this one away with the spin. Behind square on the onside. Libby Fields, they take another run. Rain goes on to 41. No, he goes on to 40. Borders were ahead of me. Coughlin has 20, and it's 4-9-1 for 7. But it's there was a time when you saw a player play a reverse like that, and it was, he did it because he couldn't score somewhere else. Baker bowls, pushes this one through and tucked away on the onside by Coghlan for a single. So he did it because he was frustrated at not being able to score in conventional areas. But now you got a situation there where Ben Rain just had a look at the field and saw that Baker had moved his cover man on the boundary a bit squarer and thought, oh, there's a heck of a gap now behind square on the offside. So he goes for a reverse. He's not just running it into that gap, but he's hitting it firmly as if he was playing a sweep, as if he was a right-hander. It's a real conundrum for the bowler. 492 for 7 at the end of the over.
Can you hear high-pitched noise on the line or not? Is that just me?
No, I can't, but I can. It's. Yeah, I struggle to hear high-pitched noises, though. Apparently, in my
You're not a very
increasing
good. You're not a very good
deafness.
cat then.
No.
Or is it dogs?
My dog hears anything. Anything. It could be half a mile away, and he hears things.
Morris, right arm over. Ooh, bouncer to Coghlan, who just ducks out the road of that one.
I like that. That's like the least expected thing probably at this stage, and that's quite a decent bit of thinking from Morris. Didn't produce anything, but Coghlan was taken by surprise. Well, he must have been the first one anybody's bowled today, really. Used to be a bit quicker, Morris, before the remodelling of the action and all that, about 4 or 5 years ago. Still got the capability of throwing in that odd surprise bouncer as he did there.
1 for 79 from his 23 overs. Bowls again to Rain, and that's to Coghlan. That's driven out through the covers. D'Oliveira stops it, but it bounces away from him. He'll chase it again, and 2 runs.
Good shot and decent piece of fielding from Brett D'Oliveira, even though they still got 2. He saved 2.
I've just worked out
When
what
you've been out there this as long as that, I think any kind of fielding of that nature is to be applauded.
Yep. I've just worked out what it was. My cue was too high. That's what was the whistling noise. I've turned it down now, so I can hear when they don't come to me at 2. In comes the bowler, and this is played off the mid-on. We've both been snubbed today.
Well, I've got one back because it came to me, it came to me at 1:30 when they weren't supposed to, so I've got one back. Good job, I was nearby.
Yes. Well, that moment when you've got a mouthful of lunch and this, we're coming to you next.
Yeah.
News will be on Radio Newcastle in a moment or two as Morris bowls to Coghlan, slightly over pitch, played up to D'Oliveira at mid-off this time, bobbles away towards him.
There's always a few co-commentators who do that, though, isn't there? They wait till they see you've taken a bite of cake or something and then ask you a question.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who's the worst for that. Probably David Townsend.
Yeah. Who always manages to turn up right on lunch.
Well, did you see that picture I put on Twitter
Yeah.
the other day?
Another bouncer from Morris, and a little pirouette out the road there from Coghlan. What was it? It was
I got David.
Disability
I
England
got David
games.
a little bit of work at New Road because we had the England Physical Disability 11 playing against the Lord's Taverners as a kind of double header with the T20 game between Worcestershire and Derbyshire, and I was sort of MC in the hospitality marquee during the day, and then doing commentary on the live stream on the disability game in the afternoon. And I needed somebody with me.
Morris in. Ball's played to backward point, no run there. Well, he's been staying at his sister's in the Cotswolds,
he is. He's staying with his sister at Moreton in Marsh, which is pretty close to where I live. And we'd seen each other a couple of days before, and when I knew that Worcestershire needed an extra, I said, come along and do it. So, and Mike Gatting was one of the guests, who of course is a very old friend of David. He ghost wrote Mike Gatting's columns in the London newspapers for years and years. So I said, well, come along, and when you get there, obviously things were up and running in the market. I said, just pop in and see us. Well, within 2 minutes of arriving, he and Gat were sat next to each other, tucking into the big lunch that was provided. So I thought, there you go, leopards and spots and all that kind of thing.
No such thing as a free lunch unless you're Dave Townsend.
Yeah,
he came and did an afternoon with us at Worcester in May. Got the train up, and it was then pointed out the importance of more in marsh and not the marsh. Baker left arm over, bowling here to Rain. Rain plays the ball short towards mid-wicket to Taylor Cornell. No run there. Bernard says, I'm one of those who finds early June difficult to cope with because of grass pollen in the air. Baker bowls again to Rain, defended on off stump, rolls back to the bowler. He says, I can remember September and October afternoons in school in warm classrooms as the sun on the glass created a greenhouse effect. Yeah, my pollen levels are high at the minute, and my daughter's suffering today as well. This is played nicely wide of mid-off by Rain for 4. Couple of steps down the track to Baker and found the gap wide of Dolaveras. Put it to the front of the County Durham stand on our right-hand side. About 5 or 6 people up on the top deck up there. Quite a few down below. Sprinkling of spectators around the ground. The members' balcony looks quite busy today. There's only maybe about 3 or 4 spare seats up there as Baker bowls again. This has gone out through the covers this time to Azhar Ali. No run. So the sun is quite powerful this time of year. The UV levels are going to be high for the next few days, but here we've got more grey clouds sitting on top of us, so the sun has gone in again. Baker bowls. So off towards mid-wicket. Corner collects it. The breeze has dropped. The flags are just fluttering gently at the far end of the ground now. It's still quite a stiff wind earlier from the west. Maybe it's just eased off with this big bank of clouds sitting right above us at the moment. Baker bowls, played by Rain up to long on to Libby for 1. Under a move onto 500. Is it going to click over or has it already clicked over? It's already clicked over. 499 for 7. Rain on 45. What's Rain done so far this season? Got a half century the other night in the T20. He's had 51 not out against Leicestershire here. That's about it from his point of view in the County Championship this season. That's his big knock. So he's on 45 now. Morris is going to start his 25th over. Durham 1 run away from 500 for the second time this year against Worcestershire. Morris in, bowling to Rain. Rain forward to this one, plays it up towards the bowler's end, and Coghlan backing up has to jump out the road of the ball as it bounces past him. Ben Rain went into this match with 3,052 runs. Scored 308 last year. His highest score in first-class cricket is 82 against Northants in 2019. That was for Durham. He's had 13 50s, including that 51 not out against Leicestershire a few weeks ago, 59 at Trent Bridge last year, 74 against Glamorgan last year as well. Here he comes, bowls, defended by Rain, back to the bowler it goes. Update coming very shortly for Radio Newcastle. As Durham look for this 500th run. Rain defends again though, off Morris on off stump. Ball rolls out into the covers. Is picked up and polished by Ed Barnard. Alan Richardson, I think one of the coaches down below us, on his phone. Two balls left of this over. Here's the update now for Radio Newcastle. And Durham are 499 for 7 in their first innings. Ben Rain has 45 of those. Paul Coghlan at the other end has 23. Their partnership so far is worth in the tune of 70 runs exactly, actually, from 116 balls. But the big story of this match so far, Rachin Ravindra, the Kiwi opening batsman, making 217 on his debut for Durham. The third Durham player to get a double hundred on debut for the club, but the first to do it in a home game. And he put on partnerships for the fourth wicket of 134 with Jonathan Bushnell, who made 66, and yesterday 230 for the second with Scott Borthwick, who made 96. And as I talk to you, the 500th run is completed. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app.
So Durham 501 for 7. Lovely cover drive for 2 there from Ben Rain, bringing up that milestone. As Marty said, for the second time this season against Worcestershire. Ben Rain 47 not out. Coghlan along with him on 23, as is the number on his back. Tough going for the Worcester bowlers. Had a little purple patch, didn't they, where they got 3 or 4 wickets in a hurry. And this partnership now worth 72, as Marty will have a look for about the 433rd time this season. The umpires look like they're about to change the ball.
Yeah. No, they've given them it back.
Have another crack with that, boys.
At some point, my story about the state of the balls is going to be going on the BBC Cricket website.
I thought it might have
gone on yesterday, but I couldn't see it anywhere. It might be up there now. But one of the things to say, one of the schools of thought is, because the players can't use saliva now to polish the ball, they're handing the ball more to the umpires because they're not happy with the state of it, particularly when they're not getting wickets. So that might be a little bit of groupthink mentality. Baker bowling here, that's away. That's going to go for 6. Oh, it's come into the stand down below us. Coghlan hardly moved his feet there. He just launched that off Baker straight back over the bowler's head, and just beats the rope down below us. 6 runs.
Yeah, I think they should. I mentioned it to you yesterday, didn't I? I think bring back the saliva, Murray mints, whatever you want. Give the bowlers a little bit of help, because there's
Pepsi ring pulls.
A lot of cricket's been very one-sided, I think, this year in favour of the batting sides. It's been very dry, hasn't it, as well, which has obviously helped, but everybody wants to see a contest between bat and ball.
Dilip Jajodia from British Cricket Ball Company, who make the Dukes, as this is played back to the bowler by Coghlan, he was saying the bat sizes are an issue these days as well. The bats are so powerful. He said they could make a ball that would last 80 overs, but it would be like a rock, and nobody wants that.
No.
Baker around the wicket. Coghlan plays this out towards mid-off, no run there.
Well, they've restricted, haven't they, that in the last couple of years, the size of the edges and the back of the bat, the dimensions, to not give too much of an advantage.
Bit of a drift on this one from Baker to Coghlan, no run there. Played out towards point.
But now all the manufacturers are doing, they're just making them lighter and lighter. They're actually drying them out, so the bats don't last as long, but there's absolute, well, I guess the ping off the bat is incredible these days.
Not like that thing that wrecked my average.
What was it called again? The Destroyer or something?
The Hunt's County Ultimate Destroyer, and all it did was destroy my average. It was awful. Still in the bedroom. had the tiniest middle I think I've ever come across. Used to have to oil it every week.
Well, that's probably why. There's definitely no oil in any bats these days. Well, not that the pros use anyways.
I tell you what though, I bought that from Sports Pack in South Shields in about 1992 for about 25-30 quid.
Well, you've got good value out of it.
Yeah. Baker in. This is defended. The previous ball went off down to Ward's fine leg for 2. That's the end of the over. Yeah, still in the house. Tell you what though, the smell of linseed oil. See, the modern generation, they haven't got these luxuries, have they? You know?
They're missing out. It's a wonderful smell.
Yeah. Carl's emailed. He says, "Hi lads, just heard you mention Morton in Marsh. He said, I've stayed there a few times when Sunderland have played away midweek because I've got a friend who works in the fire training college there." He says it's a lovely town. And there's a pub called the Bear, which is owned by a Sunderland fan as well, he says. Good Indian in the town as well, and a cracking burger van when the market's on.
There you go.
There you are.
What more do you want?
That email from Carl from the Morton in Marsh tourist office.
Beautiful stuff.
He says traffic's bad though on market day.
It's Morris from the Lumley end, and Ben Rain gets this one in his hip and tucks it away into the leg side, and they'll settle for the single as a rally races in off the boundary. 510 for 7.
He says he stayed there when they've played Shrewsbury. It's nowhere near Shrewsbury. Cheltenham, near there. Crewe, nowhere near there. Port Vale, nowhere near there.
Sounds like an excuse for that burger van.
Yeah.
And
that's a canny drive to Port Vale from Morton in the Marsh.
Think of all the traffic you're creating by...
In fact, I would imagine Port Vale's closer to Sunderland than Morton in Marsh is to Port Vale.
Morris looks like a good trier to me. Haven't seen a lot of him, but really working hard here. And he bowls that one to Coughlin, who pushes that one away. Down to third man for another single. 511 for 7. And I guess the question now is how many Durham are satisfied with before they force to follow on here.
Look at this. Wisden writing about Rachin Ravindra. An incredible county championship debut for Rachin Ravindra. The New Zealand left-hander hit his maiden first-class double 100 in his first innings for Durham.
It was a beautiful innings as well.
It was, wasn't it? He looked so disappointed when he was out, and I thought, well, you have been out there for a long time, but I'm just wondering if you felt he didn't hit it, because it went down the leg side.
A few mentioned that to me at lunch when I've had a wander around, and I just think of how hard he's concentrated to get out in that fashion. He's probably disappointed with, but incredible. As Morris comes in a ball, and Ben Rain defends this on the leg side for no run.
Were you, have you done some coaching today?
No, don't be silly.
Well, is that because it's a cricket season?
Yeah,
who would want coaching in the cricket season?
Exactly. No, exams
just
are on.
do it in the winter when it's cold in the nets and it's dark. Yeah.
The school year is horrendous for a cricket coach.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, you come in and you get all your new guys in September.
And when the season's just finished.
The season's just finished, absolutely. So you've got 7 or 8 months to build up, I guess, is the bonus to it all. But yeah, at the moment there's lots of exams going on as Morris comes in, and Ben Rain tucks a bounce around the corner nicely. Azhar Ali does very well, because I'm sure he's tied. His old bones getting down well to his left and preventing that going for 4, and that brings up Ben Rain's 50. Coming up with 77 deliveries and 5 boundaries. Came in at a stage where Durham had lost a few wickets in a hurry, and not that they really needed the innings settling down or anything like that with the score that was on the board, but this is an excellent partnership between the two of them. Coughlin on 32. Ben Rain in a good run of form with bat and ball in the T20s, and he's carried that on into the red ball. As Morris now over the wicket to Rain, who drives that confidently out to mid-off for no run.
How many times has Rain got to 50 then? 14th time. He does have a T20 100, but his highest score in first class is 82.
As he waits now, as Morris comes in over the wicket, he tucks this on the leg side. If you can get that past Oliveira, they might look at 2, and Coughlin will definitely come back for 2. As we discuss most games of T20 cricket, he's one of the quickest movers in the game. The scoreboard just ticking along nicely. 515 for 7 Ben Rain now moves to 52. Paul Coghlan on 32, not out. 135 weary overs in the dirt for the Worcestershire fielders and wicket keeper, and bless the bowlers who have all now got well in excess of 20 overs. Baker probably bowled the most with 27, just approaching a milestone of his own, as he is 1 for 99 from his 27. Just the 3 maidens, which will probably be the disappointing part from his point of view. He comes round the wicket to Coghlan, and he just defends this one back out into the offside.
I can hear it, but I can't see it.
What are we looking for?
Plane.
A plane?
Yeah.
The plane.
There's a plane.
And Baker again round the wicket. Bit of air given to this one, and Coghlan slaps it through mid-on. 2 bounces like skimming stones across the pond, goes for 4. He's hit that very hard, and that does bring up the 100 off Baker's bowling. Coghlan looking to hit strong shots down the ground, which we've been advocating for a couple of weeks now in a very different format. But he's had some form as well in the T20 with both bat and ball, bringing a bit of confidence into this game. 5-1-9 for 7. It's Baker again around the wicket, and Coghlan this time skies it. I think it might clear D'Oliveira, who's running back, and it gets a lovely little skip and bounce on for 4. Didn't get anywhere near all of that.
No. That's one of those where you didn't quite hit it properly on the approach to the green, but you get the nice bounce which takes it right up next to the flag.
Yeah, or through for me.
Yeah.
And Baker very frustrated there because he's defeated Coghlan in the flight and is unlucky not to pick up a wicket. But another boundary, 5-2-3 for 7. Coghlan moves on to 40. This one's a little bit shorter, and it's punched out into the offside, out to the sweeper. And Gibbon does the fielding. 5-2-5 for 7.
Carl says it was transport reasons why he stayed in Morton.
Yeah, how are you telling him anyway how to travel to his away matches? He might have massive Mackem crew down there that he takes with him, or...
Wow.
Ben Rain. Are they going to continue to try and put the foot down here in pursuit of a declaration as Baker now comes over the wicket to the left-hander? This is fired in a little bit at leg stump, and Ben Rain tucks it under the leg side, thinking about a second, but good work from Morris out in the deep, prevents that.
How many miles do you think it is from Morton in Marsh to Burslem, which is where Port Vale play?
78.
80? It's 95.7 miles, and it takes 2 hours.
There you go. Baker this time around the wicket, and a bit of drift in there, and Coghlan just defends that one back to the bowler, and Baker, with a little bit of frustration, takes his cap and gives the ball away. He now has 1 for 109. Durham on 5-2-5 for 7.
Well, what was it, 580 did they make? 580 for 6 declared when they were at New Road in May.
I was actually hoping when the wickets started falling, for the game's sake, that Durham actually got bowled out. I know that they're putting their foot down and scoring at a decent rate here, but we've seen how difficult it is to bowl sides out.
Yeah, because against Glamorgan here, when they won, it was because they collapsed in their second innings,
Yeah.
and it brought the game on nicely. Because at the time, before the collapse, I was saying the only way I could envisage on a flat track Durham being in a position to win would be batting until the end of the Saturday, and then giving themselves the Sunday to bowl the side out, which they hadn't managed to do. And as it was,
Only took about 3 wickets on the final day, didn't they, in 2 games?
Yeah. Well, they only took 1 on the final day at
Worcester.
Worcester, yeah. Azhar Ali, that was 57, 58 overs or something into the day, just before tea. 525 for 7 though. This partnership as well is a useful 96 now. Been helped by quite a few boundaries in the recent overs.
2 very capable batsmen to be batting this low, to be fair. Morris again bustling in, and this is driven nicely back down the ground. Not sure if Morris has got a little hand on that or not, but I don't think it's going to stop it going for 4 as it does, and that does bring up Another boundary for Ben Rain, who moves on to 57, and a 100 partnership off just 135 balls in 82 minutes. So like I said, after a mini collapse, and if you ever are going to have a mini collapse, it's not bad. This is an excellent partnership between these two, as this will now allow, hopefully, for the game's point of view, Durham to pull them in and have a little ball here. Morris has tried really hard. Comes in, and Ben Rain clips this one off his pads, and a nice bit of fielding there at mid-wicket. Prevents a single. Just trying to have a sneaky look up at the balcony there, and I can't see anybody in whites or anything like that, unless they're hiding around a little bit further out of our view.
Yeah, it's difficult to see from this angle, isn't it?
But Durham sitting very comfortably here, and this is where you'd just like them to be aggressive, I guess, with the declaration. Just say, right, enough's enough. Start to look at picking up some wickets with the ball. Conditions have been nice to bowl, I think. There's a little bit of humidity around, lots of cloud cover. But as the score suggests, the pitch has been pretty good for batting. It has nibbled around a little bit this morning. Barnard probably being the one that's got the most lateral movement. I say 5.29 for 7 on the board. Coghlan on 41, Rain on strike on 57, and Worcestershire, rightly so, just slowing the game right down here. As Morris charges in towards Ben Rain, who tucks this away off his hip out to deep square, and he'll pick up another single. Moves him on to 58, and the score on to 530 for 7. Just a little lull in the game. There's Morris again, this time right-handed Coghlan on strike, and it's an excellent bouncer. Good effort to give some energy like that at this stage of the innings. It's done Coghlan over the top of his shoulder, down the leg side. Nicely taken behind the stumps by Roderick. Still a slip in place. But we've got scouts out at both deep square leg and deep cover point. Third man and a fine leg. That's Morris again. Good energy. His coaches will be happy with this. He's really putting in here. This is when you can tell a lot about what kind of characters you have on the field when things are not going your way. I'm sure most of the Worcester fielders are now starting to, every other ball, just look over to the balcony for any glimmer of hope that Durham are looking to declare. Morris certainly isn't indicating that with the efforts he's giving with the ball here. One ball away from completing 27. He has one for 94.
Last ball of the over coming up.
Just slowing the game down, aren't they, a little bit, which I don't blame them at all. And Morris comes in, and Coghlan will tuck this off his hip, and he will run back for 2, 100%.
Where's the run rate?
He might even look for 3 here because he's a lunatic, and they're going to get it. Baker's not had a good couple of overs there, bless him. He's disappointed. He thought he should have had a wicket. He's tried really hard to prevent that second run. Might have bobbled a little bit on the wicket end as he's misfielded, and they've turned 2 into 3. Durham move on to 533 for 7. Coghlan moves on to 44. Ben Rain on 58. Still 55 overs remaining in the day's play. Everybody kind of just waiting for the next phase of the game to happen.
It's a bit like the phony war at the minute, isn't it? The doldrums. The over 8's +2, so...
Ben Rain's asking for a towel, so he's not planning on going anywhere soon. Coghlan will be on strike to Baker, who's a little bit grumpy at the moment. He's bowling quite nicely without a lot of reward. 533 for 7. He's 1 for 109. Off 28.
Drop 2 men onto the deep here. Long on, long off. Comes in left arm round, fended by Coughlin.
It's gonna love it. Very repeatable action. I'm sure he can have a long career ahead of him. Probably sick of Durham already.
Yes.
After he got stoked, didn't he, down at Worcester, and
5
now he's
6s and a 4 in the one over.
he's been out in the field for 137 overs here.
Coughlin flicks that off the hips down towards long leg for 1.
Got a little bit of tap in the T20 as well the other night, didn't he? I think he might have even got a first baller.
Yeah, I can't remember. Durham won, that's all I can remember now.
You sure? Right.
None for 45 in 4 overs.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Next ball's played back to the bowler. I'm just looking for his innings. Is he back? Baker first ball, yeah. Ben Rain. Yeah.
Loves Durham. Probably looking to get a season ticket here. Young fella.
Comes in and bowls. And an attempted reverse sweep by Rain. It hits him in the pads, and then the throw at the stumps has gone past the target, and they get an overthrow. Seen that a few times from Worcestershire in this game.
It's tired
sloppy
now, isn't
fielding, but there was some of it yesterday. It was one ball ended up costing 6 runs.
Yeah. It was just after lunch, wasn't it? Or just after tea or something. Just got Borthwick away again.
This is played safely to short. Mid-wicket by Rain off Baker, collected by D'Oliveira. New Zealand 50 for 1. So they now lead England by 64 in their second innings. Baker comes in again and bowls. And he dives back on the return ball from Rain. That's the end of the over. 138 overs gone.
That's "can I go to bed please, Dad" body language from Baker right now. Shoulders slumped down.
Yeah, the very rare occasions when one of the kids announce they're off to bed.
Yeah,
you can see they're tired instead of the "I'm not tired." 536 for 7 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Frank's just about to do an update for listeners in the Midlands, and then we'll bring him back in.
Stan McAlinden out there on 12th man duties. Might just get himself a game on Friday night in the T20 with Bryden Carse being on international duty, which would be another one through the academy system and another one through from Cumbria.
Well, I work with his dad, obviously.
He's a good man,
Mark, and
he's a brutal man.
I sent him some of my match stats a few weeks ago, and I had Stanley down as medium, and he said, "I think he's quicker than that."
Yeah,
Can you change him to fast?
Yeah, he is.
Mark is the BBC's Cumbria reporter.
The two's
based around Carlisle, but he covers a big patch in the Lake District and whatnot.
So the twos were playing against Notts in a T20 doubleheader here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he knocked Samit Patel's middle stump out of the ground and in the first game.
This was Stanley, not Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we've got to change the bowling as Pennington's into the attack from the Lumley end. And they're going to look for 2 there, which would have been very, very dangerous. And McAlinden is definitely quicker than medium pace. Knocked Samet's middle stump out of the ground, and as they were walking around for the start of the second game, Samet noticed that Stanley wasn't suited and booted and ready to go, and he says, "Are you not playing?" And to the effects of "Thank God for that." I might have replaced one of the words there because he bowled quite quickly here. And, he's an exciting prospect, big, tall and lean. Get the ball through at reasonable pace. Playing his club cricket this year for Chesley Street. As Pennington over the wicket to the left-handed Ben Rain, who gets that one off the thigh pad, I think, and they're going to look for 2 again. And they're going to come back for 2. It's good running, good intent. Those 2 leg byes are signalled. So yeah, with Carse being away on international duty, Mark Wood's still not fit.
I don't know when we're going to see Mark Wood. Last thing I saw about him, he'd given an interview and he was complaining of soreness in his arm when he'd bowled in the nets because he'd had an elbow operation. There was some floating bone or something, wasn't there? Some debris in there.
I've seen him a couple of times having I guess a bowl through rather than off a full run up, just a jog in and a bowl. And yeah, he's still in a little bit of discomfort as Pennington comes in. This one's punched off the back foot down the mid off for no run. And as you said, we've been through some players this year at Durham, and brought some replacements in from various locations, as glamorous as Dublin and Middlesbrough, and from London
and Kent.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Is Ollie Robinson back with Kent this week, is he?
He's playing the championship game down there, yeah. Well, I'm assuming he was, as he was.
Yeah, just
saw him in his whites and getting capped. As Pennington comes in and hits the splice hard on Rain's batter as he thinks about a single.
He's driven 350 miles from Durham back to Canterbury and he was out for 3.
Has Compton got any?
19 not out.
He's in some form, isn't he, Ben Compton?
Somebody recently described him as a blunter.
Nothing wrong with that if he blunts for 6 or 7 hours. Pennington.
Billings is keeping wicket.
Yeah. Again, this one defended back down the pitch to the bowler for no run.
It was Billings' return from the IPL which allowed Robinson to come up here.
Yeah. And his keeping's been excellent. He's got a few starts with the bat without really taking the limelight, which that sums up most of Durham's innings, to be fair. There's been bits and parts, but as Pennington comes in and Rain tucks this away off his legs, and you'll get at least 2 out on the leg side through mid-wicket. It's nearly gone for 4, and Ben Rain comes back for 3. D'Oliveira might have just hurt himself out there on the boundaries. He tried to flick that ball back awkwardly, landing on his shoulder.
What he's done is he's grabbed the ball and rolled off the field and then slid backwards on all 4s. So
just clutching his shoulder at the moment. I hope he's okay. Coughlin just doing a little bit of stretching there as well, so
he doesn't look happy.
No, the ground is so hard as well. We mentioned that on Friday night. The ground is rock hard. He's in a bit of discomfort, D'Oliveira. Coughlin's also just done a bit of stretching on a groin by the look of it. So the wind seems to have picked up and we've got those ghost wind noises coming through.
Yeah. Eerie.
Maybe from your hotel.
Surrey now have a 7-run lead at Taunton against Somerset. They're 187 for 4. What is Coughlin doing? Ring his box. Hampshire 32 for 2 after bowling Yorkshire out for 428. Lancashire 115 for 3 in Birmingham against Warwickshire, who made 292. Middlesex made 251 in Chesterfield. Derbyshire now 182 for 3. Sussex 376 all out in Cardiff against Glamorgan, who is 75 for 1. And Leicestershire made 440 in Leicester against Notts. Notts 88 for 1. Start of a new over, and Baker is driven down the ground by Rain for 4. Nice movement of the feet there from Ben Rain. Durham 546 for 7. I wonder what the plan is here as Baker bowls again. Rain taps this short on the leg side. Dot ball. Just talk through this over, and then Frank will join Ash as Baker comes in and bowls again. Flights that up, played away down to Azhar Ali. Long off for 1 by Rain. He moves on to 68. Durham 547 for 7. 580 for 6 they declared at New Road, but there was a massive amount of boundaries. 17 sixes in his 161 from Ben Stokes, which was an English record. It's a much bigger playing surface here, certainly across towards the pavilion side of the ground. Not so big on the Castle side. Three balls left of this over. It's been a 4, a dot and a 1. Coughlin on strike. Looks to flick round the corner to backward square. D'Oliveira collects it. Threw that back in with his left hand there. This is played out towards short mid-wicket. He's still holding his right shoulder, isn't he, D'Oliveira? He just threw that ball back with his left hand there rather than his right hand. Hurt his shoulder as he slid off the pitch a moment ago trying to stop a four. Baker in, Coghlan drives out into the covers, no run. Short extra cover, and that is the end of the over. Another nano over from Baker. 5 from it, Durham 5-4-7 for 7.
Yeah, but he's a young lad. He's kept going pretty well. Been a bit unlucky. Ash said earlier, got a nice repeatable action, and as a player I've coached quite a bit, more with his batting than his bowling, but it's been a massive step for him. He's playing school cricket a year ago, so he's had a really accelerated entry into the first class game and the white ball game at professional level, and he's learning every day, and it's tough. And these days are the really tough ones, and they're very formative, very important, I think, Ash, I'm sure you'd agree, in the creation of a young cricketer. And he has got that. I've seen that side to Josh. Even when he was about 14-15, we'd regularly fall out in a one-to-one situation for whatever reason, partly because, well, I guess, you know, as a coach you insist on certain things, and because he cared so much. I mean, it's just a strength of character as much as anything. Just got to channel it in the right way. And if he hadn't been frustrated by what's happened today, then probably be something wrong. Here's Dylan Pennington from the Lumley end, and this one's tucked away by Ben Rain down to long leg. Azhar Ali is the fielder. 5:48 for 7. The scoreboard says it all, and for a young bowler who's gone for over 100, Josh Baker, 30 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 117. Not that bad by any means, given that the quality of the people that he's been bowling at, the unresponsiveness of the surface, and it's the ease of pace of this pitch is what struck me the most, I think. Not a lot of bounce. Pennington in, bowls, and pushed out on the offside by Coghlan. And it might, you know, you've always got to be cautious, obviously, about talking about a pitch and conditions until you've seen both attacks bowl. And a rested up Chris Rushworth, who's had 3 weeks off and he loves bowling against Worcestershire here, might come out and make a mockery of everything we're saying. But it looks to me like a pitch where if you get yourself in, you've got to get yourself out, really. You're not going to be undone by a Jaffa. Very unlikely. They've been the odd one. There's Pennington in again, bowls to Coghlan, who looks to turn that on the leg side, taken on the pad. There's an appeal, but it's running down the leg side. I think they go through for a leg bye. 5:49 for 7. They've played well, these two. As you said, Ash, they've not, well, kind of reflected what we saw yesterday, this even tempo. There's not been anything manic about it. They've just put the bad ball away, kept the board ticking over at 4-ish, which is perfect. 4 and over. The Steve Waugh mantra, I always call it.
Gets the game moving forward.
Yeah. There's Pennington in again, and bowls to the left-handed Rain, who's pushed out on the onside. Interesting to know what the strategy is now. I think I'd be looking to get them in before tea, wouldn't you? Certainly.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You want your bowlers.
Give them 2 bites.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you've got a rookie opener. I mean, his first game, Taylor Cornell will be opening
Very
up.
tired
Jake
legs
Libby.
as well.
Yeah.
140 overs in them.
Unlikely that he's fielded for this length of time before, I think. Well, he might have done, but Rain tucks this one from Pennington off his pads for 1. And it is only 1, as that man Taylor Cornell, who I was just saying it's unlikely he's fielded this long before, comes sprinting in off the
crack, didn't he?
Good bit of fielding, picks it up, keeps them to 1. 550 is up for Durham in 140 overs, and Pennington continues. Well, he's got 1. I was going to say to be wicketless. 1 for 94 in his 24th over. Rain's gone to 70. And here comes Pennington now. Bowls down the leg side, taken on the pad, running away fine, and that's 4 cheap runs, 4 leg byes, for Worcestershire. Nothing Roderick could do about that. It hit the pad and then ran all the way along the ground, about 8-10 yards wide of the keeper. So runs leaking just a little bit in the last few minutes. 5.54 for 7, Coghlan 46, and Rain on 70.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Here in the field, you really feel for the Worcester boys right now. 141 overs. The bowlers, to their credit, I think are still charging in and still having a real crack on a pretty placid wicket here at the Riverside.
Yeah, if you look at the economy rates, 3.59, 4.63 Gibbon.
Yeah.
But the rest of them are all under 4.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty manful effort, isn't it? Really.
The outfield's pretty quick as well. It's a big playing area. Durham have, I think, run brilliantly between the wickets as well.
And yesterday.
As Baker is going to come over the wicket from the Finkel end, and Coghlan is going to pinch a leg by as Ben Rain attempts another reverse sweep. Hit him outside the line. In fact, it might have got a bit of glove. He's got to run. So I've probably done him a disservice there, Ben. Apologies.
Speaking of a disservice, just go back to that comment I made about Josh Baker. When you say about falling out, you know what I mean about as
absolutely.
a coach, Ash, where you just have a clash of ideas,
well, you should
or
challenge
it's
each
a good
other.
thing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. If it was all one way, then what are they really learning? So.
Just didn't want anybody to think I was making out.
No, absolutely not. I mean,
difficult character.
Coaching, you work with the players. All players are different. Some will quite happily lead their own sessions. Some will need to be told what to do, and others will challenge what you're telling them, which is what you want. It's Baker. This one just drifts down the leg side, and it's no run. But yeah, I'd love coming across the good characters that And Johnny Bushnell is one of those who would challenge you, and there's plenty around that would do that. There's a nice bit of drift coming in there from Baker, probably using the breeze coming across the ground from off to leg, drifting into Coghlan, who clips that one into the leg side for no run. Baker really does fly through his overs. I like that. That one's a little bit short and punched off the back foot, but again a dot.
Yeah, he bowled one in under 2 minutes.
Impressive.
Just before tea. Sometimes think he might be better off taking a little bit more time.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time at the top of the mark, is there, to get the ball and get through it, but another good delivery. And he's again raced through another over. 118 off his bowling so far after 31. The 1 wicket. I guess the only thing that, on the negative side, that from a bowling coach's point of view, is you might look at the number of maidens that have been bowled, but again, I think...
But that's down to the pitch as much as...
I agree. Yeah. I agree. Durham have batted pretty well and put a lot of pressure back onto them.
But they have run well, as you say. They've nicked the odd one or two, I think. I was just going to say, though, I know I'm preaching to the converted talking to you, Ash, but generally I'm not sure that always people realise that, that every pro... I mean, I didn't play that many games that were 3 days and whatever, but... You did, and you have, and players that have played this game at this sort of level will tell you. I'll just break off as Pennington comes in and bowls, and Rain tucks it on the onside, no run. They'll tell you that you learn as much on these days as you do on the days where you're knocking people over and you're taking lots of wickets. And in some ways, you kind of, in terms of building your resources physically and mentally as a pro, these are the days that contribute so much to your development. And someone like Josh Baker, these 2 days, they'll be priceless in terms of his development.
I agree, 100%.
In the long run, it's easy to look at the scorecard and think, oh, that was a bad day. Pennington again is in, and this one's pushed back to him by Rain. And the same for Dylan Pennington, still fairly young.
It's quite a young
Ben
attack,
Gibbon,
isn't it?
yeah. Well, the attack is. I mean, Charlie Morris has been around for a few years, but it's all part of the growing as a cricketer and the formative experience. And I just think it's important to put it all into context. Really,
definitely. The coaches will learn a lot about the character of what they've got out there too.
Yeah. Pennington again in bowls. Lovely shot from Rain. That's hammered back at Pennington. In the air, and he kind of threw his hands up, but I think as much to protect himself as to try and catch it. And the best thing he could have done was get out of the way of it, because Ben Rain's middled that, and he's raced on to 75. He's faced 102 balls, and it's 559 for 7.
Well
And
described.
The toil continues.
You're
Yeah,
absolutely
good
right. That
shot.
was a bit of self-preservation first there, and then just throw the hands up.
Yeah, you don't want to be a hero on one of those.
Definitely not.
Pennington again is in. He bowls. Nice adjustment of length. Got it wrong last time. This time just pulls it back a little bit, and Rain in behind it. Pushes out on the offside. Played really well, hasn't he, Ben Rain?
Yeah.
Well, they both have, but Rain in particular has put back to ball with some purpose, as he can
well,
do.
we
We all know. Yeah.
Oh, they're both very good batsmen.
Cricketer. Yeah.
Both very, very good
Yeah,
batsmen.
no, it's not a bad 8-wicket pair, to be fair. Pennington's going round the wicket. Sensible move. See if he can just get Rain a little bit more thoughtful. Comes in and bowls, and Rain just gets inside it, tucks it nicely off his pads for a single. Fielded by Jack Haynes out on the deep square leg boundary. The other thing that got to be taken into account as the score goes to 560 for 7 that I'd be thinking about, I mean, you've got a rookie batsman like Taylor Cornell, as I say, will be going in with Jake Libby. Jake Libby, obviously somebody who likes to play long innings, and I would imagine would be fairly suited to this kind of pitch.
Yeah.
He's not going to be flying around his ears a great deal. Just break off as Pennington moves in, bowls, and this is driven by Coughlin up to mid-on. Fielded by Morris. Good run though. As soon as he hit it, they were away, and they go through for a single, which takes it to 561 for 7. Coughlin 47. But what I was going to say is, you know, as a young batsman like Taylor Cornell, having your first go in county championship cricket, not a great time to go out and bat when you've just been fielding for 140 odd overs or more. Lose a couple of early wickets and you expose a middle order, and even if it's slightly more experienced, you've still got players who've been out there and they're going to be physically and mentally a bit drained.
Yeah.
If this game is going to be won by Durham, I would suggest that the first 30 overs of the Worcestershire first innings are going to be a crucial little spell in the game.
Absolutely. It's Baker now round the wicket, and Coughlin just nudges this into the leg side and teases the fielders as he races through.
Yeah, I'm not saying there won't be other crucial spells, but you would think, wouldn't you, that first 30, 35
I think
overs.
new ball, fresh bowlers, probably get a double bite of the Jerry either side of tee. Tired, lots of tired legs. And it'll really test the concentration of the Worcester batters. It's Baker now over the wicket to the left-handed Rain, who comes down the wicket and just chips this one back over his head. And they'll look to come back for a second. Nice controlled shot there from Rain, not quite to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, it was nice. And comes back for a second, and he's just moved nicely, hasn't he, onto 78. Coughlin's on 48.
D'Oliveira's gone off now, by the way, so
hopefully to get a bit of treatment.
Libby's in charge.
A little bit of drift away from the left-hander and nicely taken. A token appeal there as Ben Rain hits the ground at the same time, but not out. Just using the breeze there a little bit, Baker. He comes in over the wicket again, and this one is an excellent length and well bowled.
Yeah, better length,
Yeah.
I thought. If anything, it's been a tiny bit full, hasn't he? If anything.
It's tough working out, isn't it, the right pace, and I mean it's...
one batsman with a much longer reach than the other one as well.
Yeah, Coughlin's a lot taller than Rain as he comes into ball, and this one's chipped just wide of cover, and Coughlin will look to come back for 2 here as Azza Ali does the fielding and does well to prevent the second run, so there's still life in those legs, which is good. All these little indicators now of who's kind of switched on and who's balcony watching, waiting for that declaration. I know which one I'd be. I'd be definitely looking at the balcony right now. I've had enough, mate. I'd be with D'Oliveira. As Baker comes around the wicket and Coughlin slaps this one over cover. And the sub-fielder at mid-off didn't quite pick that up, but it's run away for 4 anyway, and that brings up a 50 for Coughlin. It's his 9th in first-class cricket. And it comes, I'm just waiting for it to come up, 77 deliveries. Yep, we've got that right, with 6 fours and a 6. So nice little knock, and he's just having a little stretch again, which always makes me nervous with Coggers, because He does everything at 100 mile an hour, and he's susceptible to picking up little niggles, which then turn into monumental injuries for him. But he'll be very important with the ball for Durham, so...
Yeah, stats of his 50 just being announced over the tannoy. 77 balls, 6 fours and 1 6. They've just played really well.
They're
These two.
busy, you know. They're both more than capable of hitting strong shots, but in between they're always accumulating, aren't they?
Everybody who's got in, really, possibly with the exception of Jones, and you could say maybe he didn't really, as Pennington bowls to Rain, pushed back up the pitch. But everybody who's got in this innings has gone on. You know, Borthwick 96. Bushnell 66, Ravindra obviously, and these two. The people that have been out between 0 and 10, well, you know, that can happen really, can't on any pitch.
Yep.
Everybody who's got in has gone on, which suggests that once you get used to things, once you get used to the pitch, etc., good pitch to bat on. I'd rather bat than bowl on this pitch, that's for sure. It's Pennington in, and this one's cut by Rain, out on the offside to Baker. Baker does the fielding, they take 1 run. Anybody who's seen me play would say, I'd rather you were batting than bowling on any pitch, Frank. which is why I was a wicketkeeper. 570 for 7 with that single. Rain goes to 80. Did you say he'd never got 100 in first? He surely got. Has Ben Rain got
82? Didn't he? Was his top? Yeah,
right.
So approaching
that. Maybe they're going to let him go on to his 100 before declaration. Pennington in short to Coughlin, swivelling on this, swivelling pull shot down to deep backward square, good running, comes back for 2. 2 was always there, but he ran the first one so quickly that he could have jogged the second one as Ben Gibbon came round, and that's not to criticise the fielding really, just really good running.
Yeah.
He's gangly in his movements, but he's tall and quick, isn't he? He's long striding, that helps.
It'd be a puppeteer's dream, the long limbs.
Yeah.
It's like Kermit the Frog.
Rain's 82 came in 2019 against Northants when he put on a record in Stanford Durham with Brian Castle.
Okay, so Ben Rain nearing a career best, 80 at the moment. This one's steered down to third man for a single. 10 away from a Durham record 8th wicket partnership. Well, okay.
Oh, no.
I have to say, you can always tell when the team you follow is going through a bad patch when people start breaking records against you. It's been happening quite frequently in recent games for Worcestershire. Here's Pennington in, round the wicket, bowls, and Rain pushes that one out on the offside. Goes to 81, so he's just 1 away from his career best. And the score moves on to 574 for 7.
You can see somebody in whites on the balcony, but I don't know if it's Sols or not. Salisbury padded up to come in next. I can't really see legs.
I was just thinking about Ravindra's innings before, you know, and I was thinking, I wonder if it might be one. You'll never know, of course. Well, we might, but probably won't recall the conversation. But I was just thinking if it might be one of those where he goes on to be a really important test player. This one down the leg side from Pennington,
got all the attributes, hasn't
by Roderick, end of the over, and in 10 years or 15 years time, you say, do you know what? I remember the first time I saw him.
We were there.
He got 200. Yeah. Or whether that might not happen, but there's always that chance, isn't there? You always remember the first time you saw somebody, and sometimes it's not not a particularly significant innings or game or whatever, but sometimes it is. Anyway, they're still going on. 81 to Rain, Coughlin 55. I reckon they're going to give Rain a chance to get this done. It wouldn't take long, would it?
Not the way they're going. But Baker's going to get a little break here, and a deserved break as well. I think he's bowled really well. He comes out of the attack, and Gibbon back into the attack, who looked a little bit stiff as he was running after that last 2 from Coughlin, and the young fella will be just thinking, so this is what fast bowling's all about, is it? 140 overs in the dirt?
Yeah, I think it's probably the first time he's done this. I'm not sure, but I mean, this is a guy who's mid-20s, is working on a building site, I think, a year or 2 ago, and come into county cricket through league cricket in Cheshire and playing minor counties for Cheshire, and Well, you know, that point I was making 10 minutes ago out learning, absolutely perfectly applicable to this young man as well.
He might be wishing he was back on the building site right now.
I doubt it.
I doubt it as well.
Yeah, having talked to him, I think he's very happy.
It's a very tight ball, left arm, strong action, comes in and bowls to Rain, who punches this out off the front foot to deep cover point for a single.
I mean, you would love these guys to come into the side and start picking up 5-fers and 6-fers and more. In a real world, that rarely happens. What they have to do is come into the side and go through days like this, build their strength, build their understanding of the game, and develop that way. And
definitely,
that's why, you know, when you've got to look for the positives. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but even on a day like this,
in the legs for him as well.
Yeah,
you know, getting used to this. This is the job.
Absolutely.
As he comes in, Wazim Akram like round the wicket behind the umpire and bowls to Coughlin, who just defends out on the offside. So Ben Rain now on 82 not out, equals his career best, as Marty was mentioning earlier. And Gibbon 4 wickets to his name, so he'll be happy with that, more than happy with that. 4 for 112. Just trying to get the legs moving again after quite a long graze in the outfield. He actually starts his run up in a bit of a left arm over traditional spot,
he does,
and then goes right round behind the umpire to bowl left arm round the wicket to Coughlin, and squared up a little bit as he pushes this one out into the offside for no run.
We were trying to remember yesterday bowlers that have sort of appeared. I think, as you say, Wazim is like that. But when Malcolm Marsh used to go around the wicket, he used to kind of suddenly appear, I think. And I've heard people say that made it...
I've seen videos of him doing that over the wicket as well.
Yeah.
He's running behind the umpire and then jump
out. Difficult at the best of times, from what I've heard. Some say the most difficult.
Very, very skillful man.
But even more difficult when you don't know when he's coming.
Absolutely. Not so tough with Gibbons, who's massive, and that is beautifully clipped off his legs out, and it's gone all the way.
Oh dear me.
That's a gorgeous pick-up from Coughlin, who's used the angle of Gibbon and just clipped it over mid-wicket, over towards the old scoreboard for 6.
You know, when you were talking about bats about 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago with Marty, and saying about them pinging like... I mean, goodness me, that was a good example of that, wasn't it?
Brings up the 150 partnership between these two.
Like batting with a tennis racket, I think.
It's just a little help, wasn't it?
Yeah. Great
carried with the wind as well, I guess, but it's a lovely shot. Moves Coughlin on to 61, and again, just both of these guys going at just over 70 runs per 100 balls. Just keeping that scoreboard ticking over as Gibbon charges in to his credit, and Coughlin, even though there was only ever one there, absolutely charges down to the non-striker's end and picks up a single. 582 for 7.
Big score now. This is a big score. When they got those wickets mid-afternoon or early afternoon, morning, I was saying maybe they keep them down below 500, 550. I mean, at 429 for 7, that'd be your hope. But that's a long, well, it is a long way off now. 600 plus.
As Gibbon comes into bowl, and Ben Rain just gave himself a little bit of room there as he pushes that one out into the offside, but no run. And Gibbon's come back over. He now has 4 for 119 from his 25. And these two, Coughlin and Ben Rain, 1 run away from a career best score. And with a 150 odd partnership on the board, this is now quite demoralising for Worcestershire, who will no doubt be casting more than an eye to the balcony, as I've said for the last half an hour, but nothing's really happening up there.
Ed Barnard coming into the attack. Just a bit of news for Worcestershire supporters. The seconds are in action today at Barton Green Cricket Club against Leicestershire, and looks like a decent track there as well. Leicestershire are 176 for 2 in that one after 48 overs, and Pat Brown, Joe Leach playing in that one, which is good news for Worcestershire, making a return after an injury. 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 17 for Joe Leach so far in that game. So that's decent news for Worcestershire that Joe Leach, because they miss him, they really do miss him. as a kind of.
He's a leader, isn't he?
He's a leader. He's a spearhead of the attack to some extent. Ed Barnard starts you over with a very wide one. Would have been wide in a white ball game, but he gets away with it here. He's been, as I've said repeatedly, Ed Barnard, for me, perhaps as unlucky as anybody
He's bowled well, hasn't he?
In this game. He bowled well yesterday too, Ash, I thought. 25 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets for 86. I'm just going to let him bowl one more, and I'm going to have to dash off and do an update. And Marty will be coming back in. He comes in now to bowl to Coughlin, who smashes him down the ground just the right length in the slot, heaved over mid-on, 1 bounce 4. Coughlin goes on to 66, and it's 586 for 7.
And a record 8th wicket stand for Durham as well. Beats the 154 set against Northants in 2019, when Ben Rain got his highest score of 82, which is what he's on now. Coughlin is on 66 as Barnard comes in and bowls and cracks that one through the covers for 4. That's a lovely shot. It was a half volley outside of off stump. He's nailed that.
Hit with real power, wasn't it?
Yeah. And this is now 161, the partnership.
590 for 7.
What were they? 429 for 7 when these two came together?
I think so, yeah. I think Frank was just saying that, 429 for 7 after that, I guess, that mini collapse from Bushnell through.
Lydia's wondering, any sign of a declaration, or are we going for 700? I've got no idea what the plan is here. They've now got more than they scored at Worcester. Oh, get after that as well. That's whipped away by Coughlin for 4 more. He's taken on here Ed Barnard, and he's just driven that straight back over his head. It went high and looped away to the boundary at the far end of the ground for 4 more. That's 14 in 3 balls, isn't it? Oh, 12, sorry.
They're definitely on the march. Coughlin with some
I thought he's hit
aggressive
the
shots.
6 in this over, wasn't it?
It was the last over he clipped.
3 4s he's hit then.
Yeah, 3 in a row. Ed Barnard started with that really wide first ball, didn't he? And everything in reach since has disappeared to the boundary.
Well, Coughlin's on 74, Rain's on 82. Coughlin's on strike. So a dot to start this over, then 3 4s. Barnard in again. Coughlin drops it short towards backward point, no run there. Taylor Cornell getting the ball at the 2nd or 3rd attempt.
This looks like the Washington field on Saturday.
Where was that at?
When we were disappearing to all parts of Blaydon Cricket Club, and they were
right.
288 for 3. That was a lot of fun.
I saw the last half hour at Woodburn. They lost by 9 wickets.
Did they?
To Newcastle.
Gone well, Newcastle, to be fair.
Yeah. Bowler in again. Defended by...
Oh. Don't do it.
Coughlin. End of the over.
Very frustrated Barnard.
Yeah. What's he taking? None for 98 now. He's about to bust 100.
Yeah, this is where you just hope they declare before you go over that 100 mark. For whatever consolation that feels like. But these two really starting to put on a show here for what's a pretty good crowd in for a championship game. Speaking to Callum Thorpe earlier, and they said they've had a steady influx of people through. Members is up on the members' balcony is pretty full.
What's Coughlin's previous best record? 90 against Derby 2 years ago.
So he's approaching that, and Gibbon comes over the Rain, who cuts this away.
There you go, his best score.
And now has his highest first-class score. So that might be his dad out in the crowd clapping, because he'll know, or anybody listening might know that he now has his first-class best. He might even be telling Coggers here. There's a little fist pump between them. He moves on to 83 from 114 balls, and the score into 595 for 7.
Well, it's a record 8th wicket stand of 166 now, this one.
As Gibbon round the wicket now to Coughlin, who attempts a little late cut at this one, and Gets nothing but fresh air through to the wicket keeper. Just everybody in the ground thinking, what is coming next? Are they going to let these guys go for personal milestones, or will Durham pull the pin?
Craig Lang says he's not sure what's being achieved by batting on. Surely giving themselves plenty of time to bowl them out twice is the way to go now. Update for Radio Newcastle. Well, Durham is still batting here and batting aggressively as well, and Paul Coghlan has just struck a lovely 4 to take him on to 78. At the other end, Ben Rain has 83, which is his best score in a first-class match, and Durham are now 599 for 7. I'm not really sure why they're still batting, to be honest with you. I think it's about time they declared and had a go at Worcestershire. Earlier in the day, though, Rachin Ravindra making 217, the first Durham player to score a double hundred on debut in a home game. But any time now, I think there should be a declaration.
Yeah, gorgeous shot there by Coghlan, cutting it away, and we now see, basically, if there was a circle out there, there wouldn't be any fielders in the circle. Everybody's on the line. As Coghlan now, known Paul, he'll be looking for 2 here, and he's going to come back. And he's done brilliantly there. He's just nudged that into the offside, and this is where Worcester have to be really careful, because Coghlan is clever, and not only clever, but he's quick between the wickets, and that brings up the Durham 600. It's come in the 148th over in 587 long minutes for the Worcestershire fielders, who now to a man are thinking, get me off this ground.
Where's this going to stand in Durham scores? Their highest scores against Notts, wasn't it, when they won the title?
There's a little bit of shape in there from Gibbon as Coghlan pushes this one out to long off for a single. He moves to 81 now.
They made 648 for 5 declared against Nottinghamshire here when they won the title in 2009.
What was the score against?
645 for 6 declared against Middlesex in 2002. 634 for 8 declared against Worcestershire at New Road in 2009. Scored 625 for 6 at Chesterfield in 94. 607 for 7 declared at the Oval in 2016. I covered that game.
I think I played in a game where we scored a lot. Martin Love got that 300, but that's not even anywhere on the list by the look of it.
602
against Hampshire.
And Love's highest score was
it's 300 and something.
275, wasn't it?
I'm sure he got a 300, didn't he? It felt like 300. It's Gibbon anyway, left arm over the wicket to left-handed Ben Rain. 273 was it, sorry. This one's short, and it's a slower ball down the leg side, which really is a wide, but in this format he's got away with it.
So 602 for 6 declared against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in 2011. So there, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the 7th time Durham have reached 600 in a first-class game.
And the 12th man has run a little drink out onto this pair, so no doubt some final instructions for these two, who Ben Rain on 83, Josh, Paul Coghlan even on 81. Josh is Paul's brother. And 602 for 7. And this is where you know, as the opposition opening batter, that you've probably got one absolute peach with your name on it after fielding for the best part of 150 overs in the field. As Barnard runs towards us, and Coghlan with a slow ball pulls that out onto the leg side, out to Gibbon, who does the fielding for a single. 603 for 7. Coghlan moves to 82. Marty busy with all these stats.
Brett says it's madness, we are still batting. Mark says, any chance of a declaration? Dan says, why haven't we declared yet? Craig says, not sure what's being achieved now.
We need to pick a theme out of these, Marty.
Lydia says, any sign of a declaration, or are we going for 700? I can't see any reason why they're still out there now, to be honest with you. Can you?
Only for personal milestones, to be totally honest, yeah.
Yes.
And Barnard round the wicket to Ben Rain, who drives this nicely out into the covers.
Didn't they do it? Wasn't it last year where they did this? They stayed out there for Jack Burnham to get his 100 against Worcestershire, didn't they? And he got into the 90s, and then it took about an hour for him to get from 90 to 100. Because Ned Eckersley came out and smashed it around and nearly caught him up.
To be fair, they're both going at a good lick, aren't they?
Yeah.
Ben Rain 84 from 116, Coghlan 82 from 95. He's on strike now, Coghlan, as Barnard bowls this, and it's sliced away off the outside edge down to Azza Ali to third man, and Paul Coghlan has pinched 2.
Naughty.
Absolutely pinched a second run.
Yeah. That's breaking and entering, that, isn't it?
Probably to the smallest boundary on the ground, as he fires the throw back in. And
officer, I would like to report the theft of a run.
That was a stolen run. Both men on 84. 606 for 7. These numbers seem very, very foreign.
Partnership's 177 now.
Incredible. It's Coghlan in, and a good ball from Barnard is just defended. Back to him, Barnard. With a sore body, no doubt, picks that ball up and trudges back to his mark to think, well, I've got to bowl another one here. 2 balls left in the over. Maybe if they declare in the next over, I don't have to bowl another one. But tough going out there. Fair to Worcester, they've charged in as Barnard bowls a nice slower ball. This is clipped off his legs, and Coghlan get another pair as he comes back and moves on to 86, and the score moves on to 608 for 7. Six runs so far off the over. And again, just that lull in the crowd. As Barnard comes in and bowls a very, very wide delivery where the umpire just thinks, I can't give that a wide. It was nearly off the pitch, but it was definitely within the line. And that ends the over. A safe ball from Barnard, thinking about dots. I'm not sure what's going on here, but there's a keeper asking for his helmet, maybe.
How many overs left in the day? 43.
Yeah.
Helmet coming out, indeed it is.
It's Baker. Be thrilled at the thought of coming back into the attack.
The 12th man's coming out with a blue bib on, which looks like a bulletproof vest, doesn't it? It's going off again now.
Yeah, not allowed out in whites. They'll have to wear different coloured bibs or a jacket or...
It's got some writing on the back, which looks like a sort of police bulletproof vest type thing.
It'll be a sponsor logo, no doubt.
Yeah.
But Baker just getting that arm loose again. Ready to bowl his 33rd over of the innings. He has 1 for 126.
I think he was looking forward to putting his feet up, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is somebody's idea of a sick joke.
We can't blame D'Oliveira, because he's still not on the park. Injuring his shoulder. He's going to come left arm round the wicket from the Finkel end to Ben Rain, who paddles this one down to third man. I'm not sure if that's Pennington chasing after that one with some very tired legs, but they're going to come back for 3. Ben Rain moves to 87 and the score to 609 for 7.
Where's the dog?
Picking up clear on the mic.
Can't see it anywhere. Dog's shouting, declare! Gene says, are they going for the hundreds? Looks like it, doesn't it? A message was just brought onto the field a few minutes ago with some drinks.
86 for Coghlan, 87 for Rain. And Baker will bowl left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Coghlan.
This is their 5th highest total.
Who pushes this one down to long on for a single. And he now joins Ben Rain on 87. So the score ticks on to 612 for 7. They're moving up the charts here, Marty, at all?
Yeah, they have. They've gone up 3 places. This week's number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 now. I would imagine, look, a lot of these, that 2009 score at New Road, that was a draw.
Fires this one down the leg side, Baker. He's given a wide.
Okay.
I find that really harsh. Maybe the fact he's bowling round the wicket is why he's given the wide, but there was definitely 2 wider balls than that by Barnard in the last over.
Mode there.
Yeah.
That Worcestershire game in 2009 was the last match of the season.
And Baker again tries to fire this one at leg stump, and Ben Rain tucks this off his pads for a single.
So Durham had won the title the week before against Nottinghamshire, so they were all quite drunk by the time they got to Worcester, and after a few overs Steve Harmison went for a lie down and wasn't seen for a few days. Shivnarine Chandapur got a double 100. And the Worcestershire were out for 356, and Durham batted. Chandapur got 201, Bengenstein 109, Divenuto 113, broke the record for the most runs in a season.
Yeah. Baker, that one drifts in towards leg stump, and Coghlan tucks this one away off his pads and will come back for 2, 100%.
And do you know what my abiding memory of that was? Durham went through that entire season, they won the title unbeaten. Worcestershire went down, having not won a match that year, and at the end of the game I was interviewing Will Smith, the Durham skipper, and then he suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked up.
As Baker comes in, this one's just defended out on the leg side.
And there was this noise, and suddenly we were aware of like a shadow coming across the field, and I thought, what's that? And I looked up, and there was a huge lady above us in a bra. It was the most surreal thing.
As Baker gives this one a bit of hair, and well fielded by Barnard in the covers, prevents any runs. The end of the over at 6-1, 6 for 7. Both batsmen. Sorry, Coghlan's on 89, Rain's on 88.
And it just brought us both to a complete and utter stop. And like, what on earth are we looking at here? And there was this hot air balloon going past us with a huge advert on the side for Playtex bras or whatever it was, I don't know. But it just stopped the moment. Everybody's, what on earth is that? So it must have taken off from the race course. Is that where the hot air balloons take off in Worcester? From the race course, is it? Cotswolds. It's come over from the Cotswolds, is it? It seemed to be heading towards Malvern. So
wasn't just a windy day and the Washington had escaped.
It was a beautiful car. It was a beautiful, absolutely beautiful, still early autumn evening. Barnard round the wicket now to Rain, who cuts off towards the point boundary for 1 run. He moves on to 89. Both on 89 now. Yeah, it was the perfect day. I think the temperature all that week was 19 degrees every day.
Any light drizzle?
And there wasn't any light drizzle, no. A few seasons ago when, was it 2017, Hampshire managed to stay up on the last day of the season, and Middlesex went down, and Durham finished the season at Worcester then as well. As a bowler comes in, it's a short one, it's hooked away by Coghlan for 1 down to long leg. And I remember driving home that night. That was a beautiful September evening as well, and I came along through the Avon Valley up through would they have gone through Pershore, across that way? Yeah, Pershore. Gorgeous evening. They're the days I like. 618 for whatever here. Coghlan on 90, Rain on 89. Rain on strike now on 90. Pushes that out through deep mid-wicket. He should get 2 here. There's a race between these two as to who can get to 100. So Rain is now ahead. He's gone on to 91. This is as exciting as a Grand Prix, where one person overtakes somebody and then 5 laps later somebody else overtakes somebody else.
Not my cup of tea, man.
No.
NASCAR even worse. I don't get that one.
Round and round and round. It's coming round the wicket now, Barnard to Rain. Rain drops that short towards point. Will go for a single. Is he going to come back for a second? No, he won't. So he's now on 92. Coghlan's on 90. So Coghlan's equalled his highest score. Rain is already beyond his by 10. So Coghlan got 90 against Derbyshire in 2020. He's also had a 68 and a 73 against Derbyshire in 2017. He's enjoyed playing them. He's got 9 50s to his name now. He looks to cut one and stays low and goes wide of the off stump. He plays and misses. 621, so we're nearly at this week's number 4. You've got a 648, a 645, and a 634, and then a 625. So
who are we going to get to if these two bat? Another 20, about the 640 mark.
comes in and bowls again. Cut. Oh, it's not cut. He's actually pulled it in the end by Coghlan out through deep mid-wicket. So that's now Coghlan's highest score as he moves on to 91. So
pull them in. Both in the 90s now. Pull them in.
Let's just do a bit of maths here, right? So 2 first innings scores for Durham this year. So 580.
580.
Durham have scored 1,202
yeah.
runs in their first innings in their 2 matches against Worcestershire this year.
Baker is going to resume from the Finkel end. Will Coghlan be tempted by the slightly shorter boundary and hitting with the wind? Maybe makes a couple of adjustments to on the leg side. Baker round the wicket to Coghlan, who punches this off the back foot out to Barnard and the no run. Coghlan 9 off 107, Rain 92 off 121. Baker again around the wicket, a little bit of drift there into Coghlan's pads. Now dribbles out into the leg side for another dot. Baker bowls that nicely, and this one's just pushed down to long off for another single. So the pair of them now on 92, the score under 6-2-3 for 7. He's going to stay round the wicket to the left-handed Ben Rain. This one drifts away and it's off a thick outside edge to point.
This would be an interesting statistic. A team that's had 3 centurions in an innings twice against the same opponent in a year.
Round the wicket. This one again thuds into the pad of Ben Rain. It's been a good over this from Baker.
Dixon made 104 in the first innings at New Road, and Beddingham 135 and Ben Stokes 161.
Last ball of the over. Left arm round the wicket and a little paddle sweep. Ben Rain will look for 2, but it's only going to settle for 1. To tidy over that from Baker. And I guess from a Worcester point of view, if they can drag this out for as long as they can, it's less overs that they need to bat to save the game.
Something's just entered my head. There's 8 overs to tea. I hope they're not going to bat all the way to tea. They can take an early tea, can't they? What time is it now? In about 8 minutes' time?
Yeah.
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 So that would then make for quite a long final session of the day. But
I'm thinking about a very long last 2 days for you, mate.
yeah.
I reckon Wednesday could be quite anticlimactic for the match.
Wow.
If it continues in this fashion.
Barnard, playing a miss from Rain. That one shoots through.
Barnard still having a crack looking for his first wicket. He has none for 110. And is still getting a little bit of movement. He's probably gone back into his one-day mode here in trying lots of slower balls and trying to hide the ball. A little bit more latitude on the wide margin as well.
It's around the wicket to Rain. Rain drives into the covers, no run there. Got everybody out in the deep now, haven't they?
Yeah. One man literally in the...
Libby's just loitering in the covers.
He'd be on the discs, wouldn't he?
Yeah, everybody else is out in the deep. Spoil sports, that's what they're being, Frank. They're trying to spoil the entertainment here.
Only 152 overs in, what are they thinking?
I know, it's very negative this from Worcestershire. Barnard again, comes in and bowls. Played by Rain out through mid-wicket. Is he going to get 2?
Yeah,
it's coming back for 2.
Back.
There we go. So
You
what
feel
is he
for the
on?
big quicks there,
He's
don't
on
you?
95 now, so he's surged ahead of Coughlin, who's on 92. Where are we with the partnership? 197 from 233 balls.
Pennington's looking at that thinking, I'm never stopping 2 there. I need to really drive my legs to try and get into it. He's got no chance.
Rain on 95, Barnard in, he drives. Oh, he hasn't connected well with that one. He's just going to get 1 run. It just goes towards the point area. Deep point. He's on 96. He's at the non-striker's end. Coughlin now on strike. We've got a long off and a long on. Libby swaps sides for the right-hander. Coughlin can hit one straight. He can go straight over the bowler to the far end. There's quite a bit of area to aim for there. It's deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. And he plays it 2 square leg.
2.
He's going to sprint for 2. Oh, he nearly tripped himself up on the way back through there. Is that the 200 partnership?
Yeah,
it is.
235 balls in 147 minutes. So fair play to these two. They've gone on a good rate.
They've both got 94 in the partnership.
Coughlin's now on 94, Rain's on 96. This is where Coggers can get very greedy and just nudge a single and get the strike back for the next over. The square leg just creeps in a little bit.
Pulled out by Coughlin to deep mid-wicket for 1.
Perfect result for Coughlin.
He's on 95 and keeps strike.
The race is on. Without really having to get out of probably 4th gear, they're just cruising along, aren't they? Now that Worcester have decided they're going to make them earn every run with all the boundaries covered with fielders, and you don't blame them. The longer that Durham bat is, the less time that Worcester have to bat, because Worcester now have pretty much 0 chance of winning this game. So every over that Durham bat is really helping Worcester. That's the way I'd be looking at it anyway. But both batsmen, 1 blow away from getting a maiden first-class century.
6 is the 4th highest score.
And it's going to be Baker around the wicket to Coughlin. This one drifts in and Coughlin's happy just to push that down to long on to join Ben Rain on 96 and push the score onto 631 for 7. Baker will stay round the wicket. Baker attacking with 2 men in the discs. This one's nicely bowled, but it's defended out into the offside, and Ben Rain gets another single and another step closer to a first-class 100. So he moves on to 97. This is excellent stuff from these two. Coughlin 96, Ben Rain 97. This one drifts in and Coughlin tickles this one out to the leg side. He'll pick up another single and join Ben Rain on 97. 2 local lads, both through the academy system. Ben Rain left to go to Leicester for a couple of years. Coughlin left to go to Nottinghamshire for a couple of years, but have both come home.
Rain was there for about 8 years, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was there for a while, yep. Both on 97, looking for their maiden first-class centuries. And Rain, a little bit of drift from Baker. Nice bowling. And does the fielding to prevent a single. 6-3-3 for 7.
Do you know what? Whoever gets 100 here now, they should declare. So if you haven't got
That's
there,
your
it's your own
reward.
fault there.
Love that. Baker around the wicket, a little bit flatter, and Coughlin decided to run down the wicket in anticipation for a run. Nearly ran himself out of the non-striker's end as Baker misfielded and allowed that one through, and everything will hurt just a little bit more now. 98 for Rain, 97 for Coughlin. Last ball of the over. You know what's on Coughlin's mind. Last ball. Baker around the wicket, and it's well bowled. This one's tucked away into the leg side, and Coughlin is going to come back for 2. And really does pinch another run there. which moves him on to 99. Ben Rain is on 98, and the score is 6-3-6 for 7. Two local lads just a breath away from bringing up their first-class centuries. And Jake Libby's going to bring himself on. $155th over.
Libby then, where are we? I'll add him onto my scorecard. Rain is on 98. Has 113 in a T20 game for Leicestershire against Warwickshire. He's on 99 now, so both batsmen on 99. Coggers has the opportunity to get there first.
And now the whole field comes in. So from everybody being on the boundary, now there isn't an outrider. Every man now in what would be the circle in a limited overs game, as Libby just taking his time here and just transferring a bit of pressure and a bit of mind games back onto Coghlan, who takes strike now. Libby right arm over the wicket from the Lumley end, who tosses that up absolutely ridiculously slowly to tempt Coghlan, who just nudges it on the leg side and says, "Not this time, son," for no run.
So Coghlan's hit 10 fours and 2 sixes so far.
And Libby fires this one in, and Coghlan nails this one to mid-off again for no run. Just the anxiety levels go up. And Ben Rain better be ready to run it on striker's end, because Coghlan is, as he comes into ball, and he tosses this one up, and Coghlan turns this away onto the leg side, and that brings up his 100, his maiden century. Congratulations to Paul Coghlan, who's going to take his helmet off and salute his crowd. His 100 coming off 117 balls, 10 fours and 2 sixes, and a really proud moment for Paul Coghlan, who's battled injuries, and this is a moment he'll never forget, making his first-class 100 and sharing it with his good mate Ben Rain, who is also on 99. We'll be hoping to replicate that celebration and run off the park, hopefully in a declaration, as Durham are on 6-3-8 for 7. As Libby comes around the wicket to Ben Rain, and he fires it in, and Rain just defends this one down to mid-on for no run. There's one ball remaining in the over. And Libby comes in and he tosses this one up, and Ben Rain cloths it to mid-on, and it just evades a diving Pennington at mid-on, and it runs away for 4. And Ben Rain now joins Paul Coghlan, and he gets his first-class century, and as he raises his bat and his helmet, he gives a little nod to his mum and dad who are in the crowd here today, brings up his 100, 103 not out of 134 balls with 9 fours. And to my astonishment, they're going to bat on. No, they're not. They're going to go off.
Declaration.
They've declared
642.
So 642, which ranks probably second, does it, on the list?
Might be first, is it not? 640 or third?
Third, sorry, yeah. Third. Just a bronze medal. Ben Rain not out 103. Paul Coghlan not out 100. Durham end their first innings here against Worcestershire, 642 for 7.
Just pips. 634 for 8 at Worcester.
And there'll be a standing ovation for the two local lads as they walk off. They've already applauded Ravindra's double century today, and now these two, to rapturous applause from the home crowd and all the lads on the balcony. Two very popular lads in this setup, and Worcester will be thinking, my goodness, that's done, get me off. But unfortunately for the opening batters, they've got a nasty little period here.
To take tea now, won't they?
Be interesting.
They'll have tea now, I
They
think.
might have tea, yeah.
I think that'll be tea. Anyway, we'll mop up the stats and we'll be back with you in a few minutes, but I think that will probably be tea now.
reply to Somerset's 180 all out. At Edgbaston, Lancashire 186 for 4 in response to Warwickshire's 292. The LB County Championship Division 2 at Chesterfield, Derbyshire 229 for 8 in reply to Middlesex's 251 all out. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 149 for 1 reply to Middlesex's 376 all out. And at Leicester, Nottinghamshire are 168 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 440 all out. as the match umpire, Mark Newell and James Middlewood.
Right, here we go then. Ready to rock and roll. Chris Rushworth ball in hand. He's now got 800 wickets in all formats for Durham. Taylor Cornell opening the batting and on strike on his debut for Worcestershire. Is that Libby at the other end?
Yep.
Jake Libby.
So Rushworth round the wicket from the Lumley end to Cornell. First ball, Cornell is forward, pushing back up the pitch. Be a little sigh of relief, a little slowing of the heart rate from Cornell, having faced just the one delivery. That'll be enhanced if he manages to get off the mark as well. 4 slips in place, a massive 642 for 7 runs on the board. And Chris Rushworth, having had 3 weeks rest, gunning for one of his favourite teams. Round the wicket, he's in, he bowls, and Cornell is out. He's bowled him. Second ball, off stump, uprooted, kept really low, that one. A real shooter. So unlucky for Cornell, can't believe it. Worst possible start for Worcestershire, and we've been saying that we've hardly seen the ball do anything off this surface, and that's just scooted through along the ground basically. Very, very little he could do about that. You've got to have terrible bad luck. You've got to have great sympathy for Taylor Cornell. Worcestershire 0 for 1 in the first over. Incredible to see a ball do that, Marty, when we've seen one not really keep low at all in a day and, well, 5 sessions.
Poor lad. You just got to feel sorry for him, haven't you?
Yeah.
Welcome to the world of professional cricket. It was a decent ball, mine. It was you know, it was a good length delivery on off stump. He pitched it right up towards the base of the stumps.
It was, but I don't think you expect anything like that. But there you go. That's it's happened, and Worcestershire are 0 for 1, and Azhar Ali coming out, and just almost what we said could be the worst possible scenario for Worcestershire would be to come in after that marathon in the field and lose a couple of early wickets, and poor old Taylor Cornell has gone second ball, and well, he'll look back on it, whatever happens in his career, and feel that he was pretty unlucky, because that one scooted along at sort of ankle height, really. Real shooter, and hit the off stump.
A grabber, as they say.
Yeah.
Over
and the only one that we've seen, really. I mean, I know Ravindra said to you it might get a bit lower as the game goes on, but I don't think he expected that. Here's Rushworth into Azhar Ali. Bangs this one a little bit short of a length outside the off stump, and Azhar has absolutely nothing to do with that.
I'm surprised by how grey and miserable it looks, having gone downstairs and ran across the to the building at the back just to grab a snack, come back in and looking out here, and it's really filled in and greyed over in just the 20 minutes for tea, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think any rain is forecast, but it said a bit of cloud cover was due this afternoon, and it suddenly looks a different kettle of fish again at the moment.
Certainly does. Rushworth in, bowls to Azhar, little tiny bit of away movement from that one, but started outside the off stump and left alone by the experienced Pakistani Test international.
Well,
I always
Cornell,
say,
by the way, he got 23 against Durham last year for Lancashire in a one-day game at South North, but unfortunately today, not that sort of thing. And Azhar Ali got 92, didn't he, in that big stand with Jack Haynes.
And he's been
against Durham earlier this year.
They've had another very big stand since then. Rushworth is in, bowls, Azhar leaves that alone, and again there is a bit of movement after it's gone past the batsman, away from the right-hander. Taken by Eckersley behind the stumps. Worcestershire 0 for 1 then, replying to 642 for 7 declared. I say, if you're just joining us, no, people always are, perhaps less these days than when we were just on the radio and people are following the streams and so on, but a brilliant partnership of over 200 for the 8th wicket by Ben Rainham and Paul Coughlin, both making their maiden hundreds earlier today. Outside the off stump again from Rushworth, left alone from Azhar Ali, and that building on the 200 from Ravindra saw Durham to 642 for 7 declared, and they declared just before TT was taken, and Chris Rushworth starts with a wicket maiden. Taylor Cornell out for naught, second ball in his first innings in county cricket. Ball keeping very, very low, and with that news I'll pass you over to Martin off to do an update.
Just to some updates for then, the bowling figures from Worcester's point of view. Gibbon 4 for 127 from 26 overs, a career best for him. He bowled 4 maidens, as did Morris, as did Barnard. Morris 1 for 97 from 27 overs. Pennington 1 for 105 from 26, 1 maiden for him. Barnard none for 116 from 29. Baker 1 for 142, he bowled 35 overs, 3 of which were maidens. D'Oliveira none for 29 from 11 overs, 3 maidens from him, and Libby none for 6 from his 1 over. Here is Matt Salisbury, right arm over, bowling to Libby from the Finkel end. Jake Libby this year, he's got 105 not out against Derbyshire and 75 against Leicestershire. Against Durham, he made 166 for Notts in 2016. He's played 4 games against Durham. He also scored 126 at New Road last year. And this one has gone off towards point, no run there. Came through age group cricket in Cornwall, joined Nottinghamshire in 2014. And then scored 100 on his championship debut against Sussex. He's played for Cardiff University. He's been at Worcester since 2020. So he's, what is he, 37 runs away from 4,500 runs in first class cricket. 1100 to 1950s. Salisbury in and bowls. The ball's gone down towards vacant third man. 4-2, chased from the slip cordon, and the pub is open for the day. orders now being taken at the vacant third man. Matt Salisbury is playing in his 42nd first-class game, and he's got 115 wickets. His best figures, 6 for 37 against Middlesex in 2018, but he passed 100 when taking 4 for 74 at Nottinghamshire last year. That was the opening game of last season. Right arm over, bowls, it's defended, rolls out to Rain in the covers. He's from Brentwood in Essex. Matt Salisbury is with Essex, had a little spell with Hampshire as well. Coghlan finished 100 not out, Rain 103 not out, their partnership 213, by far the highest for an 8th wicket stand for Durham, beating the 154 that Rain had put on with Bryden Carse against Northants here in 2019. Salisbury in, that's left alone. Until today, Carse's previous best score had been 90 against Derbyshire in 2020, and Rain's in the county championship had been 82 when he made that partnership with Bryden Carse against Northants. And when he broke that 8th wicket stand today, the ball in which he did it, which took him to 83, his best score, was the one that did it. Worcestershire 2 for 1. The news has begun on Radio Newcastle. I'll be updating there shortly. Salisbury's played off the back foot this time by Libby and out through past mid-off. It's been chased by Ben Rain towards the boundary on our left-hand side. The ball slows. Rain slides in and collects it. His hat blows off his head about 5 or 6 yards from where he makes contact with the ball, and they run 3. And I just mentioned how gloomy it looked, and the floodlights are coming on at 4 p.m. Start of a new over from Rushworth. Right arm over, bowling to Libby. Cut past point and away to the shortish Castle stand for 4. Nicely played. Slightly offline there, Rushworth, with that delivery. Floodlights gradually gathering power under leaden skies here. Rushworth bowls, Libby turns this towards mid-wicket and Jones collects that one. No rain. Forecast just cloud today. Currently 15 degrees out there. And it says 100% cloud cover, and it's what you might describe as not wrong. Tomorrow highs of 18 degrees come the afternoon, with a mixture of sun and cloud. Libby going for a quick single up to mid-on here. Salisbury collects it. Wednesday, the final day. If we're still here, we could be seeing 20 degrees to 21 degrees. Ten for 1. Update for Radio Newcastle shortly. Here we go. Floodlights have just come on here. We've got lots of grey cloud cover at the moment, but it's not going to rain apparently. And Durham, well, they've had a cracking day because they've just declared their first innings on 642 for 7. That included the first centuries for both Paul Coghlan and Ben Rain, who put on 213 together for the 8th wicket. That's a club record as well. Coghlan just pipping Rain to the 100 mark by 2 deliveries. Earlier in the day, 217 from Rashin Ravindra as well. And then a wicket, second ball of the Worcestershire innings, Taylor Cornell on debut, bowled by Chris Rushworth, and he lost his off stump. They're currently 14 for 1 in the 3rd over. There was a 4 just there. through the slip cordon. Oh, now that's nipped back in. There's an appeal. Not out. Maybe a bit of inside edge. Azhar Ali on strike to Rushworth. Matty Potts has just got a wicket for England. New Zealand 3 down. They're 100 and... what are they? They are 115 for 3. Rushworth comes in and bowls to Ali. That nips in and stays low as well. He's getting a bit of movement here. He's getting this ball to do a few things, Frank.
Yeah. Well, as we'd expect, I suppose. Charlie Morris saying to me yesterday that he thought that the lacquer coming off the Duke makes it more likely to do a bit after about 10 or 11 overs. But Rushworth, I noticed in that his second over was getting a little bit of movement away from Azhar Ali, and I think maybe more worrying would be that variable bounce with the new ball, because when the ball's hard you'd expect it to still bounce a bit and maybe to keep low when it's a little bit older. Didn't really see much sign of that in the Durham innings. We saw one to maybe keep a little bit low, but nothing really shooting through. Here's Salisbury. Sainsbury. No, I don't. I mean Salisbury. In from the Finkel end. First ball is on off stump. Pushed out on the offside. Tell you what made me think of Sainsbury's. When you said he's from Essex.
Right.
I remembered a chap called Gary Sainsbury that I played with, who came from Essex, played a bit for Gloucestershire, left arm seamer, and I just fleetingly thought, oh, I wonder if they're related, and then I looked and thought, oh no, of course not, because it's Salisbury, not Sainsbury. But anyway, it is Salisbury. 32 on his back, moving away from us, right arm over the wicket, he's in, he bowls. Libby on the back foot, pushes on the offside, 3 slips and a gully in place, hoping for a little bit of sideways movement off the pitch. Floodlights on, probably not the best batting conditions of the day, but a little bit like it was yesterday later on when Ravindra and Bushnell had their excellent partnership. And again comes Salisbury. Libby forward this time, pushes out square on the offside. I believe it's the 3rd highest score that Worcestershire have ever conceded in county cricket.
It's Durham's 3rd highest score, and it's 8 better than their previous best against Worcestershire in 2009 as well.
I think it's I'd have to check whether it's actually the 3rd highest Worcestershire have ever conceded, but it's up there anyway. And a horrible way to begin their reply, as in comes Salisbury again, and this is pushed up to mid-on by Libby.
Do you want me to look for you?
14 for 1 then, Worcestershire. 10 to Libby, 4 to Azhar Ali. The man out, Taylor Cornell, very unfortunate. Got a scooter through from Rushworth, took his off stump out.
6-4-2, yeah. It's just gone above Leicestershire, 6-3-8 for 8 in 1996.
Here's Salisbury again, right arm over in. Bowls to Libby. Libby turns this one off his pads down to long leg for a single. And the score moves on to 15 for 1. So it's just a case now for Worcestershire of batting, isn't it? Bat, bat, bat. What else can you say? Can't win the game. Just got to bat, bat, bat. And, well, that in a way makes it, well, not easier, but clearer for the batting team. This one again from Salisbury, possibly kept a little bit lower as Ali just moves across his stumps, pushes up to mid on end of the over. 15 for 1, Azhar out for 4, Libby for 11. I've watched the replay of the Cornell dismissal lots of times. It definitely kept low. Whether it caught the bottom of his bat or not before it went onto the stumps, I'm not sure, but even if it did, I've kind of frozen it at the point of where he played at it, and you know, the bottom of his bat itself would be fairly low, so an element of bad fortune about it, but that won't bother Chris Rushworth or Scott Borthwick or any of the Durham team one little bit, because things are going exactly to plan. We thought they might have delayed the declaration a bit too long, but that won't matter if they win the game.
There were 37 overs left in the day when this innings began, by the way. There's Rushworth bowls, and this is pushed back behind point. Good diving stop from, is that Bushnell?
Number 20.
Yeah, Jonathan Bushnell.
He looks taller out there than he did when he was batting.
He made 66 on his debut today, matching Ravindra 217, the highest score by a Durham player on debut in a home game. 15 for 1. There's Rushworth bowls. Libby places off towards mid-wicket. Who's that? Colin, the Northern Ireland presenter on 5 Live.
Colin Murray.
Yeah, hasn't he been tipped to take over 15 to 1 or?
Oh, I see. Don't know.
Or was it Countdown? One of them. He's hosted it before.
Countdown, I think it is. Yeah.
I worked with him a few years ago because I did 6 months at 5 Live as a weekend sports presenter on a Saturday evening and a Sunday evening, and at the time it was the lead up to the London Olympics in 2012, and he came up with this plan which sounded like a good plan at the time. In comes Rushworth and bowls. This is defended. He wanted to interview every British gold medalist, and all of them but one said yes, but it took him all around the world. He was off to Australia and America and Canada and everywhere, and the one person who refused to do an interview with him was Steve Ovett.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, there's some cracking stories because he turned it into a series of radio shows and podcasts. Rushworth bowls, that's wide of off stump, goes through to the keeper. But I remember seeing him planning it and chatting about it at work, and then interviewing him a few months later when it was about to go on air. And I said, I remember how eager you were when you first came up with this plan, and then how weather-beaten and tired you looked towards the end, because it just took on such an amount of time. A lot of travel and expense and everything else, but it was a great series. There was one woman won a gold, possibly 800 metres, maybe Tokyo, and never ran again.
Wow.
This is passed off stump through to the keeper. I think not long after she competed, she went into a teaching career, and then had a family, and that was that. Never competed in a major race again.
What? You don't know what event it was, what distance?
I think it was possibly the 800 metres. In a short mid-wicket here now for Libby, who's on 11. Rushworth bowls. Libby cuts on. It's gone through the slip cordon for 4. That was a catchable height as well. And Scott Borthwick moving across to his right, and Travaskis was next to him, and they both watched the ball fly through the gap. Libby should have been gone there. Instead it went for 4. I think possibly Borthwick was moving to try and take it, and then left it, seeing Travaskis in the corner of his eye, but Travaskis didn't react to it.
Excuse me. I've just got a text conversation going on with Alan Richardson about who I'm going to interview tonight, and I said, he replied, and I put just look up and nod, but that was when he was down here, and now he's walked around the other side of the ground. He's looking up and he can't see anybody. Here's Salisbury to start a new over from the Finkel end. Bowls and finds the edge. Azarali pushing at it, just died on him, kept his hands soft, so he died on the second slip, bouncing just in front of Borthwick, captain, second slip. And again, encouragement for the Durham seamers with that edge, hint of movement. Comes in again now, Salisbury. bowls, and Azza is back and pushing out square on the offside. So 3 slips in place. Got Ravindra at first, notable for the pristine nature of his stiff-brimmed Durham sun hat. Borthwick at second. Who's at third, Marty?
Travaskis.
Travaskis at third. They're the key men. Could be in business as Salisbury comes in. Third ball of his third over. Bowls to Azza, and he steers this down to third man. It won't go all the way, I don't think. Probably just be 2. Yeah, 2 runs as it's pursued by Travaskis. Takes Azza on to 6, and the total is 21 for 1. Libby is 15. And although I don't mean it to sound facetious, but it almost doesn't matter what the score is. It's just about how long Worcestershire can bat, isn't it? They've got to bat to the end of tomorrow, you would think, in this innings. That will be the target, I would think. Salisbury bowls, and Azza is pushing at that one outside the off stump. Beaten, annoyed with himself, taken by the keeper. Didn't carry much. I say it didn't carry. It carried through to the gloves, but it didn't bounce much. But initially, a few hands thrown skywards in the slips, and Azza once again chastises himself. You've got to remember, when you put yourselves in the minds of these batsmen, they've been out on the field for virtually, well, the entire game, bar 2 balls in Azza's case. There's got to be some fatigue there. Salisbury is in and bowls, and Azza pushes out on the offside and sends Libby back as he shows interest in a single. There have been a couple of mix-ups concerning Azhar Ali during his brief time with Worcestershire in terms of running. He was run out in his first innings for Worcestershire at Leicester when he set off for a kind of non-existent single and then slipped, and 1 or 2 other occasions where things haven't quite gone perfectly in terms of communication with his partner. 4 slips now as he drives Salisbury out on the offside, and it's a good piece of fielding at short extra cover by Rain, is it?
Yeah.
And although he didn't gather the ball cleanly, he did well enough to stop it going more than a couple of yards past him. So it was a good shot, but no reward from it. End of the over. 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 8 Salisbury. Rushworth 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. Worcestershire, who lost Taylor Cornwall to the second ball of the innings, are 21 for 1.
This is Salisbury's 4th match of the season. It's Durham's 8th in the county championship. He's taken just the 4 wickets so far. Bowled 84 overs going into this one today. Rushworth hasn't found it going easy either. He's struggled for wickets, but he is up on 16 going into this one, now 17. But there's a couple of games in a row where he didn't take a wicket, which was very uncharacteristic of him. As he bowls to Libby. Libby plays this short on the offside and goes for a quick single. Looking at the batsman, Libby started this game with 287 runs. He's had 100 and 150. His best score 105, not out, and that came against Derbyshire in Derby. And Azhar Ali, he starts the game, well, he's now got 500 runs for the season. He's moved on to 6 years, so he's got 505 runs for the season, and he's had 350s and 100. His best knock 225 in the game against Leicestershire in Worcester, and this is a nice shot from him. Cuts it away out through the covers for 4 to the Castle stand.
Yeah, just meat and drink really, that, isn't it? Bit short, bit wide. Rushwick, writing the word Borthwick as I say that, and Rushworth and Borthwick combined to give you Rushwick, which is a little village just outside Worcester. Where there's a cricket,
is it?
There's a cricket team, yeah, Rushwick, quite near to where Dave Bradley's club play in Martley, in that sort of area, north of the city. Rushworth not the pace to be able to get away with that length, of course.
And what's wrong with his boot?
Yeah, the old pro's trick, isn't it? Just bowled a bad ball, got hit for 4. Must be something in my studs. Probably is, I'm only joking. But Azhar not missing out really. Sort of shot we've seen on this easy paced pitch quite regularly through the game. Bushnell in particular played a few absolute crackers. This one's short from Rushwick, no ball, pulled by Azza. Great tumbling piece of fielding by Ravindra down at fine leg. So it's not, I'm talking complete rubbish unless he's taking his sun hat off. No, he wasn't at first slip. Anyway, great piece of fielding. Really
fine leg,
good.
you said.
So 1 to Azza, no ball. So 29 for 1 now the score. Beddingham at first slip, Borthwick at second, Travaskis at third. All lined up in front of us as Rushworth comes in and bowls down the leg side. Good diving take by Eckersley, low to his left, one-handed. Nice work. And Rushworth, at the moment, having got a wicket with his second ball, just struggling for a tiny bit of rhythm, one feels. But he's been off for 3 weeks, I gather, resting up. And the benefits of that will be that once he does get a bit of rhythm, he'll be feeling physically pretty strong, one would imagine. He comes in and bowls again now, and that's better, just outside off stump, left alone by Jake Libby. Libby, who's been Worcestershire's most productive batsman in terms of runs for the last couple of seasons since he's joined from Notts. Not had as good a start this season as he would have hoped, but an ideal opportunity here on a decent surface with all the time in the world to just bat. 29 for 1 Rushworth. Under the lights, moves towards us, bowls. I don't know why I'm doing this, it's not my over, is it? Sorry Marty, I've nicked one. Never mind, you can take over. 29 for 1, just pushed away on the onside by Libby. Well, earlier today, it was just reflecting on it, Rain and Coughlin, you know, both getting their maiden hundreds. Brilliant partnership of over 200. Just coming together when Worcestershire felt not back in the game, but in with a chance of keeping Durham below something absolutely massive. They just played it so well, didn't they? Just calmed things down for 5 or 6 overs. Rushworth again bowls. Libby pushes out on the offside, sends Azhar Ali back. End of the over. Calmed it down for 5 or 6 overs, and then just started to accelerate. And then by the end, well, Worcestershire sort of set defensive fields and slowed them down a little bit, but by the end they were scoring at will. End of the over, 29 for 1 Worcestershire. Earlier today, Durham, 642 for 7 declared.
In a few minutes' time, I will be wearing 2 sets of headphones and having 2 microphones, because I'll be doing an update for Radio Tees a little bit later on. So I have to do that on the iPad. I wonder
if I can watch that.
Yeah, I have to do that on the iPad with another microphone while still wearing the commentary headset. So
you like the players when they wear 2 caps, now, don't they, quite often?
Scott Borthwick's coming out a word with Matt Salisbury. Now retreats to the slip cordon as Salisbury comes in. Right arm over to Ali. Oh, he's appealing. The arms stay down from the umpire.
That's a decent shot to me, that. As I looked a bit concerned.
Yeah, he didn't
bounce again very much, did it?
Perhaps slightly outside the line of off stop. My TV feed's now jumping about a bit. Slightly obscured view from the umpire's wide-brimmed hat as to where that hit him on the pads. Salisbury comes in again and bowls, and that's played back up to the bowler's end. It's a no ball. And the bowler wanders back past the crease and stares down at the ground, looking for evidence that it was a mistake. It's if you're going to be able to see where your foot was.
And even if you found it, there's no way the umpire's going to change his mind, is there? Or even pay you any credence whatsoever.
Salisbury to Ali, defended right on middle stump, that one. Length ball.
Pay you about as much credence as you did to me when I mentioned that red light.
What red light?
The one in Durham on Saturday afternoon.
Oh yeah. Have you had the letter yet? That used to be a fines graveyard, that road. Salisbury balls, flits that in
Shot.
towards off stump, but it's a half volley and it's played nicely by Ali through the covers for 4. Back in the day, they used to have a red light system there, and I think did you have to buy a token or something? Or it was like a toll gate or something. Anyway, it was, can't remember the details, but it was considered controversial, and people were saying it would deter people from going into that section of the city. It's quite a narrow lane anyway from there up towards the cathedral.
I mean, well, that's it. At that light, only one car can actually get through.
.35 for 1. Salisbury in. Ali fends that away to Gully. Diving stop in the gully from Bushnell. So anyway, your excuse, Your Honour, was that the light, because it took so long for the other vehicle to come through, as you set off, it turned to red, and you continued on your merry way.
Not just me, the car in front of me as well.
Right.
Yeah, we're both kind of... It changed, so we started to go forward, and then as we were going through it, 2 cars came down, so we had to stop. And then obviously you think, well, I've got to carry on now.
Yeah. This is push towards point by Ali. No.
I know that you don't stand much chance, but I'd
save it for the
argue that
judge.
one quite sternly, because there was nothing I could do. I think, and the other thing is there were literally hundreds of people around. You know, pedestrians just all over the place. It was a tricky one.
Well, it does have the feel of a pedestrian precinct, doesn't it?
Definitely. Yeah. Well, I always used to think that when I was visiting my daughter at the university, at the top of right at the top, up by the castle. She actually lived in the castle for 1 year, which was great, except for climbing up the stairs carrying the luggage.
Oh, is that an edge or not? There was a shot to catch it. He played and missed then.
Didn't he?
End of the over. So yeah, because they used to have quite a few foreign students used to be in the halls inside the castle.
Yeah, it was horrible when well, no, it was a lovely room and everything. She had a great view and it was beautiful, but I carrying the trunk and the bags and all that kind of thing from my car, imagine it, I think I lent her a couple of great big cricket bags that I'd had from tours.
And your coffins.
Not coffins, but soft ones, you know, the big, like really big, and just heaving. I remember getting to the top of the stairs. I think I counted. I think it was something like 159 steps or something.
You're joking.
No, it was horrendous. Obviously, really old building. No such thing as a lift. And it was tough going. But anyway, she enjoyed it. Very nice college to be in. University College, set in the castle at Durham University. Here's Chris Rushworth bowling to Jake Libby. Little bit of away shape on this one as Libby steers it out square on the offside.
How many years ago was that then?
Well, what is she now? She's 29, so it was probably about 7 or 8 years ago, when she finished.
What was she studying at Durham?
Classics.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's all the one-day cycle races across Belgium in the spring.
The proper stuff. She even did the ancient Greek and all that aspect of it as well. Here's Rushworth in bowls, and this one's whipped away by Libby, and there's a very good diving save at mid-wicket by Bushnell. Dive into his right one-handed, really good stop, and well, that would have gone for 4. I think timed very nicely by Libby. Good from Bushnell.
Have you got a 4:30?
Yes, and I better go and do it, hadn't I? Thank you for reminding me.
I've got a 4:30 coming up now as well for tees. In comes Rushworth bowling to Libby. That's a leave just outside the off stump. In comes Rushworth to Libby. Libby defends. 35 for 1. Pushed away to the covers by Libby. He's on 16, Azhar Ali's on 15. Deficit is a minor matter of 607 runs at the moment. Still lots of grey cloud around and the floodlights remain on as Rushworth bowls. Libby watches it go through to the keeper. That is the end of the over. Libby's best score this year, 105, not out against Derbyshire and Derby. He's had a 75 against Leicestershire and Leicester. They're the two scores of note. Oh, that's easy. I can make you feel good. Shalimar. Oh, nearly an edge behind here as a little shove at the ball from Ali there. Outside life, he was tempted down that line of uncertainty. Salisbury in again now to Ali. That's wide of off stump. And okay. Wide of off stump and played down into the ground and off to point. Just chatting to my colleague on Radio Tees. So to give you a picture, I've got my headset on with a built-in microphone for the commentary, which is also connected to the live video feed from here. And then our commentary feed goes from here to Newcastle and then via Salford and around the world on the internet and the sports app. This is played out through mid-wicket by Ali for 1. And then I've also connected an iPad using a system called Lucy Live, which allows you to report live into the radio. So that's connected to Radio Tees. So I've got a second headset on with that and another microphone. Certainly looks rather grey and broody to the north of us. Brooding. As the bowler bowls, Yorker length ball, this one off stump, played away by Libby to the covers, no run. Slightly lighter skies to the west, but no rain is forecast, and indeed you can see the lights quite clearly in the members' room now. Looks very dark on the balcony where the members are sitting in the pavilion. Salisbury in, and that's out through the covers from Libby, and it's being chased by Bushnell. Ball slows just as it heads towards the rope. Bushnell catches it, Libby will run free. And the keepers come all the way between the two sets of stumps to try and retrieve the ball. .39 for 1. Well, Frank is back, so I can take this headset off now and concentrate on tees for a moment or two.
Okay. Salisbury in. Bowls to Azhar, who drives sweetly and beautifully, really, up to mid-off. No run possible. End of the over from Salisbury. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18. His figures, and Worcestershire 39 for 1 in their reply to the mammoth 642 for 7 declared Durham total. The one man out, Taylor Cornell, bowled by Chris Rushworth without scoring. Second ball of the innings, ball that appeared to keep extremely low. Very unfortunate for the young man on his county championship debut. Things can only get better. Rushworth, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21 coming in from the Finkel end to bowl to Libby, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. And again, a little bit of shape away from the right-hander, mainly after it had passed the bat, but nonetheless, good, encouraging sign for Chris Rushworth, who turns again, coming in towards us now, and bowls, and Libby is in behind another no ball, and tucking it out to mid-wicket. That's fielded by Bushnell. Is Rushworth again in bowls, and Libby again turning this one on the onside, and there's no run. It's 41 for 1. Floodlights on. It's a bit brighter than it was about 5-10 minutes ago, as Rushworth comes in again. 3 slips, waiting expectantly. He bowls outside the off stump again. A little bit of shape away, but started too wide to make Libby play, and he's happy to leave that alone. And through it goes.
Norman Robinson has emailed with the answer to the question. He says the athlete you referred to earlier was Anne Packer.
Oh, Anne Packer, yeah, I've heard
He
of
said she won silver in the 400 metres and gold in the 800 metres in Tokyo in 1964.
Yeah.
Her fiance Robbie Brightwell won silver in the 4x400 metres.
Shot. Half volley from Rushworth. It swung a bit, but in the slot for Libby, and he just leaned into it and eased it through extra cover. Very good shot from the Cornishman.
He said she retired shortly after the Olympics at 22 years of age. 2 of their sons, David and Ian, then went on to play for
Manchester City
during their careers.
Yeah.
Thank you for that one, Norman.
Yeah, I remember the sons playing football for Manchester City. It's in the genes, isn't it? Rushworth from the Finkel end, from the Lumley end, bowls. A bit shorter of a length this time on the back foot. Libby pushing out into the covers. So Libby 23 off 39, Hazard 16 off 27. And Worcestershire in the 11th over, 1 ball left in it, 45 for 1. So they're scoring at 4 and over, as did Durham throughout their innings, on what appears to be a fairly easy-paced, good batting pitch, notwithstanding poor old Taylor Cornell's shooter. Rushworth in, bowls down the leg side to Libby, who gets inside this, misses it, taken by Eckersley. End of the over, 45 for 1. It remains.
Hugh Porter, who was the BBC cycling commentator for many a year, he married Anita Lonsborough, who was a swimmer, and she won gold at the 1960 Summer Olympics, the 200 metre breaststroke. She then won the BBC Sports Personality of the Year award as well. I'm trying to remember what Hugh won. He's got that soft Brummie accent, hasn't he? Midlands accent, former professional cyclist.
Yeah, I know the one you mean.
Commonwealth Games gold medal in 1966 he won.
Certainly know the voice.
Yeah. And I remember at one of the Olympics, would it have been 2012 or the one that came after that one? Where was the next Olympics after London? 2016, where was that? Can't remember now.
We all ought to know that, haven't we?
Totally forgotten. And he come around every 4 or 5 years. Ben Rain into the attack now to replace Salisbury from the Finkel end, and Boss just played down to the ground off the point. He was commentating in the velodrome, and Anita with him. I think she was acting as a sort of for him when he was doing his cycling commentaries.
Rio, wasn't it? Of course it was.
Ah, yes. That's right. In comes the bowler. This is left alone at the off stump. The Greg Van Avermaet won the men's road race at Rio, and it was a really horrendous course. It was raining heavily, and there was some pretty nasty crashes. There was this really steep downhill section. Anyway, he won it, and then he had a gold bike and a gold helmet, and he ended up being Olympic champion for 5 years because of the COVID scenario. As Ben Rain comes in and bowls, and this has gone away down towards fine leg, beats the keeper. Leg buys, I think, will be signalled here as it goes for 4. Buys a signal.
Kept low as well, didn't it? That really kept low. Encouraging for Durham, this low bounce. Very encouraging. Just what you want to see when you've got 600 on the board. Every now and again, if you can have one just every hour or two that scoots through and gets someone LB or hits the stumps like that one bowled to Cornell, you'd be very happy. And as the ball gets older, you can only imagine it's going to keep a bit lower. Bit of a worry, bit of a concern.
49 for 1. Rain balls, it's off the pads, he's appealing. It looked like it was going down the leg side. The umpire's not interested. And
decent shout, decent shout.
Ali was on strike. I think I'm going to see a signal. We're not, so the umpire's decided that he hit it.
It was pretty straight, you know, looking at the replay. But if he got something on it, then obviously not a problem.
50 up. That's come pretty quickly, though, hasn't it? 11.4 overs.
Yeah, just saying that. They've been scoring at 4 and over, haven't they? Putting the bad ball away. Obviously, fair amount of close fielders as Durham attempt to change the game, really. I was saying to Ash before when we were on air, this first 20-30 over is going to be crucial.
It's gone through to the keeper.
If you look at the whole game, if Durham win it, I'm guessing that the first 30 overs of this innings will be crucial if they don't pick up early wickets. You know, if Worcestershire get to 100, 150 without losing more than a couple of wickets, then you'd start to bank on the draw a bit, wouldn't you? Although there's still obviously still be a long way behind. But it's taking time out of the game as well, isn't it?
Yep. Rain to Ali. This goes out towards the covers.
There's a little bit of dip, a little bit of in-dip. Turned it round a bit, didn't it?
I was just mentioning Greg Van Avermaet, who won the road race in the Rio Olympics, and he came and competed in the Tour de Yorkshire a few years ago, and I was on my way down to a Durham away game in the One Day Cup back when it used to be in May, and was able to call in to Selby on the way down. I think it was Grantham I was going to, and it was chucking it down, and when the race finished they were all in Selby, and his bike was on the top of the team car, and it was gold plated to symbolise his gold medal from the Olympics. He had a gold helmet as well, which he was able to then wear for 5 years. Probably not the same helmet for 5 years, but and then on the way back down to a game on the Monday in Leeds, I was able to go and see the final stage through Otley as well. Massive crowds. Sadly, it hasn't taken place for the last 3 years.
Paul Coughlin into the attack at the Lumley end. Starts with a wide one outside the off stump to Libby. Probably the quickest bowler, I would imagine, on either side in this game. Coughlin, leggy sort of character, slingy kind of action, loose limb, tall, and capable of bowling at a lively pace. Just readjusting his garments at the moment as he goes back to the end of the run. Hadn't perhaps tied his trousers up as tightly as he might have done, he found, as he delivered that one. 51 for 1 as he comes in, right arm over towards us, and bowls, hits the deck quite hard, and Libby on his toes pushes out on the offside. Coughlin would be the sort of bowler that would really do you if you got one that kept low, because he hits the deck quite hard and he's tall. You're always expecting it to bounce a bit, and just imagine Libby there on the back foot, expecting that one to come up to about sort of rib height, and he gets one that's suddenly about knee height. That's the sort of thing you fear. as a batter on an up and down track. Here's Coughlin, bowls again to Libby on the back foot, just gets the toe of the bat on this one and plays it out on the offside, and it's fielded by Coughlin off his own bowling. Got his first ever 100 today, Paul Coughlin, so whatever happens in this spell, he'll be walking on air as he goes back to his mark there, as will Ben Rain, who's bowling at the other end. Funny how things go. Just expand on that in a minute. As Coughlin bowls, bit of a way shape, quite a bit of a way shape. Started very wide, but then went a long way wider, and Eckersley took it diving in front of, well, 1.5 slips, and quite low. But funny how things happen in cricket. Rain and Coughlin sharing a partnership of 200, both reaching maiden hundreds. Wouldn't be at all surprised if they put together a little spell here where they pick up some wickets either. This one again is outside the off stump, left alone by Libby, and having passed the batsman just from our position here, high up, right behind the wicketkeeper, we can see it just curving away in the air, taken low down in front of Beddingham at first slip by Ned Eckersley. Eckersley, one of the batsmen that missed out in that mammoth Durham innings. In comes Coughlin again, bowls, and on the back foot Libby is driving on the offside, and he gets a single only as a result of a misfield by Jones in the covers. Otherwise that would have been a maiden for Coughlin, as it was just one run off it. 52 for 1. Libby keeps the strike, he's 24. Azza is 18. The man out Taylor Cornell without scoring. And having referred to that Durham innings, just a quick run through of the scorecard. The men out yesterday: Jones 21, Borthwick 96 and Beddingham 4. The men out today: Bushnell 66, Ravindra 217, Travaskis without scoring, and Eckersley for 6. Unbeaten hundreds for Rain and Coughlin.
The sun is shining all of a sudden. Cloud breaking up again. Rain then bowling to Libby on 24, comes in. Libby plays it out into the covers, no run there. Time is at 12 minutes to 5. It's a crack at New Zealand, 145 for 4 now, lead England by 159 runs. Potts has taken 1 for 18 in 12 overs. Ben Stokes none for 26 in 9. Rain bowls. It's gone off down towards fine leg. And Jones comes round from the Castle stand to field. It's going to be leg byes.
So we've got bright sunshine and the floodlights on again. Mind you, as we look out, Marty, a lot of grey cloud, isn't there?
Yeah, I think the
Maybe
worst of it's
coming
just
over
drifted
from
to the
behind
north, hasn't
Yeah.
it? It's over sort of Whitemare Pool way, top end of Washington. Rain in, wideish delivery, and it's played away by Libby past point and off towards the boundary in front of the Health Club for 4. Takes him on to 28, and Worcestershire 58 for 1. The wind's actually started to point towards us
from the
now
north,
at
isn't
ground
it?
level,
Yeah. Azza and Libby just having a chat about that one, Libby just indicating there was a bit of movement in the air.
.58 for 1, Rain in. Oh, it's gone. Thick edge from Libby, and he's pouched at second slip by Scott Borthwick, and he is out for 28. He should have really gone when he was, what was he on? He was on 11, and he edged Rushworth through the slip cordon between Borthwick and Travaskis. But now Borthwick takes the catch. Libby's out, and they're 58 for 2.
Yeah, had the binoculars on that one, absolutely saw it all the way. Comfortable catch into the sort of the bread basket, as they say, but they're never easy. but he'd hit the previous ball for 4. Rain just getting his length back a little bit with that one, and Libby just pushing at it outside the off stump. Faced 50 balls, hit 4 4s, but he has gone, and Worcestershire in a bit of trouble now, I have to say, at 58 for 2, as Jack Haynes comes out to join Azhar Ali. So decent partnership of 50 for that second wicket, but in the circumstances Worcestershire need their top order to bat long.
It's 58, wasn't it, in the end?
Yeah, 58. 58 in, well, just 13 overs, wasn't it? So pretty, as you say, decent scoring rate, but it's about time, really, isn't it, this innings, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. They need their top order to bat long time. These two have done that. Had a couple of mammoth partnerships this season. Enjoyed batting together. I think Jack Haynes has learnt a lot off Azhar Ali, and against Leicestershire, when they both got hundreds. But different circumstances. Everything's, well, I wouldn't say everything's going Durham's way, but they're going about their business very effectively and efficiently, aren't they? Played obviously, if you get 642, you played brilliantly as a team, and they have. And now they've just come out and made a good start, obviously, with a wicket in the first over. Just stuck at it, and Ben Rain getting his reward for a nice, accurate piece of bowling there. Previous ball was a bit wide, but that one just in the right area, in the corridor, and Libby just pushing at it, getting that little outside edge. Good catch.
They're allowing people in free tomorrow at Trent Bridge, and it's obviously proved popular because the Trent Bridge ticket website's crashed this afternoon. So
in comes Rain again, bowls first ball to Haynes, of course, who made his maiden 100 against Durham recently. 58 for 2, and a nice little touch. And I know there's been credit for Ben Stokes messaging Josh Baker after that savaging that he gave him, but I also saw a tweet from Chris Rushworth about Jack Haynes after he made that 100, and he said what a player this young man is and how well he played under pressure. It's nice to see that respect between fellow pros, I think, seriously. Rain in outside the off stump to Haynes, leaves that alone, taken by the keeper Ned Eckersley.
So if you're in the Nottinghamshire area or the Midlands, or you fancy a trip down to the Midlands tomorrow, it's free entry for the final day of that test match. We were in the real fortunate position when our tickets were sent to us for the playoff final at Wembley a few weeks ago. I think we were charged £1.50 a ticket for the privilege to print them off ourselves at home.
Yeah, that's very good of them, that, isn't it? Yeah, very good of them.
So they charged me £1.50 for me to use my ink and paper.
I think that's really good.
Yeah.
They'll make money any way they can. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes.
It's like the booking fee, isn't it?
Yeah, here's Coghlan, comes in and bowls. This is played off towards mid-wicket. Yeah, when they advertise a ticket as a certain price, and then there's admin fees, postage fees, booking, all this sort of stuff, the ticket is not the price it's advertised as.
That's right.
But what happens is a lot of the venues, sometimes the only real thing that they will make out of a performance is maybe the booking fee and a bit of the bar or whatever. Which being charged to print off at home, fantastic. This is defended by Ali on off stump from Coghlan.
Yeah, and what was the alternative?
There wasn't one, I don't think. I can't remember. You might have been able to, I don't think anyone would have had them posted out. I don't think that was an option. It's just flicked away down towards long leg by Ali. It's in fact going to be a leg by 1 run. Yeah, because I don't think the day they emailed the tickets out was something like the Wednesday, and the match was on the Saturday, and by then I was already in London.
So you couldn't have the ticket on your phone, or? Yeah,
well, I mean, quite a few people emailed tickets to varying phones. Yeah.
So you didn't have to print it out. That's all I'm trying to work out.
Oh no, that charge just was on there.
Oh, so you didn't pay it. You just, yeah. I get it. Madness.
Played by Haynes out towards mid-wicket. I think Coughlin thought he'd beaten his defences there and he played that late.
I think that we saw that a bit, didn't we, in the Durham innings. Azar, you get that a lot with Azar because you just put that front foot there and then bring the bat down really late. As do a lot of subcontinental players. They certainly had their hands on the heads in the slips as well.
Coughlin in, nicely driven by Haynes up to mid-off, no run there. The Wyke Tykes asking, he says, useful that new opener for you. What part of Seaton Carew does he come from? Referring to Rachin
yes.
Ravindra, who's from Wellington. Did you see the Seaton Carew canoe drama on ITV a few weeks ago?
Oh, was that Seaton Carew?
Yeah. This is defended again
Yes,
by Haynes, goes to cover, end of the over. But Anne,
I've got a story.
I've got a plan. It was amazing how quickly it unravelled.
Update coming up, so I'll just do a little bit of this. We might have time for 2 or 3 deliveries and then shoot off. It's been Durham's day once again here at the Riverside. Goes without saying, I suppose, when you look at the score, but Worcestershire just hanging in there at the moment. What have they got? Another 22 overs left in the day. I would imagine. Well, you don't set big targets, do you, when you come together in a partnership? You set little ones. Here's Rain into Haynes. Into Azar, I beg your pardon, who moves down the pitch. Does a little run on the spot, really, trying to put Rain off, and he fires it down the leg side. But a bit like I heard Ravindra say to you last night, you know, you just set little targets, don't you? He said, didn't he, 5 overs, 10 overs or whatever. And these two, in their attempt to still be there at the close, 21 overs left after this, I'm sure we'll be saying, let's just get through the next 10 minutes, next 3 overs, see where we are. Just keep going, little targets, and then it'll be the same tomorrow for whichever Worcestershire batsmen are there. Just got to bat and bat and bat. Here's Rain in, bowls to Azar, pushes out on the offside, and there's one of those run-out mix-ups that I was saying can happen if that throw had hit. Jack Haynes was stranded. Brilliant bit of backing up by Rushworth at mid-on, because the throw missed and looked for all the world like it was going to be 4 overthrows, but he threw himself to his left and made a brilliant save, and they only got a single, but it was very, very nearly a catastrophic mix-up. Azar pushing it out on the offside, and they were looking for a single. I'm all for being positive even in a situation like this, but there is no need to be risking any kind of quick singles. Rushworth in, Rain in to Haynes, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. All they need to do is bat time, and all I need to do is nip over to the other area to do my update.
5 o'clock news just starting on Radio Newcastle. I'll be updating them shortly. High pressure is about to be in charge. Yippee. Hopefully the wind will disappear as well. Rain in, and that's left by Haynes. He's had 3 centuries this season, Haynes, so every time he's got to 50 this year, he's gone on to get 100. So one of those was against Durham. He made 120 not out in the second innings in a partnership of 195 with Ali, the highest for any Worcestershire wicket against Durham in first-class cricket. He's made 133 against Derbyshire and 127 against Leicestershire. This is left alone. It pitches and then swings down towards the leg side after it's past the stumps. So Haynes has got 3 centuries all this year, and he's had a number of 50s as well, 6 50s. Worcestershire debut came in 2018. His dad Gavin played for Worcestershire from 1991 to 99. The 10th father and son combo to play for the county. He got 491 runs last year. He's yet to get off the mark today though. He's faced 8 balls. This is the 9th. It's played back to Rain, and it's another dot ball. End of the over, 60 for 2. Coghlan from the lonely end, defended by Ali. Goes short on the leg side. Ravindra comes in to pick the ball and give it a polish on the back of his right thigh. Coghlan in again now to Ali. Ali plays the ball out into the covers, this time to Jones. It's a dot ball. 3 in the slip cordon. Beddingham, Borthwick and Travaskis. Bushnell's at backward point. Jones in the covers. Salisbury at mid-off. Rushworth at mid-on. Eckersley crouching down with his gloves behind the stumps. That one nips in sharply and nearly knocks Ali over. Rain is down at long leg, and then you've got Ravindra at short mid-wicket, who's given the ball a polish again. This ball's played to point. 4 dot balls so far in this over. Floodlights remain on. Durham declared earlier on 642 for 7. That include maiden centuries for both Paul Coghlan and Ben Rain, who got there in the same over as just before Durham declared an earlier 217 from debutant Rachin Ravindra as well. The highest score by a Durham player on debut in a home game. Worcestershire then got themselves in trouble from the off with Chris Rushworth bowling. Taylor Cornell on his debut, second ball a duck, and then Jake Libby's just edged Ben Rain to Scott Borthwick at second slip when he was on 28. They were 58 for 2 then. They're now on 60 for 2. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. This is played by Ali out through mid-wicket. It's gone through Ravindra, and Ali will get 2 runs. The breeze has got up again, and it seems to have got greyer again. Still some heavy clouds sitting over us. We had a brief moment of sunshine.
Ben Rain in again from the Finkel end. Bowls, and Haynes is driving at this one. Gets a toe end on it, down into the ground, pops up into the slips. Taken there by Borthwick, who took the catch to dismiss Libby earlier. Haynes yet to get off the mark. He's faced 10 balls so far. That won't worry him, or it shouldn't worry him. All that matters is that he sticks around. Well, it's not all that matters, but Rain bowls, and he's off the mark this time with a nice shot, actually. Really nicely timed through mid-wicket, off his sort of thigh. His left thigh just clipped away through mid-wicket. Good shot. Proper batsman shot that, just letting the ball come in and working it away through the gap. There's a man on the drive at short mid-wicket. That's well wide of him. So nice first boundary for Jack Haynes, takes him onto 4 at 66 for 2. And Ben Rain wearing 44 moves away from us again. Bowls to Haynes, who leaves that alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by Ned Eckersley moving to his left. 3 slips, the third of which is kind of fourth slip really. There's a bit of a gap between Borthwick at second slip and Travaskis at third. Then we've got cover mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square, mid-wicket, and that man on the drive on the leg side. So having watched Haynes for all that time at New Road, and probably in consultation with the analysts, just break off as Rain comes in again, bowls, and Haynes gets 4 more. Gets inside an ill-directed delivery and just clips it away very fine down to fine leg for 4. So pair of boundaries in the over for Haynes. He goes to 8, 70 for 2. They've watched him and they've thought, obviously he played really well in that innings at New Road, but they've thought if he has a weakness or if he has a tendency that they can capitalise on, it might be just to clip it slightly uppishly on the leg side. And that's what they're gambling on. We saw Worcestershire employing a similar tactic, well, on both sides of the wicket at various times throughout the Durham innings. Didn't bring any success. Here's Rain. In again. Haynes turning this one on the leg side. Sprawling half stop by Ravindra at square leg. They go through for a single. Takes Haynes on to 9. Light's pretty good again now. Floodlights are on. And clouds fairly high. Been cloudy for most of the day. We've had a few bursts of sunshine. Pretty good crowd in. Dispersed fairly evenly around this sizable ground. Ben Rain is in again and bowls to Azhar, who again plays in front of that left pad. Pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. 71 for 2, end of the over. 642 for 7 was the Durham score. Azhar has 21, Haynes has 9. The 2 men out, Cornwall without scoring, and Libby for 28.
He's played 94 tests for Pakistan, Azhar Ali, and he's got 1900s in that period as well, and 35 50s. I think I gave up counting the teams he'd played for when I got to about 16 or something.
Yeah.
There's that many different clubs around the world he's been involved with. Somerset in 2018. This is defended here by Haynes at the start of new over from Coghlan.
Yeah, when Dwayne Bravo came over to play T20 cricket for Worcestershire a couple of weeks ago, I had a look online at his playing history in that format.
Yeah.
Well, I just gave up. I really did. He's played for everybody.
Bowler in again. This has gone towards the covers. I mean, some of them now, they're playing in the Big Bash, then they go to the Sri Lanka Super League, then they can go to the IPL, then the
Caribbean Premier
then
League,
the Pakistan Super League, Caribbean Premier League, our T20, the 100.
Yeah, that's the modern cricketer, isn't it? Absolutely. Make a lot of money.
Coghlan in. This is played away to mid-wicket.
And I would, you know, I do feel that it's important to say that it's not the players' fault if they can make all this money playing white ball cricket. And you know, there's a lot of traditionalists saying, oh, for goodness sake, what are they doing? It's a short career. It could be ended by injury at any time. Somebody comes along and offers you a lot of money, then I think they're justified in taking it.
Here comes the bowler again. Oh, inside edge from Haynes, and it's gone off towards square leg. Coghlan hands on head, 1 run. Yeah,
for me, that's different, without getting into too political an argument. That's different from this new golf thing, where the guys, they're already mega millionaires. Whereas cricketers aren't. You know, most cricketers at this level, they're just getting by really. If they've got families, etc., they're not highly paid. And if somebody comes along and says, you know, come out to the IPL and do this or play in the 100 for this, I can understand exactly why they say yes.
Coghlan bowls. It's played by Ali up to mid-on. Well, I know late replacements in the 100 last year who weren't in the initial pick suddenly called up. It was something like 35 grand.
Yeah. We had a couple of those. Which is another thing, just on a slightly different note, why I have immense respect for Azhar Ali out here playing county cricket. He doesn't need to be playing county cricket at this time in his career. He's doing it because he loves playing cricket, I think.
Coghlan in, that's left alone outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. 72 for 2.
Loves playing cricket, loves helping other people, loves influencing the players he plays alongside. Not just Azhar Ali, or people of that ilk who keep playing county cricket when they've got the money they need and they just want to play. I just have great admiration for them. The world's full of all sorts of different sportsmen, isn't it, and opportunities in certain sports, like we're talking about golf. Obviously it's quite a few golfers really at that level, but they have the opportunities to make sums that are just beyond the imagination of most of us. But a cricketer with a short career, given the opportunity to make that big money, I don't blame them at all. As Ben Rain comes in to bowl to Haynes, who works that beautifully through mid-wicket. Rushworth is in pursuit. They'll pick up 2 and they won't come back for 3. So Haynes moves into double figures. 72 for 2. No, he goes to 12. 74 for 2.
There's a statistical thing as well, which I've noticed this year. They've started clubbing in players' 100 records with their T20 records on Cricket Archive, which
tells a story, doesn't it?
Well, I don't think they should have a...
No, but it tells a story that there isn't much difference between the two formats, and that's what we all said, isn't it, last year? Rain again is in, left alone this time by Haynes. I mean, I would have to admit, I watched the 100 last year. I didn't go to any games live. People that did told me it was fantastic, and that included 1 or 2 people that were quite cynical about it. I did watch it on TV. I thought there was some really good cricket, but it didn't seem to me any better for not being T20, let's put it that way. But I'm not...
Just T20 with a few bells and whistles, really.
And I've said it before, and I'm not going against anybody or trying to upset anybody, but if they'd have invested in T20 the money they put into the 100, I think it could have been fantastic. Outside the off stump from Rain, taken low down behind the stumps by Eckersley, having been left alone by Haynes. And again, and at the risk of shameless plugging, because Daryl Mitchell, the Worcestershire Daryl Mitchell, was the PCA rep for the full 4-year term, the 2 terms that you're allowed, and is now working full-time as the cricket operations manager. We discussed these sort of things in great detail in the writing of the autobiography that I co-wrote with him this winter, as Rain bowls and Haynes is forward to this and there's no run. And we discussed in great detail the launch of the 100 and how it's presented to the players and how he was summoned to a meeting to discuss it, and how he then had to present it to his members, as it were, around the country, who were all quite worried about the fact that a new competition was coming along. So quite an insight into how it all came about and how it affects the players is in the book. It's called Once a Pair, My Cricket Journey, and it is available on lots of platforms at the moment. As Rushworth, I beg your pardon, Rain is in again and bowls to Haynes, who clips this down to long leg for a single and goes on to 13. 75 for 2. Yeah, it's available. If you Google Once a Pair, My Cricket Journey, Daryl Mitchell, don't get your Daryl Mitchells mixed up, it will give you details and you can get hold of it. But it's very interesting, and you'd realise, I think, from talking to Daryl and reading, I hope people get the idea from reading the book, that it's a job for these guys. It's a job. It pays the mortgage. Rain in outside the off stump, left alone by Azhar Ali, for most of them anyway, taken by Ned Eckersley. End of the over. 75 for 2. Rain's bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. Coghlan 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. the 2 men out. Cornwall bowled Rushworth without scoring. Libby caught Borthwick, bowled Rain for 28. This is all in reply to Durham's mammoth 642 for 7 declared. But yeah, they're just guys going to work, aren't they? Really, most of them. Maybe not your Azhar Alis and your world superstars, but most of them just guys going to work.
New over from Coghlan. Bowling here to Haynes. I've just found my article on the BBC website about the state of cricket balls. It went up an hour ago, so I'll tweet that for you.
I'll have a read tonight. I'll find it. Yeah. Interesting.
In comes the bowler. In the air and it's safe just inside the line of backward point. And away for 4.
Loose. He'll be disappointed with that, I think. He's got 4, but it was out of control, wasn't it? Sliced it away. It was the width that enticed him into the shot, but he probably should have left it alone. As it was, he got enough bat on it, sliced it away, but if that had been caught at backward point, he'd been kicking himself all the way back to the pavilion, I think.
Why are so many of this season's balls going out of shape, says the headline. This is through to the keeper as Coghlan bowls to Libby. He leaves that one outside the off stump.
Shape again, gone past the bat, and that's curved away towards the slips. 20 overs old, this ball.
Some car headlights on underneath the side screen at the far end, which might put the batsman off as Coghlan. Oh, that's a cracking leave. What a brilliant leave that was. How that never took the bail off, I don't know.
No, that really was a good leave, wasn't it? Crikey. Just outside off stump. Saw 1 or 2 yesterday that went over the stumps, didn't we? Just 1 or 2. Not a lot of sideways movement.
Coghlan again from the Lumley end. That's a
rubbish.
half volley, it's a poor ball, and that's dispatched for 4 to the Castle stand. Not the best of deliveries, particularly after the peach from the delivery before.
Yeah, he wasn't going to miss out on that one, Haynes. Short and wide, smashed away off the back foot. And he joins Azhar on 21. He's faced 28 balls, Haynes. Second boundary in the over. Azhar more circumspect, 21 off 48. But that was a cracking shot. And it was as bad a ball as Coghlan's bowled, really. Being annoyed with himself.
In comes the bowler. Edged and down the ground it goes, along the floor for 4 towards the vacant third man. There's a chase from Bushnell, he's not going to get there.
End of the over. It's 87 for 2. Azhar at 21. Haynes has overtaken him. He's gone to 25. They're scoring quickly. The scoring rate is over 4 as it was throughout the Durham innings. And we're going to see a bowling change. Chris Rushworth coming back into the attack at this Finkel end. Not the end from which he picked up his wicket. He opened the bowling from the Lumley end. And Worcestershire fans, well, I think Worcestershire fans generally just always feel a little bit tense when Chris Rushworth's bowling. So many times over the years he's done untold damage. Here last year, at Worcester 3 years ago, and here today he is seeking a second wicket, having taken the wicket of Taylor Cornwall with the second ball of the innings. He's bowling to Azhar Ali, and he moves away from us now. The number 22 on his back, that familiar approach from Rushworth, and Ali turns a full-length ball out on the leg side. Azhar has that characteristic way of playing, sort of puts the front pad there and then kind of plays round it. Not in a bad way, I mean, it's just his method. And I've said this before, and it just reminds me so much of Mushtaq Mohammed, who I had the good fortune to play league cricket with and bat with on many occasions for about 2 or 3 years. Very, very similar shapes that Azhar takes up at the crease, just exactly like that, as he pushes this one away on the onside. And they have to hurry, actually, as Jones comes in from mid-wicket and underarms a throw at the non-striker's end. I think he'd have been home, but it was a possibly, for me, a risk that didn't need to be taken at this stage. I think you've got to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and you've got to keep things going.
Otherwise you stagnate, don't you?
Yeah, but you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. We've already had one mix-up that would have resulted in a run-out. 88 for 2. Haynes on strike. 3 slips in place as Rushworth moves away from us to bowl to him. Right arm over, bowls to Haynes. He's forward. Taken on the pad. There might have been a bit of bat in it because there was an appeal from Eckersley, but Rushworth didn't join in. And Haynes walks away rather stiffly, as though that might have just hurt him through the pad. Sometimes you get one, even with a really good pad, you get one that just hurts a little bit more than you think it should, if it just doesn't hit the right part of the padding. Or he might have clipped the inside of his knee with the bat, as you sometimes do. We've all done that, and that's horrible. 88 for 2. Rushworth again is in to Haynes, bit shorter of a length this time, and Haynes kind of jabs the bat down on it, punches it down into the pitch, and it bounces up, and Rushworth parries it away to his right, and there's no run. 3 slips in place: Beddingham, Borthwick, Travaskis. Beddingham at first, Borthwick at second, Travaskis at third. Borthwick's already taken one nice catch off the bowling of Rain. Hands on knees for the Durham skipper. There's Rushwick, I've done it again. Rushworth is in, and he's pushed out on the offside.
Is it a nice village?
I was talking about Borthwick. Comes to Rushworth, I say Rushwick. Worcester-based listeners will know exactly how that's happened. Yes, it is a nice village, and I've played cricket there on quite a few occasions. Nice little village cricket ground. And hello, if you're in Rushwick listening, give us a tweet. Just to tell Marty there is a place called Rushwick. If somebody could tweet in and say, I'm in Rushwick.
Is there a Borthrush?
He might believe me. I don't know of a Borthrush. Sounds like a place in Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
Here is Rushworth again, and it's pushed out on the offside by Haynes. I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, or it's at Marty Cricket. And I mean it, if you're in Rushwick and you're listening or watching the feed, it would be great. End of the over, 88 for 2. Rushworth 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28. Coglin 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. And the other bowlers used so far: Salisbury 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 18. And Rain 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19.
You were mentioning Barnt Green earlier, weren't you?
Yeah,
Worcestershire
second to play in there, yeah.
That's just round the corner from where my auntie lives, in the Lickey Hills.
Yeah.
It's a good pub called the Queen Vic in Barnt Green, where I was with my cousin last summer when we came down to play Worcestershire in a T20, and we went for a meal in Barnt Green and had a couple of beers in the beer garden. And of course, next to Barnt Green you have the village of Lickey End in the Lickey Hills.
Yeah, Barnt Green, good club, Birmingham League, Premier Division, having a good season, I think, quite a good season. And Worcestershire 2's playing there today. Tell you what's happening in that game in a minute.
Matt Salisbury back into the attack bowls, and slightly over pitched, driven tentatively up towards mid-off, no run there. The cricketer each day keeps tweeting a picture asking
George DeBell.
Yeah, asking basically ask George. So it's George DeBell, who used to work for Cricket Info, who's now at the Cricketer magazine. And every time they tweet this pic of him, and it's one of these computer images taken from a photograph which looks like a drawing. All I see is Jeremy Clarkson. As in comes the bowler. Oh, and a play and a miss this time from a ball which leaves him from Ali. And I said, is it just me? Every time I see this, I think I'm seeing Jeremy Clarkson on the picture. And Laura Scott's replied, nope, it's not just you. And I said, thanks, that's good to know. And George says, not from where I'm sitting.
I can understand him saying that. In that game at Barnt Green that we're talking about, Leicestershire second 11 are doing very well. 314 for 3 against Worcestershire. 100 for Kelly.
Comes in and bowls. This is guided away down to third man. Was that no ball signal as well there? It was. Ali plays it down towards third man.
And perhaps the biggest news from that game is that Joe Leach is playing. Maidens, no wicket for 17, so he hasn't bowled for a while. And Pat Brown also opened the bowling. More expensive, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 37. Jack Banton has bowled a lot. He's bowled the most, the left arm spinner, 22 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 87 at his home club, Jack Banton. But Leicestershire doing well, 314 for 3 and 85 overs in that second team game.
Score moves on to 94 for 2, so they're going along at 4.2.
Yeah, Azza getting 4 for that one, but the one before, that one he swished at, that was flirting with danger, wasn't it? Third slip's gone in there.
Yeah, that's left, goes low to the keeper.
And I'm not surprised they've decided to bring a third slip in after that. First the flash and then the little edge. It was in control, the edge, but looks like there's a bit of lateral movement for the Durham seamers that we didn't see so much from the Worcestershire seamers. Salisbury in again.
Defended this time on off stump by Ali.
That's the mushtack shot, exactly like that. Just kind of round the front pad, head goes over a little bit, and you think it looks like an LBW opportunity, and it would be if he missed it, but he just gets the bat on it so often.
Well, that was Paul Collingwood, wasn't it? He was always low and quite late with the shot, to the point where you thought he was going to be LBW, but he more or less got bat on it every time. This is played again to mid-on, no run.
Better go and do my update.
Yeah.
Last but one, I think.
Bowler comes in, and it's tucked away nicely through mid-wicket by Ali, up towards the Health Club boundary, 4-3. Was angling in towards the bottom of leg stump. He leaned in and played it away nicely. Oh, it's past. Yeah, I've got to do connect myself to Tees again. Mind you, the news bulletin will only just be starting about now. Cars coming into the ground are coming in with their headlights on. Big bank of dark clouds sitting right on top of us at the moment. Looks a bit brighter to the north now, but right over Chester Street at the moment. What I can only really describe as a Death Star cloud, but we're not due any rain. Words of encouragement being shouted to Chris Rushworth. 3 in the slip cordon. Got a short mid-wicket, a mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, point, long leg. And the ball has gone out towards long leg. Jones might not get round to cut this off. He's only got a little bit of room to play with. Oh, he's teetering along the rope. He manages to keep the ball in play. Dropped it behind him. Two runs. 99 for 2 Worcestershire in the 24th over. And we've got 13.5 overs to go tonight. Comes in and bowls, it's left alone. We're looking at about 50 minutes worth of play. So where are we now? Maybe about 20 past 6 play finishes this evening. As long as the umpires are convinced the light is all right. Rush within, bowls. Defended by Ali. These two, actually, this partnership, just having a look at it now, is 41 runs. They lost their first wicket with the second ball of the innings on none earlier, when Cornwall was bowled by Chris Rushworth, and then Libby had put on 58 for the second wicket with Azhar Ali when he was caught off Ben Rain's bowling by Scott Borthwick in the slips, departing for 28. As Rushworth bowls, Ali defends, it runs up to Rain at mid-off. The last wicket was in the, when was it, 13.4 overs in, so now 23.4 overs, so 10 overs ago. Two runs off the first ball of this over, but then we've had 3 dot balls. Rush within, bowls. Played away to short mid-wicket and cut off by Ravindra. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Ball runs up to mid-on. And that is the end of the over. So it started off with the 2 runs, but then it was dots after that. So a tidy finish from Chris Rushworth there. 99 for 2, the score.
Well,
13 overs left today. Salisbury from the Lumley end, bowling to Haynes, goes to Bushnell at backward point. No run. New Zealand leading by 185 against England. An update coming for Radio Tees in a moment. Just hearing Jonathan Dodge reporting for them for the Yorkshire game down at Hampshire. Salisbury in, this is defended by Haynes. Goes off towards point. Michael Jones loitering in there. Yes, we've got 12.4 overs to go this evening, and Worcestershire are now in their first innings. That's after Durham declared earlier on a massive total of 642.47. That included 217 for Rachin Ravindra, and then hundreds, the first hundreds in their first-class careers for both Paul Coghlan and Ben Rain, who put on a partnership of 213 for the 8th wicket. A club record stand there, both getting to their hundreds in the over before Durham then declared. And Worcestershire got off to a bad start. They lost Cornwall, second ball for a duck ball by Chris Rushworth, and Jake Libby went for 28, caught in the slips off Ben Rain. They are currently 99 for 2. Azhar Ali has 31, and Jack Haynes at the other end is on 25. There we are. I can take one of my sets of headphones off now. We're all done for teas. In comes Salisbury, angles in towards off stump, and is defended by Haynes, who's from the Redditch area, isn't he? I think Jack Haynes, is that right?
Kidderminster area, I think. Yeah, Gavin's his father, who played for Worcestershire.
Who was from Redditch then? Was that Gibbon?
Born in Redditch, probably. He might have been born in Redditch Hospital. You often get the hospital as the key thing, isn't it?
I was looking down through the list of... Oh, it's Josh Baker, who's from Redditch.
Yeah.
In comes the bowler, and played off towards the covers. Dot ball, end of the over. My cousin's husband, David, is in charge of the Redditch Football Club now. He's the chairman, chief exec, whatever.
Had a period, Redditch United, where they were in the very first... what do they call it? The Alliance, when it was the 5th division, the first time it was ever the proper 5th division, and Redditch United were in that. And
Bromsgrove
in
Rovers
the late
were for a while,
70s.
weren't they?
I'm not sure Bromsgrove got to that division. Somebody will know. Nobody from Rushwick was listening, by the way, or if they were, they're not on Twitter.
But having a chat about something here.
Ashwood Bank is where Josh Baker's from, which is a little village just outside Redditch, just on the southern side of the new town of Redditch. Ashwood Bank on the way to Studley and Ulster, those little towns on the way down there.
Some nice little countrified areas around there. On the bike, cycled from Blackwell up round Tardbig and Gloucester, over the hill.
Yeah.
Good music, of course,
to Wombersley, which is where Jack Haynes plays his club cricket. Rushworth, I nearly said it, away from us, bowls to Azhar Ali, who just stroked it, didn't he, off the back foot. Just a push, no more than that. Just 2. It's pursued back from cover, and the 100 is up for Worcestershire. It's come up in the 26th over, 103 minutes. Very similar scoring rate to that we saw in the Durham innings. And Azhar remarks his guard, he's gone to 33. Haynes, the non-striker, is 25. These two, as I said earlier, have had a couple of very big partnerships so far this season in the Championship. We're hoping they can do the same here. As Chris Rushworth comes in again and bowls to Azhar, who turns this on the leg side, and it's fielded at mid-wicket by Ravindra. Bright floodlights now. I think the lights on the dodgy side now, Marty. I don't know what you think. Just a little bit gloomy.
Well, I'm just wondering about why those umpires were having a chat there.
I think it's as dark as it's been while they've been playing at any stage. The light reflecting off Rushworth's bald pate as he turns in front of us and comes in and bowls again to Azhar Ali, who tucks this one away on the onside in a repeat of the previous delivery, and it's fielded by the same fielder, Ravindra, at mid-wicket, and he kind of underarms a flick back. And the wind's dropped. Still a little bit of breeze, but I get the feeling if they went off now, can't see the cloud moving with any great haste. It's really dark now, isn't it? Rushworth away from us once again. Bowls, and Azhar plays his little mushy shot, as I call it, turns it very late in front of his front pad away to mid-wicket, 101 for 2. I mean, I'd go as far as to say if we didn't have lights, they would not be out there now. The lights are just keeping them out there, but it's not good. By James Middlebrook with his back to us. Rushworth in, bowls, and that's gone a little bit away from Azhar after he let it go. Just a little bit of lateral movement away as Eckersley took it, moving to his right. And the other umpire is Mark Newell at square leg. Quite similar in stature, aren't they? I'm identifying them. I've decided throughout the game it's easy before they change over, but if you're in danger of forgetting, second innings, Rushworth in short to Azza, who pulls away down to backward square for a single. Didn't really get hold of it, just kind of clothed it really. Fielded down there. Single taken, end of the over. Rushworth 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 33. Azza goes to 34. Haynes has 25, 102 for 2. The deficit 540. Umpires talking again, and I'm deciding, just in case you want to use the same idea, you might not have the same difficulty, but look at them, they're almost identical in height.
Yeah.
But I'm going on the fact that James Middlebrook's hat is a little bit whiter than Mark Newell's. Mark Newell's is more of a sort of straw-coloured Panama, and James Middlebrook's is properly white. They're having a chat.
They are.
Why aren't they just getting the light meter out?
Well, possibly, but
talking about the
they
shadows.
are, if you see what they're looking at all the trees and the dark blue seats, aren't they? And they're going off.
I think
they've
going
decided they're going off.
And I've got my Worcestershire hat
to go.
on. I've got my Worcestershire hat on, but obviously I would say that. But I think that's the right decision. I just think it's dark. I just think it's pretty dark, and given the crucial circumstances, I think, and that might come into it. You know, the umpires might think, well, if they lost a couple of wickets here, it could change the game massively, and they might blame us. I don't mean they'll be thinking in exactly those terms, but
what, me and you, or?
Something along those lines. Well, they can do that all they like, can't they? Azza Ali is 34, Jack Haynes is 25. Worcestershire trailing by 540, 102 for 2, and bad light, stop play.
And that is after 26 overs, with 11 supposedly left today. We shall see what happens. Right, we'll leave it there for the time being. This is going to be a waiting game because this is big black cloud sitting right above us at the moment. It's not moving anywhere at any great shakes. The umpires are now taking a light reading, and off they go. They went off last night with rain at quarter to 6, and actually came back on at 1:15. So it's roughly the same period of the day again, isn't it? It was just about 2 minutes earlier today. Right, we'll see how it goes, and we'll let you know.
Hi, Ben Stokes here. I just want to welcome you to Seat Unique Riverside.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Well, it looks like play is going to resume here. So the players have been off the field for 12 minutes. And I doubt we've lost any overs in that time. Umpires have just waved them back onto the field. The umpires, Mark Newell and James Middlebrook, didn't actually leave the middle. They stood in conversation with the ground staff, and who they have now departed. New Zealand 176 for 5, lead by 190. So Worcestershire 102 for 2 here.
Durham players in a huddle, not surprising. Just be saying, come on guys, let's just see if we can nick another couple in these remaining 11 overs.
So what we've got now, about 41 minutes worth of action, so... $25 to 7, something like that.
Yeah, so in a way, difficult, you know, saying good thing for the batters to go off, and of course you don't want to be out there when the light's bad, but they've got to start again, haven't they?
Yeah.
So
These little
there's a
interruptions.
few overs taken off, but there aren't any overs taken off because they weren't off for, what was it, half an hour you said there? It's built in.
Yes, yeah.
So
what time did they go off? I wrote it down, 5:42 did I
10
say?
minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, so 14 minutes they're back on.
I'll do this over, Marty, because I've got an update at 6, so I should just about get through this one. It's going to be bowled by Matt Salisbury from the Lumley end, and he's going to be bowling to Azhar Ali. Azhar Ali on 34 off 69 balls, Jack Hayne 25 off 39 balls. Umpire signals to the scorers and says, let's get back on with it. So here comes Salisbury, and he starts with the ball outside off stump, but Azhar Ali leaves alone, and it's taken by wicketkeeper Ned Eckersley quite low down, around about shin high. Definitely brighter now. The lights are taking effect as well. I did think it was the right decision to go off. Here's Salisbury again. Straight approach, moving directly towards us. Bowl short to Azhar. That's a weird shot from Azhar Ali. He went to sort of cut it. Almost gave the impression that he pulled his bat out of the way of it. Maybe it just kind of died on him, went under his bat, but he got in no position to play the shot at all. Just played it again in practice after the ball had gone through to the keeper. 3 slips in place, as there have been for most of the innings. Beddingham at first, Rushworth at second, and Travaskis at third. Salisbury outside the off stump. Wider this time and left alone by Azhar. And it's definitely brighter now. Worcestershire trailing by 540. That's the magnitude of their task, really. That's why it's all about time. They could get 400, and you'd think, oh, that's, you know, they've done really well, and they still would be 240 behind on first innings. So it's all about just batting time. Salisbury in, bowls, Azhar pushes forward. Ball runs out square on the offside, and there's no run. Basically, they've got to bat for the rest of the game, I think, or at least they've got to bat till well, I don't know, the end of tomorrow, at least, so that they've given themselves less than a whole day in which to be bowled out on the last day. Does that make sense? Something like that. 102 for 2. Salisbury in again from the Lumley end. Bowls over pitches on leg stump, clipped away by Azhar. He'll keep the strike. No, he won't, because it was the 5th ball of the over. Goes to 35. What I'm getting at is that if they're going to save the game, Worcestershire, they've either got to go so big that they get close to parity, or they've got to bat for so long in the first innings that they don't leave long enough to be bowled out again in the second innings. If they bat to the end of tomorrow, the Durham bowler's going to be fairly tired as well.
Chris, who's a Durham fan, says they've come back on. There's been no real change in the light, and the fast bowlers are back on as well. I think it has improved a bit. Likewise,
there has been a change, yeah. This one from Salisbury is short of length, forced out on the back foot by Haynes. No run, end of the over. I'll go off to do that update. Worcestershire 103 for 2.
Looking across to the west, brighter skies certainly there. The really murky low cloud that was sitting over us a few minutes ago is now drifting off to the east. And it does look rather gloomy across towards Lumley Village and up the back of Lumley Castle. Burnmoor way. .103 for 2. Rushworth comes in and bowls to Ali, played off towards deep mid wicket. It's gone for 4. I lost sight of that one there. It's gone for 4. Jones is protecting the boundary over that area and is now looking for the ball in the tarpaulin. It's come to rest at the front of the Castle stand. .107 for 2. Azarali on 39. Rushworth in, right arm over. It's left alone. Goes through to the keeper. Takes the ball just in front of first slip. In comes Rushworth and bowls. Ball turned to short mid wicket here, no run. Picked up by Coghlan. Just in front of Coghlan is the Durham debutant Rachin Ravindra, 22-year-old from Wellington in New Zealand, who travelled with the Kiwis for the Test tour and then was one of 5, I think, who were left out the squad. So he went off on holiday to Dublin to see some friends and was then called by Durham to play in this game. Rushworth comes in and bowls. This is played off the back foot by Ali out through the covers. Nice shot. That should go for 4. It does. It's crossed the boundary in front of the pavilion. Partnership 53 runs now from these two in 85 balls. Yes, I've just come back on after leaving the field for about 15 minutes because of bad light. The cloud that was above us has now cleared away, and Worcestershire in their first innings are 111 for 2, so we've got another 9 and a bit overs to go this evening, and the partnership has just been put together of 53 runs by Azhar Ali, who has 43, and Jack Haynes, who has 25. They've been together for 85 balls. Earlier, Durham declaring on 642 for 7. That included 217 from Rachin Ravindra, the debutant, and the first hundreds in their first class careers for both Paul Coghlan and Ben Rain. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Oh, nearly edged behind there. End of the over. 9 to go, so that is just over half an hour, about 34 minutes. Salisbury bowls. This is left by Haynes outside the off stump. 531 they trail by. This is played straight back up the field by Haynes. It hits the stumps at the bowler's end and ricochets away, possibly for 4. It's gone for 4 right up the far end of the ground. Nice hard shot there right out the middle of the bat. $115 for 2. Salisbury coming in now. It's his 9th over, none for 32 so far. Haynes plays this across towards Coghlan at mid-off, dot ball. In comes the ball, and this one nips back in and is played back to him by Haynes. One bounce. Salisbury bowls, it's a short one, it's pulled out through deep mid-wicket for 4. Easily done there by Haynes. Saw it early. And there's lots of acres of space to aim for as well. There's only one fielder out on that leg side on the boundary, which is Chris Rushworth, and he was down at long leg. And the ball really went flashing past square leg. Looks like a little posse of Worcestershire supporters maybe at the front of the...
Yeah, I've seen a few. Seen a few with their caps and
quite young
sun hats on.
There.
Whereabouts are they?
Just a group sitting in the middle of the front section of the
Oh
pavilion.
yeah.
Salisbury again over-pitched and driven out to Coghlan at wide mid-off for 1 run by Haynes. It's actually looking quite comfortable for Worcestershire at the moment as well, isn't it?
Yeah, just trying to see if I can recognise any of them. No. Yeah, as we thought it would, I suppose, if they got in, didn't we? You know, it's famous last words, but on this pitch, you'd have thought if good players get in and get used to it, they won't find it overly difficult.
That's left by Ali. Passed off stump, end of the over. Right, half an hour to go then, in theory. So what we're looking at, 6:37 for the finish.
Just talking about those partnerships between these two, Haynes and Azza, 195, that one against Durham that you talked about. They then shared 187 partnership against Derbyshire, and then even bigger, shared a 281 partnership against Leicestershire. All those in the last 3 games. So it's an important partnership for Durham to break. They'll be aware of that. And Chris Rushworth, who passed Azhar Ali's bat with a good one last ball of his previous over, coming on at the finger end to bowl to Jack Haynes. Just 2 slips now. Still got that man on the drive at short mid-wicket that I was describing earlier. And Rushworth is in to bowl to Haynes, who's pushing to that man, and there's no run. Been inviting contact from people throughout the day. Haven't heard much from Worcestershire fans. Maybe they're just a bit shell-shocked by the big score that they've seen, 642 for 7, but you can get in touch. I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. Marty is at Marty Cricket, and we're happy to hear from you. There's also email, weircricket@yahoo.com. I got it right this time. Rushworth in bowls to Haynes, who pushes out on the offside. Weir as in the river.
.co.uk.
Weir as in the river. cricket@yahoo.co.uk for the email, just to let us know what you're thinking, whether you're a Durham supporter, a Worcestershire supporter, or just a cricket supporter. 122 for 2 Worcestershire, 7 overs left in the day after this. And Rushworth in to Haynes. Excuse me, who's forward, pushing out on the offside. It's all about getting through the rest of this session for Worcestershire without losing a wicket. Durham believe they can take 1 or 2 right up to the last over. Last ball even. Be so keen to break this partnership. D'Oliveira due in next, but of course he was off the field for quite a long time with a shoulder injury. Rushworth is in, bowls, and Haynes drives beautifully through extra cover. Beats the diving fielder, won't go all the way, but they'll pick up 3, I think. Yeah, he's coming back for the 3rd as Rain slides and pulls the ball back inside the rope. Lovely timing from Jack Haynes. Moves on to 37 off 50 balls. Azhar Ali 43 off 81. Total 125 for 2.
I think Matty Potts has got another wicket for England.
So how many down is that now?
204 for 6. So they lead by 218.
Rushworth in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Azhar Ali. Could be a good last day, couldn't it?
Caught broad, bowled Potts for 25. Michael Bracewell.
Not a bad start though. 49 in the first innings for him, wasn't it? The young Bracewell. So he's obviously he's averaging over 30 in his first test. Not a bad start. Bowled pretty well. 125 for 2 here. Rushworth moving away from us again. That very familiar run-up bowls, and Azhar is in behind that. Pushes up to mid on. End of the over. Rushworth 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 44. And it's 125 for 2. 7 overs left in the day.
Paul Coghlan back into the attack. 7 overs to go today. Sky does look a bit brighter now, certainly to the west. Looks like the clouds breaking up again. We might get a bit of sunshine. See little slivers of blue sky here and there. Scott Borthwick's just had a chat with Coghlan about something, and Coghlan in to bowl to Haynes, who leaves that one. It's on a length outside of off stump and finds its way into the keeper's gloves. It's a nice close-up of the back of Liam Travaskis on the camera at the moment, because he's standing right in front of the tripod, giving us a wide angle across the field in front of the County Durham stand. Coghlan in. Just defended, and it goes short on the offside, no run.
Yes, beginning to look, I don't want to tempt fate from a Worcestershire point of view, but it's beginning to look
Like
a little bit more easy paced, isn't it, after 30 overs with this ball. Batsmen have got a lot of time.
Bowler comes in, Lumley end, it's a wideish ball, it's chopped down into the ground by Haynes. He didn't time that very well, and it bobbles away up to mid-off. No run. Score 125 for 2. Deficit's 517. Azhar Ali has 43. Haynes 37. So their partnership is now worth 67 from 103 balls. Coghlan in. Left alone by Haynes. He didn't have to offer a shot there. It was wide of off stump. It was about 6th stump across. Coglan in. It's gone through to the keeper. Quite a bit of dust coming up as he followed through there, Coglan. Reminder on BBC Two tonight, 7 o'clock. Highlights from the day's play at the Test match. In comes Coglan and bowls. That's through to the keeper. End of the over, and a reminder that all of our county commentary teams are updating regularly on the live county cricket page on the BBC website, where you click to listen to the matches, but there's a live feed on there, everybody chipping in on that. Similarly, in the Test match page, there's a live feed there, and there's highlights of all the wickets embedded into the page as well. So I haven't seen a change with Coglan coming into the attack and bowling a maiden there. Ben Rain is now going to come into the attack.
Yeah, Rain, who has picked up a wicket, that of Libby, the second one that fell in this innings. Good catch by Borthwick, second slip. Rain just having been hit for 4 by Libby the previous delivery, just tempting me into a little nibble outside off stump. Starts with a ball just short of a length to Azhar, which he steers square on the offside. 125 for 2, the deficit 517, but as I keep saying, the deficit is really academic, because it's just about Worcestershire batting and batting and batting. What these two are trying to do. Floodlights on, it's a lot brighter than it was about 20 minutes ago when they went off. Haven't lost any time. Ben Rain in to bowl to Azhar, who clips him through mid-wicket, just falling over it a little bit, just tucking it away as he characteristically does in front of that front pad, playing it late. 2 runs picked up as it's pursued by Jones from mid-wicket. As it goes to 45, he's faced 85 balls, and it's 127 for 2. Rain again. Past umpire James Middlebrook. Bowls short this time, and Azhar on the back foot has annoyed himself, so he didn't quite time it as he wished. Kind of thickish bottom edge, really, bottom corner up to mid on. I think he might have ideally been punching it through the offside, that one, or between the bowler and mid off. Didn't quite get it right. Face just closed on it. Settles into his stance again. Azhar batting on off stump, middle and off, something like that. And this one is fuller from Rain. A little bit of in swing, a little bit of dip, and again the face just closed a little bit by Azhar as he squeezes it out on the offside, and it's fielded at extra cover. Ben Rain trudging back to his mark. One of 2 players, along with Paul Coglin, the other bowler, who made his maiden first-class 100 today. Will be a happy man, regardless of what happens in these next few overs. He comes in now and bowls to Azhar, who again covers up and turns this one on the onside in characteristic fashion. Applause for Rain from Beddingham at first slip, Borthwick at second. 127 for 2 it remains. Worcestershire scoring at 4 and over, just as Durham did more or less throughout their innings. Possibly a little bit quicker than that at the end. And here's Rain again. Into Azhar, bowls, and Azhar is out, bowled, he's chopped it on, kept back, nipped back, and just outside off stump, and Azhar bringing the bat down in a crooked fashion, just chops it onto the stumps, and he goes. He's hanging around. There's obviously a few words being exchanged out there. Unusual to see that. Azhar Ali, one of the most phlegmatic of characters, but Ben Rain has done the trick. He's having a cracking day, the Durham all-rounder. First ever 100, as I say, and now he's made the breakthrough, broken that key partnership between Azhar Ali and Jack Haynes, and Azhar has gone
69 runs.
45.
The partnership.
Yeah, and it's fine margins. I'm not making excuses, but we saw a few in the Durham innings where batsmen got a little inside edge and it bounced down and missed the stumps, and we've seen that one bounce down and hit the stumps. Such are the margins in cricket. But Azhar is out for 45. He faced 89 balls, played pretty well, but Ben Rain has done for him in this over, and it's been an impressive performance from Rain, who has nagged away, found a little bit of movement. That one again, maybe a little bit of variable bounce, but Azhar had mishit a couple earlier in the over and was just fretting a little bit, and he has gone. So it's 127 for 3. Charlie Morris is the new batsman, night watchman.
Oh, the futility.
One of your favourite topics, Marty.
Mind you, who was a night watchman here? Lords, Salisbury got 45.
It can happen.
It's rare. It's rare.
Charlie Morris, he won't be playing many shots out there. What's he got? 5 overs left to survive.
The it's that Australian guy at Glamorgan.
Labuschagne.
Yeah, no, the bowler who's about to retire.
Oh yeah. I'll have it in a minute. Go on.
Gone out my head. He's played against Durham twice this season. Why don't I look at my...
Hogan.
Michael Hogan, yeah. It's probably still prescient that certainly against, by the time Durham played them here, the last home game in the county championship, so about 3-4 weeks ago, he still hadn't been at LBW in his career.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
That's because basically he just shifts his legs out the road and tries to slog everything.
That is incredible though, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. It's not as if he's had a short career either.
No. I said to him, what are you going to do when you retire? He said, I'm going to be a dad. He said, I'm going to do boring things like the school run and be there for the kids for tea and do the shopping and be around. And I thought, yeah, I know how you feel. It's start of a new over here. Coughlan to Haynes is left alone, so there were 5 overs to go when that wicket fell.
Bit of movement after it passed the bat, just dying a little bit, but curving away to second slip.
It's the last ball of the over, wasn't it? 31.6 overs. Deficit 515 when it fell. Can Durham nibble away any more wickets this evening? If they could get Haynes tonight, they'd be cock-a-hoop. Oh, that's a lovely shot. It was over-pitched. Coughlan was trying a leg stump Yorker there, middle and leg, and it was thumped away back past him for 4 up to the far end of the ground. Nicely timed. If you, I did tweet it a little bit earlier on. If you follow my Twitter handle at Marty Cricket, you can find the feature about odd-shaped balls. That's cut. Where's that gone? That's gone to the point boundary. Bushnell's out there. He slips over as he takes the ball. 1 run. So that brings Morris on. I think Luke Fletcher's handed over the night watchman role at Notts to Dane Paddison. And in 20 innings since he handed it over, where Patterson had been padded up, he'd never had to go out. Fletcher did get 92 here once as a night watchman.
He got some this year actually as a night watchman. He
got a 50, didn't
Patterson wasn't playing. Yeah,
that was at Middlesex. Coughlan to Morris. That's left alone. It's well wide of off stump. Yeah, he got 50 in both innings as coming in as a opener to face 1 ball. I think he had to one night, and in the other innings he came in as a number 11, and he got 50 in both. The first person to do that in first-class cricket. Then I think he got a wicket with his first ball, but after his second innings as well. Coughlan to Morris. It's a bouncer. Keeper takes it down the leg side.
I know you argue about the futility of it, and there are different arguments, but one player, showing my age and my vintage, but I always remember when Richard Illingworth was playing for Worcestershire, and he was the regular night watchman in those very good years at the end of the 80s, early 90s. got a 90 for England, I think, as a night watchman.
This is played by Morris. He's off the mark. Out into the covers for one.
And he took the view.
He's kept straight as well.
He took the view, Richard Illingworth, that he wanted to bat higher in the order, but it was such a powerful lineup, he never got the chance. And by volunteering to be a night watchman, it would give him the opportunity of getting at least a few innings up the order, albeit it would always require him to play very cautiously for the first few overs or in the dark or whatever, But it paid off because he got a couple of hundreds batting as a night watchman for Worcestershire, definitely.
Yeah, well, there's examples, isn't there? I mean, I remember Graham Onions getting a 50 for Durham as a night watchman. He'd never had a 50 before and didn't know what to do when he got the lunch or whatever it was. But
well, at 8 is the usual answer.
Yeah, but
didn't Jack Leach get in that test against Ireland? That was as a night watchman, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Anyway, here's Ben Rain,
All over in 3 days, wasn't it?
Hoping to remove the night watchman, Charlie Morris. This one is full of length. Morris pushes out on the offside. 23 deliveries left in the day for these two to survive. And then, of course, you're into the territory where every 5 minutes that Morris can keep them stay out there tomorrow is a big bonus as far as Worcestershire are concerned. And we'll also have some news about Oliver's shoulder as well, as Ben Rain comes in again, bowls to Morris down the leg side, just slanted in. He's getting a little bit of movement. He got a couple to go into Azhar in the last over, and that one, although it started on about leg stump and then went further, you could see from Morris's little gesture with his right hand as he took his hand off the bat that he felt that it had just dipped in a little bit. 2 slips in place. That man's still on the drive, suggesting that it's perhaps not a tactic just for Haynes, but one for anybody. And I think the pitch is a tad slow. Ben Rain again. Morris plays defensively out on the onside. He's had a great day, Ben Rain. First ever 100. Picked up 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. He's been the best bowler, I think. 6.3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 21 so far. And Durham really tightening their grip on this game. 133 for 3 sounds like a reasonable total until you look at that last figure in the bottom corner of the scoreboard. Rain is in, bowls, Morris gets a run down to third man. He'll take 1, which means Haynes will have 2 balls of this over to face, and then Morris will be on strike again. The night watchman's job is to face as many balls as possible. And that bottom of the scoreboard, bottom right figure, reads 508, and that's the deficit at the moment, and that is what it's all about. Huge first innings score. 134 for 3, fairly meaningless in terms of numbers when you look at that deficit. It's just about time, as I keep saying. Rain in, bowls, and that's again that big in swinger, slanted down the leg side, left alone by Haynes. Could reach it really, and a good diving stop by Ned Eckersley. It's one where Rain just kind of runs his fingers down the side of the ball and just quite a boomerang delivery really. But he didn't start it right. If he starts that one right, it could be a tricky one, but difficult to control, I reckon. 134 for 3. Last ball of the over. 3 left after this. Rain to Haynes. Lovely shot from Jack Haynes. Clipped off his toes. Down to long leg. Picks up a single. Coghlan fields. He'll keep the strike, Haynes, which is not ideal. But 3 overs to go, and it's 135 for 3.
Where did you get those binoculars, Frank? Were they on a river cruise down the Rhine, Viking?
I got them from the RSPB Centre in Titchwell in Norfolk, actually. But they're my number 2 pair because they've got a slight. One of the eyepieces is. I've had to glue it because it came off, and so I waited till I went to Norfolk again, and I went to, because it's a fantastic place for bird watchers, as you probably know. I went to a famous binocular place, which I won't name.
Coghlan in, that's through to the keeper. What, like a binocular shop?
Yeah, there's 2 or 3 on the Norfolk coast, just near Titchwell Bird Reserve, and I went to one there that specialises, and they said it would cost a lot of money to fix them, so I glued it and just fixed the other side to match it, and it's okay, good enough for cricket. But I wanted to get a new pair for bird watching and that kind of thing, so I went to this place and told them what my budget was, and again I won't mention names.
In comes the bowler with a short one. Haynes ducks out the road of it.
But it's not a high-end budget. I mean, I've got one friend who's a very keen ornithologist, spent well over £1,000 on his number 1 pair, and I was way below that. But I said what it was, and he said, right, I can tell you categorically this is the best pair of binoculars in the world for that price. And he gave me this pair, which are made by an American company.
Coghlan in. Jabs the bat down there, Haynes, and gets a single off towards point.
So I use those as my number 1 pair. Don't risk them for cricket, as it were. Although when I tell you the next bit of the story, you could say, well, there is no risk involved because they give an absolutely uncontestable lifetime replacement guarantee, regardless of what you do. You could drop them in the water, you could tread on them, you could run over them with your car. They will replace them. Incredible.
It's turned by Morris out towards mid-wicket, no run. I'm just spotting Joe Rushworth walking out the castle stand with a dog. Done for the day.
Oh, that's who it is, is it? Yeah. And I said to this chap, how can they do that? And he said, in America, that's a pretty standard guarantee on this sort of thing, apparently. So, yeah.
Well, these ones are absolutely gorgeous, I think, as Coghlan bowls here, Morris defends. I got them from... What was that? There was a camera shop, wasn't there?
Dixon or something?
No, it was the high street retailer selling cameras and lenses and all that kind of stuff. And you could get your photos printed there as well back in the day.
Oh, right. Okay.
And then Jessop's.
Oh, yeah.
And I think they still have an online existence, but the high street store's closed. Coghlan bowls. This is a good ball, nearly clips the off-stump bail, and that's through to the keeper. It was left by Morris. So I bought a pair of these, and the thing for me is they balance my eyes up perfectly and give a really crystal clear view. Because in some binoculars I find the eyes work against each other and you don't get that crisp overall view. And they weren't that expensive. And then I lost a pair. I went on a walk around Sutton Bank and lost them. I think they must have fallen out of the car or something. And my wife then found another pair online somewhere and bought them for me. But a number of people in different press boxes around the country have borrowed these off me when I've been commentating, and they've gone out and bought them, including David Slight, who covers some of the Lancashire games.
Interesting. Ben Rain in, bowls to Haynes, pushes out on the offside, thinks about a single, turns it down. Yeah, these are very good as well, and it's just whatever suits you, isn't it? The other pair I've got, the number 1 pair, the thing that apparently makes them really good, according to ornithologists, is that in low light they're very good. They have this ability to gather the light in. They're really good. It helps, doesn't it? You certainly need them in this job, I think, don't you, at certain times. I had the binoculars on when Libby was out, and I watched the whole thing, the edge to slip and the catch, and it's almost like being out there. Here's Rain anyway, 136 for 3 as he bowls short, bangs that in. That's a bit of a wasted delivery, really. No ball, so at least he gets it again, but it's 1 more on total. Kind of like don't want the extra ball, do you, if you're Worcestershire tonight? You'd rather just have a no ball, or just rather be 1 ball nearer the close. But it was climbing high over Haynes. Kind of just shows what you've got to do on this pitch to get the ball over the height. He pitched it, well, it was a lot nearer him than the batsman. 138 for 3. Rain again, he's in. Bowls wide outside the off stump, left alone by Haynes, and then shoots back. That's come back a long way after it's gone past the stumps. Really extraordinary movement. It's pitched, imagine a full Yorker outside the off stump if you're listening and not watching the feed, in a T20 or something, pitched outside the sort of blue tram line, if there were one, and then veers back, so much so that Eckersley, keeping wickets, to dive full length to his left. Can't do more than parry it, and they go through for a bye, but that's gone miles. Just as well it passed the stumps when it did, but it suggests that there's something happening with this ball. 139 for 3, 2 balls gone in the over, and Morris on strike again. Rain to him. He's pushing forward, the night watchman, out into the covers. Travaskis, the fielder. And there are 9 deliveries left for Charlie Morris to survive. And he will have done his job as night watchman. And then we'll be hoping that he can build on it with a bit of overtime in the morning. The deficit still 503. And rain again in bowls to Morris. Forward, pushing out on the offside. That's good cricket. Takes a single. Means that Haynes really should face 2 more balls tonight, and then Morris take the last over. 140 for 3. The night watchman protocol has changed a bit, really, isn't it? There was a time where your night watchman came in and your senior pro at the other end would say, "You're facing, mate. I'm going to face as few deliveries as possible for the rest of the day." These days they seem to take the single, even if it's early in the over. Rain in again, bowls. Haynes is forward, solidly, pushing out on the offside. But I think, you know, that back in the day there would have been a time where a batsman like Haynes now, with 1 ball to face in this over, would say, right, that's it. Keep this one out. I'm sitting on my bat handle and you're facing the last over, mate. It'd be interesting to see if Morris is facing the first ball of the last over. If he gets the opportunity of a single early on, will they take it? Probably looks strange if they don't, but it's probably the best thing if they don't, to be honest. 140 for 3, 7 balls left. Haynes has 44, which is the number on the back of Ben Rain as he moves in and bowls to him. Haynes drops that down on the onside, and there's no run. End of the over, so 1 over left. Quick recap of what's happened today. Durham resuming on 375 for 3, lost 4 wickets in the morning session. Bushnell out for 66, Ravindra for 217, his first double hundred in first class cricket, 318 balls, 32 fours. Travaskis without scoring, Eckersley for 6, 3 wickets for Gibbon and 1 for Pennington. Then a brilliant partnership of over 200 by Ben Rain and Paul Coghlan, both got hundreds, their first. Just break off as Coghlan bowls this to Azza, turned on the leg side for a no run. Not to Azza, I beg your pardon, to Morris, and they didn't take the run. So 642 for 7 declared Durham, and Ben Gibbon taking 4 wickets. And then Worcester losing a wicket to the second ball of the innings. Taylor Cornell out for 0, Libby going for 28, and Azhar Ali, the other man, out for 45, 140 for 3, Worcestershire trailing by 502 with 5 balls left.
Coghlan in, left alone by the batsman Morris. Coghlan in, so that's a bit of a waste of a delivery, really. It was a wide bouncer down to the slip cordon. .502 is the deficit at the moment. That swings away. Quite a bit of movement late on there, wasn't it? Look at that one angling. It's after it's past the stumps, it then shoots across towards first slip.
As a keeper, I never used to mind that unless it was low.
Yeah.
But if it was low and it went late, it's horrible. It's alright when you can see it like that one outside the off stump all the way.
Coghlan bowls. Morris looks like he's leaving that and then inadvertently plays it out towards point. How are your knees after years of being a keeper?
They're not good. They're not good. I think my knees are. It's probably more to do with running than keeping. I've run a few marathons in my time and probably did too much road running over the years.
It's not good for you, is it?
No. 4th slip gone in for the last ball.
This is defended, so they close on 140 for 3. And they trail by 502. And that is the end of the day's play. Coghlan finishes with a maiden. So that's 37 overs gone in this innings. Haynes 44, Morris 3.
37 overs gone. And it doesn't change anything. They know they've just got to turn up tomorrow and bat for as long as they possibly can. Bit of pressure on the recognised batsmen. Haynes, D'Oliveira, Barnard, Roderick. But well, it could have been worse when they lost a wicket in the second ball of the first over, but probably hurt most by that dismissal of Azhar Ali just a few overs ago. 140 for 3, 502 the deficit. We've given you the story of the day. I don't think there's much more to add, is there, Martin?
There's nothing. Let's just turn off and go home. And we'll be back at 11:15 in the morning, and we'll be playing you in the interviews we get this evening. So we'll see you then for the preview of day 3.
Thanks for listening.